think I'm officially live now. What's going on, everybody? So first, as always, can you guys confirm that everything's working? You can see the video, you can hear the audio. Video will never really be great, but hopefully the audio is at least solid. Can you guys let me know? And assuming that it is, we'll just do what we always do here for these things. We'll just have fun, hang out. I'll answer your questions, and we'll talk. But first, I need confirmation on all that. Can you guys let me know? Looking at the comments. Already a bunch of you here, which I appreciate. Anybody? Can you confirm? Please confirm audio and video. Everything is fine. Potsy says everything's fine. Everybody says it's good. All right, cool. All right, well, yeah, so let me give you a little bit of a rundown before we get started here. First, yeah, so I'm doing a live stream here. I do this every once in a while, usually about once a month. Do a live Q&A. There's not that many rules. Basically, you just ask questions, and I just kind of answer based on whatever I see. If you do the super chat thing, which is completely voluntary, you don't have to do that. If you do, as a courtesy, I will automatically answer your question. You'll get highest priority. Any amount is totally acceptable. It's completely up to you. But again, it is not a requirement. And so, yeah, so the first thing, this is a perfect first question. This is exactly what I want to talk about. Have you watched EA's E3 conference? Yes, I just watched that, and I brought up some notes, and I figured I would talk about that while we wait for more people to come in here. We've already got 74 people watching, which is really cool. But yeah, so EA's presentation. So I usually do like recaps after each presentation at E3 and just kind of talk about my thoughts on them. But I won't be able to do that at least normally this year because tomorrow I'm actually flying out to Los Angeles. I'm going to E3. I just didn't happen to be there today. So I'm going to try and do like other recaps in some other kind of format. I'm still figuring that out. But we'll start off with EA's, since I'll just talk about it here because I don't have time to produce a whole video on it. First thing they did was Madden 18. And they had some first player mode called Long Shot, which just looked like some sort of, you know, Disney coming of age sports movie, to be honest with you. Like the Mighty Ducks, but with football. But not quite that campy, I guess. But I don't know. I didn't care. I respect that they're trying to make sports games more interesting. That can't be easy for them because they're so associated with sports games, which gamers traditionally don't like. Most of the people in here probably don't really have much interest in them, but they sell a shit ton of copies to most people who play video games, which are not generally gamers, as weird as that might sound. So they have to do it. It's kind of makes their show lackluster for a lot of people. So I didn't personally really care about Madden 18. What can I say? Then they talked about Battlefield 1 DLC, which I never really played the game in the first place, so honestly, I didn't, I mean, if you liked the game, I guess the DLC looks pretty cool. One thing they did that I really liked was they were trying to get a lot more YouTubers involved. With Battlefield 1, they brought some out specifically for that, and then later they would ultimately do that with Star Wars Battlefront 2, which I think is pretty cool. I can't really talk about this. I've never worked with EA directly, but I do know that they have a track record of being very, shall we say, particular with the YouTubers that they select, and I have never been asked, and I don't expect that I ever will be, and that's all. I'll leave it at that. Then they talked about FIFA 18, which I honestly kind of got bored and tuned out because, like, I know why they did it, especially with the time zone or the time slot they selected. That whole presentation was for the Europeans. Let's call it what it is. And I hope you guys appreciate over in Europe. I hope you guys appreciate it. I did this show a couple hours earlier than I usually do because I know a lot of you guys say like live streams are never really friendly for Europeans, so hopefully this is a little bit better for you. I realize mainland Europe it's already 11 p.m. and the UK, the British Isles, and Portugal it's already 10, but still that's better than like 1 a.m. right? So FIFA 18, the timing of it that was definitely for the Europeans. So again, the same thing. Sports games, they sell units, but the people watching E3 don't really care about them that often. Need for Speed Payback, I definitely tuned out. I've never cared about like any racing games, so unfortunately I was just like, nope, don't care. It's probably quality, I guess, but whatever. Now, A Way Out. Okay, so that game looked fucking cool as shit. I will say that. I was like, oh my god, this game looks good. and it's coming from EA. What the hell's up with that? Then of course it was like, oh, this is like an indie game that EA is publishing. I was like, ah, of course. So we'll see. That one actually looked like legitimately exciting and interesting to me. So I want to check that out when it comes out. It was made by the guy who made Two Brothers. So yeah, and that guy, that was easily, of all the people there, the dude on stage had like the most passion about his project, and I respect him for it, because you could tell his game was actually exciting. I mean, it can't be that awesome to come out and be like, yes, we're making another FIFA. Like, that guy had to be bored, but the A Way Out dude, he looked like he was having a good time. Then they showed off, they kind of teased what they're going to be doing with the Microsoft's involvement with the Scorpio, and they showed off some 4K imagery of Madden games, which I don't care about the football games as previously mentioned, but I will say this. Visually, it was very impressive. I mean, you're talking about photos, but they looked good. It did actually look good, so we'll see what comes of that. Then, in conjunction with that, again, talking still about Microsoft and the Scorpio, they talked about this game called Anthem, and they only showed like a very small little teaser of it. They're gonna and they even said they're gonna show more of it at the Microsoft conference, which is tomorrow. So there really isn't much to say on that. It's one of those. It's another one of these like EA projects where I look at it and go, that probably could be really good. You clearly had a lot of talent involved in making that game happen. But I'm always worried about that marketing side of EA that's just like DLC patches and all this other horse shit that you don't want to deal with, and that's always on your mind with an EA title, which is A Way Out. Kind of I had hoped for, which is ironic that I guess the title's kind of fitting, because at least if it's an indie game, maybe EA won't fuck with it too much. We'll see. Then they did NBA Live 18, which kills me because I love the NBA. In general, I mean, like, there's a Chicago Bulls jersey behind me, but I've really never cared that much about the games, and they definitely found a way to make the NBA boring, which bothered me, and I was like, fuck, I didn't want to watch that, but whatever. So there's another NBA game. Like, the truth is 2K does NBA stuff way better than EA does. I don't know why EA is even bothering anymore. And then finally they did Star Wars Battlefront 2, which they did like a half-hour presentation of. The first part of it I thought was really exciting, where they were talking about how there's going to be a story mode finally, although they didn't give us too much information on that. I'd suspect either because they want to save that, or because there isn't as much to it. It's just like something that technically exists. All we really know about it is that it's going to tell a story that is in between Return of the Jedi and Force Awakens, and most likely what it sounds like is the aftermath of Return of the Jedi. Somebody described it as like at the end of Return of the Jedi, you're seeing like the rebels, and they're all celebrating, they're partying down on Endor and everything, but you don't see the Imperial side of that, which to them that would be like, the end for the Germans in World War II. Like, it would be a depressing situation, so the story, I guess, is going to start there and just kind of go with some sort of mission that, is probably like a last-ditch effort. Because in Star Wars, like, the Empire had all sorts of weird contingency plans, and it's canon that about a year after the Battle of Endor, that's when you have the Battle of Jakku, where the Empire finally capitulates to the New Republic. So there's a year there where something is happening, and presumably this game is going to cover that a little bit, which is pretty cool. So yeah, but I mean, it's still EA, so I'm cautiously optimistic about Star Wars Battlefront 2. That's all I'll say. I'll give it a chance, but I still remember EA's the one making this fucking game, and that makes me worried. So we'll see. Now, does that answer everybody's questions on EA's conference? If not, I assume it does. So let's go on. Let's talk about other things. This is going to come up a lot, so I'll answer this now. People are asking, am I concerned about Shenmue 3 being delayed? No, of course not. I've been saying for a long time. Oh, hang on, I'll get back to this. We just got a super chat. That's what from Kyrick3289 donated. He says, love your videos. I can't stay long. I'm at work, but I wanted to help you out some. Thank you very much for doing that. What he just did was what's called super chat, where your comment gets highlighted. You basically donate an amount. You help support the channel, which is very useful now that Adpocalypse is in full effect. And again, as a courtesy to you, I'll immediately answer your question, read out your comment, give you a shout out, all that fun stuff. But again, it's completely voluntary. You don't have to do that. But thank you, Kyrick3289. I really do appreciate it. But back on to the other question. It was about Shenmue 3. Yes, I'm not surprised at all that Shenmue 3 was delayed. I kept saying time and time again, like, that was probably going to happen. It made sense. You have to understand it's a very small development team, and they have a smaller budget than they would like, so they're taking their time with it. They have a lot of talented people involved in that project, and, without a shit ton of cash, you just need more time to compensate. and I think it's perfectly fine that that's happening. As I keep saying, I don't want a rushed, buggy, unfinished game just for the arbitrary reason of setting a date. Let Yu Suzuki make his game and let it be complete. That's what I want. So if he thinks it's better in the second half of 2018, fucking, I'm waiting until the second half of 2018. That curse of Shenmue of just being unsure of when it was going to become a thing is gone. We know it's going to happen now. We just have to wait until it actually is delivered, and I'm fine with that. I'm totally cool with that. So anyway, other questions. Hey, is there anything you don't have Dreamcast related favorite console? Are you asking if there's something specifically for the Dreamcast I don't have that I would want? Actually, I was talking to a buddy of mine today about that. Funny enough, Ronald, if he shows up, there is an official Sega Dreamcast VGA box. I have plenty of VGA boxes, but I'd never had the actual Sega brand one. I never had a reason to. So if there's that's the first thing that comes to my mind is like a random peripheral that exists that I don't have. That's what I would want. What do you think about Shenmue 3 on the Switch? Absolutely 0% probability that will occur. Hey, will you talk about your intro like you said? Okay, all right. That's a good question. So if you guys saw my previous video, which I don't blame you if you didn't, I did a small video just explaining what my summer convention schedule is going to be like and opportunities and cities that you can meet me if you want to. I'll quickly go over that. I'm going to Los Angeles tomorrow morning. It's becoming a tradition now that I do a live stream right before I fly, apparently. So I will be in Los Angeles tomorrow for E3. I'll be there for a few days. When I get back, about a week later, I'll be in Philadelphia for Too Many Games. A couple weeks later, I'm going out. I will be in Berlin, Germany for a while. I can't really talk about why, but there will be a day there. I'm trying to arrange some sort of fan meetup, which is like July 19th is, I think, tentatively what that date is going to be. And then when I get back, sometime in August, I'm going to St. Louis, Missouri for the Missouri Game Con. And then at some point, I'm going out, I think, Parsippany, New Jersey in September. And then odds are I'll pop in and out of San Francisco after that as well. So I'm trying to coordinate fan meetups at conventions and stuff like that. But the reason I'm telling you this is I did a separate video simply explaining that. But the intro audio of it was different. My old, hi, this is Adam Koralik with Figured Out Productions. The following video is part of our Quick Shoot series and is intended to aid the Dreamcast and gaming community. Like that whole thing. What happened is that's gone now. And the reason it's gone is not because I decided to change it. It's because I updated my editing software. And my editing software has two folders that it really cares about. One is your work assets, things like video files, pictures you work with, audio you work with, etc. And the other one's like a rendering folder, so that it can use all that data and kind of reformat it, if you will, so that it can process it and export it. These folders have to be separate. Because every once in a while it just flushes the render folder because it's useless after the project is completed. So as a quirk of the update, for whatever reason, it decided to make them the same folder, which means it decided to delete what it considered the render folder, which was actually my assets folder full of all of my project data. So that audio of me saying that is gone. It is lost to the ages forever. Now, unfortunately, a lot of content I had filmed is gone forever too. I filmed a bunch of stuff in Japan. All the original source footage of that is completely gone now, along with a bunch of other things. Now, I am a very proactive individual. I do my best to get stuff done, have it completed, and have schedules and all that stuff, which is why I already have a schedule for my channel that goes all the way up until August. Now, fortunately, because of that anal retentive nature, I've already finished all these videos and had successfully uploaded them before this hard drive issue, if you want to call it that, happened. Which means the videos of me in other Japanese stores you haven't seen yet will still exist and you'll still get to watch them. But the original footage of that is all completely lost, which is unfortunate. But yeah, you'll still get to see the videos. So for the next couple of months, it's going to be this weird hodgepodge where some videos come out and they have the old audio, and then some videos come out and they have the new audio. And eventually it'll all be just the new audio because it'll be gone forever. I had backed up a bunch of the data, but for some reason, that particular audio file is gone entirely. Like, it was never backed up. I don't know how or why, but it wasn't. So that is what it is. what am I hyped about the Xbox Scorpio? I guess in theory, like I want to see it, I want to know more about it, but at the same time, I don't even have a 4K TV, so like I could get benefits out of it still on a 1080p TV, but I don't know if if it's gonna really do much for me. Um, live in central. He says, "I live in Central Illinois. I want to go game hunting. Can you recommend any places in the state of Illinois?" Well, yes, I live in Chicago, but all the places I know are in the Chicagoland area, not like down in Springfield area. I'm not too familiar with that part of the state. What I actually might recommend to you is come out to the Missouri Game Con in St. Louis. It's a little bit of a drive, but that'll be pretty good. That'll be a nice convention with a lot of video games available to you. Do I think vid.me will ever be a serious competitor to YouTube? Not yet. And the primary reason for that is because they have no stable monetization system. I actually have all of my videos over on vid.me. Like after I make a video, it gets uploaded over there as well. I have earned about $1 over there. And it's just because they don't have a monetization system. They have a tip system, so it's completely voluntary. It's kind of like Super Chat, but you also don't have an install base really. Like I wouldn't call myself one of the more popular vid.me people because I'm not, but I'm doing better than most, and I only have like 100 followers or something like that. There's not enough people there yet, and you're not gonna drive more people over there on a voluntary basis. Like there needs to be more worthwhile content. You only get worthwhile content if people are excited to be working there. In this day and age, people are only excited to be working there if they think there's some money in it. It's just the truth. So for the time being anyway, vid.me will exist, but a serious competitor, YouTube would have to really fuck up, and vid.me would have to start doing stuff really, really well. Opinions on the new Atari console. I hadn't really read much about this, but I assume it's just another clone box bullshit thing, because that's how it always is. I mean, Atari as we know them does not exist anymore, so the idea that they would have a brand new legitimate competitor console, I can't see that being the case. I've got coffee. Yes, it's in my Force Awakens thermos. I actually am very prepared tonight. Not only do I have coffee there, I have water. I have 2 waters, and check this out. You guys have never seen this. I've got more coffee in this Warner Brothers bottle, I guess. This is cool. Warner Brothers actually sent me a gift pack full of a bunch of stuff because I went to Los Angeles a little while ago, 2 months ago, and I worked on a project for them, and I got to hang out on the Warner Brothers lot and stuff, and so they sent me like a gift bag with a bunch of cool shit, and this is one of the things that was in there was this cool ass Warner Brothers bottle. What am I most excited for seeing at E3? Well, it is funny because E3 is supposed to be a lot of surprises, so it's hard to say what you're going to be the most surprised by, I guess. But if of things we know, I really want to see the Scorpio the most, just because I really like new hardware. Whereas games, like I won't really know what I'm most excited about until afterwards, because it's a surprise, or at least it's supposed to be. Did you have a power outage? No, can't say I did. What's my favorite Nintendo console? Super Nintendo. Although the only one that ever made me want to buy everything for it was the Wii U. It's probably the one I'm the most passionate about in that sense. But if we're talking about just like which one's my favorite, yeah, it's going to be the Super Nintendo. What's the chance of Skyrim Switch having mods? I would assume very, very minimal. I mean, Nintendo doesn't really like people modifying their games. They never have, which is why things like Game Genie were never, or Game Shark were ever really allowed on the Nintendo platforms. Would retrobrighting the SNES power and reset buttons do anything? It would retrobright them. I mean, contrary to popular belief, it doesn't have to be just white plastic or light plastic that gets sun-stained. You can sun-stain dark plastic too. It's just not as obvious that it's happened. Like I have a purple GameCube where the plastic clearly has been sun-stained. So I should retrobrite it, but GameCubes are such a bitch to dismantle that it's not really worth it, especially for just a generic purple GameCube. Will I ever do another collab with Review Tech USA? He and I don't really talk very often. I met him once at AVGC last year. That might have to be it, because like every once in a while, he'll come to me and be like, "Hey, do you want to do this thing?" And I'll be like, maybe, because if I'm around, I'm sure, but like our schedules never really mix. And sometimes when I want to, or when I'm like available, like we even schedule it, sometimes he just like forgets, and it just never really works out. So it's whatever. What happened with you and your girlfriend? Nothing. I'm gonna be seeing her soon. I saw her. She and I went to Japan, and I'll actually be seeing her in Berlin, so she'll be there. So nothing. Everything's fine. Um, cut the beard. No. What a stupid suggestion. Randall Kornick, just a super chatted. After playing The Last Guardian, I've come to the conclusion that there are few artistic visionaries left in the gaming industry. Games need expression. Are you saying that because that game was artistic, or are you saying that the game lacked being artistic? Are you saying that that destroyed it for you? I'm curious what you mean by that. Also, dude, don't you live in Winnipeg? I was in Winnipeg for FanQuest. Why didn't you come out, man? Or at least near Winnipeg, right? Yeah, I was in Winnipeg like 2 weeks ago. And thank you, Randall, for the super chat. How will you go to Japan again? Oh, sorry. Will you go to Japan again? I would really like to. I don't have any concrete plans to do that, but obviously, yes, I would. I would very much like to. How long do I think the Nintendo Switch will last? It still depends. I mean, the jury's still out on that one. It depends on how successful it is. I mean, right now in the short term, it has been successful, but will that stay? Hard to say, because it's really coasting off of Legend of Zelda, as well as the Wii U's greatest hits that they're kind of throwing out there, Mario Kart 8, and I know they just were talked about Pokken Tournament, and we'll probably see a Smash Brothers remake or whatever, and I think they're kind of coasting on that, and then going to throw one big game at you every once in a while, like Super Mario Odyssey, which is the only thing we're going to see at E3 out of Nintendo, really. So I'm excited about that, because I'm curious about that game, but whatever. I travel everywhere because I love to fly. Actually, I'm not a big fan of flying. It's just that I get a lot of invitations to conventions and events and all these other things. And to be brutally honest with you, I don't know why that happens. Just every once in a while, somebody's like, "Hey, do you want to come to this thing? Here's you can." So I do. Just got a couple of super chats. Stephen McDonald, who's a big Game Society super fan, he said, "I still need a haircut." Dude, I've learned that my beard grows 4 times faster than my hair, so I have to like sync it up every once in a while. So I'll go in and just get a beard trim and leave the hair alone. Right now, it's like a good mix. I like it. And Dozy Deebs just donated £1, but didn't leave a message. So if you have a message, dude, please let me know. But thank you very much for the super chat, both of you. Randall says that he meant other games lack artistic vision. Yeah, unfortunately, games like The Last Guardian are one of those type of franchises or concepts that fans always say they really want. We want artistic games with great vision, and we want unique gameplay experiences, but then everybody doesn't buy them. Like, Last Guardian really didn't sell all that well. Just like I'll tell you right now, Shenmue 3 is a game we've all wanted forever, or at least a lot of us have, and it's not going to sell well. I'll tell you that right now. But even though it's everything we claim we always want in a game, nobody's going to buy it because it's not Call of Duty. It's not the same formulaic shit. It's kind of like same with movies. Like you'll see a lot of like indie art house films that are like amazing movies no one's ever heard of, but we all go see the big blockbusters. And I'm guilty of that too. Like I went and I saw Wonder Woman. I actually really liked it, but I guarantee you there's way better indie films out there that I've never seen or heard of. It's how it is. It's human nature. But we love to complain about it. Just got another super chat. Thank you from Drud1995. He says, "Here's a 5. Go buy yourself a decent, inexpensive beer. Keep up the good work. I hope you don't mind, but I'm going to use it to get a coffee because I don't drink. But thank you very much for the super chat." Do I have Super Paper Mario for the Wii? Not that I recall. Dozy Deeps just left a message. Says, "I'm just happy to support you, man." Well, thank you very much. I do appreciate that. We had a question about going to the UK. I have no current plans to return to the UK. There was a tentative invite this is very far off into the future, but I got a tentative invite to go to a convention that may or may not happen in November of 2018, which, like I said, I realize is a while. It would be in the UK, so if that happens, I'll be there. Beyond that, I have no plans to do that yet. Thoughts on Sega Forever? I'm not entirely certain what that is. Isn't that another one of those like bullshit Sega's coming back with a new console things? Favorite coffee? I don't really have one in particular. Oh wait, no, I take that back. The Poop Weasel coffee. Do you guys know what that is? Should I tell you that story? Do you guys know what it is? I know it sounds gross just by the name of it, but have you ever heard of that? Um, Adam, will you buy the new Sega Genesis from Tech Toy? It's official and licensed by Sega. I assume you're talking about that Brazilian stuff. So, if you guys don't know, Brazil still has a lot of Sega hardware in active development due to a lot of their import laws and not allowing like current hardware. Basic, not that they don't allow it, but it's just too expensive due to import taxes and all this stuff. So a lot of what survived in Brazil is a lot of what we would consider out of date technology. The most popular console down there is usually like the Sega Genesis or Mega Drive and the Sega Master System. The Sega Master System, because solely because of Brazil, is the world's longest lasting game console, released in what, like 1984 in Japan as the Mark III, and is still going now, 2017, officially licensed by Sega as an active dominant platform. Fucking weird, right? Um, but no, I've never really considered trying to import consoles and stuff from Brazil, just because that would be, I mean, first of all, they're usually PAL, and there's not really a reason to. Like some of the games, maybe I would do that, but I've never heard of any of the Brazilian exclusives or new releases to actually be worthwhile to that much of an extent. With a few exceptions being some late Game Gear ports that nobody else ever got. Like I actually have one of them. Sonic Spinball was released on the Game Gear, but never the Master System, except in Brazil where they eventually did release it on the Master System. I have that. But beyond that, no, there's not really much I was intending to do with that. It would also just be a pain in the ass to get it here, and for not really any real reason. Um, uh, so did you guys want to hear about the Poop Weasel coffee? Because I don't think I saw anybody respond to that. Usually that gets people's attention, but okay. Um, Adam, name your favorite game on each Sega console. Easier said than done. I don't know. Master System, maybe like. Oh, hang on. I just got a super chat from Chris Searn. S. Oh no, that's an M. Chris Syme, Australian. Nice. Thank you for. What time is it there, dude? Hi Adam. Just bought a Wii U. Any hidden gems you can recommend? Okay. Well, since you're Australian, I'm not entirely certain which ones you're going to have ended up with. Hidden gems wouldn't be the obvious things. They wouldn't be the Nintendo party titles. I'm kind of glancing over and seeing what I can pick. I don't know, like things like Shantae. That game is pretty good, but I don't know if that you guys got that. Um, Shovel Knight is pretty good. Granted, that's a game that a lot of people know. Um, the problem with the Wii U is that most of its best games are ones that everyone has already heard of. A lot of the first party Nintendo stuff. And the rest of the stuff isn't really too hidden, or if it is, it's because it's regionally exclusive. Like the DuckTales game, which I think only North America got. I know that you guys got Scribblenauts Unlimited. Both of the Scribblenauts games, particularly the first one, are very good. And Europe didn't get them, but Australia did. And the Australian versions are also PAL. So I know a lot of people in the UK import those two games in particular from Australia because you guys got them and they didn't, but they're PAL formatted, so they work. But we got them here in North America. So beyond that, I'm not really sure. Terraria, stuff like that. I mean, again, it's all a lot of games you probably would have heard of. Yeah, I guess. Well, you're in a PAL location, so Teslagrad. I don't know if that came out in Australia. We never got it. It came out in Europe. That might be a good. Ooh, Fast Neo Racing. That's a good suggestion. We didn't get that either. But you guys got that in Europe. So I don't know if that came out in Australia, but you could import it from Europe and it would work because you guys both have PAL units. So I hope that answers your question, and thank you for the super chat. Am I going to get Sonic Forces and Sonic Mania? Sonic Forces, if it gets a physical release, sure. Sonic Mania I want, but I know it's not going to, so I'm not going to bother. What do I think of the passing of Adam West? I was amazed that dude survived as long as he did. He was 88. He died today, in case you guys don't know. OG Batman. Because I remember like seeing him on episodes of Bewitched and stuff like that, and you're like, everyone in this cast is dead, and this guy's still around. It's so weird. And he was, playing himself sort of on Family Guy forever. And it's just kind of amazing he was holding in there and still actually performing. So good for him. He had a great career. I've heard, I've never met the man obviously, but I'd heard he was a really cool guy, nice guy, easy to work with, that kind of thing. So yeah, it's too bad. But hey, he got to do what a lot of us could never do and have a really cool career and something like that. Adam, I wrote to you on Instagram asking what's Shenmue Famitsu version. I went ahead and bought my copy and I received it on Thursday. Is there a reason you state it's only limited to 50? Yeah, that's what I had been told repeatedly, that there were only about 50 copies of that had ever been released. It's a demo disc of Shenmue called What's Shenmue. The normal version has a blue cover. The Famitsu edition has a yellow cover. From what I understand, it was like some sort of pack-in bonus with magazines, and it was completely random, like who would get them. And supposedly only 50 copies were ever produced. But I have nothing to prove that. It's just what I had read a few times. But that's the kind of item where there's really not a whole lot of information out there. So I was just repeating what I had heard. But I think I said full well, like, I'm not even totally sure that's the case. But if you find some evidence that we had a wider release, I'd love to hear it. But I've never heard anything else about it. Shitweasel coffee. All right, people want to hear this. Okay, so the Shitweasel coffee... There is a type of coffee that is produced usually in like Vietnam and Cambodia, and it's just a really high grade crop of coffee. What they do with it though is they feed it to a weasel, this one specific type of weasel, and there's the enzymes in its stomach can't digest it, they can't break it down, but it essentially mutates it, and essentially the weasel just shits it back out. And so then they have people go in and pick the beans out, and then they wash them, roast them, and then that's what you're getting. And it sounds disgusting, but I swear to you, it is the best coffee on the planet. You look it up, it is retardedly expensive for a reason, because it really is the best coffee. So my mom does a lot of charity work in Vietnam. She goes there, like, this is gonna sound weird, but my mom usually goes to Vietnam like 2 or 3 times a year. I know it's fucking weird. She does like educational work, teaching English to kids, rounding up things like school books and like glasses for kids who can't see particularly well, brings them over there and just tries to improve aspects of social structure, I guess, if you want to put it that way. And so when she does that, when she's over there, she'll bring back usually a couple bags of the Poop Weasel coffee, because it's obviously cheaper to buy it when you're actually there, and she knows that I'm a coffee junkie, so I end up with that. It's pretty fucking good. Just got another super chat. Ironman08911 says, awesome videos, especially generation videos, your top 5 systems, or if you could pick only 5. Well, thank you for the super chat, but you didn't have to do that, especially in this particular question, because I actually made a video a long time ago of my top 5, but I will happily answer your question here. So number 5, the Xbox 360. At least at the time. Number 4, OG Xbox. Number 3, Super Nintendo. Number 2, Sega Genesis. Number 1, Sega Dreamcast. That's what the order was at the time, and I think it still is that particular order. It's actually harder for me to think about the next 5, because I don't know what order they would be. I would usually say like PlayStation 1, Nintendo 64, GameCube, maybe Wii U. Possibly even Atari 2600. I'd have to put a lot more thought into that second 5, because I never really think about that. But regardless, thank you for the super chat. Blu-ray FMV games. That's a thing that actually exists. I saw a bunch of them in Japan. I have one, and it's usually pornographic in nature, not always, but in this case, it kind of was. I have one called the Yakyukin Special. There was a Sega Saturn game called the Yakyukin Special, where it was essentially rock, paper, scissors with girls, and when you win, they lose articles of clothing, and when you lose, you lose. And so it's like a strip, paper, scissors, rock, paper, scissors, whatever the fuck you want to call it, concept. It's called the Yakyukin Special. Years later, they made a Blu-ray iteration of that with all new girls, and we played it on my other channel, Game Society, because it's fucking hilarious. So if you ever want to see footage of it, there is at least that one, and I have it. Night Trap, thoughts of Night Trap being re-released. I think that's cool. Strange. I don't know who even really asked for that, but okay. Am I going to watch the Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Finals tomorrow? No. I mean, I was never really that into hockey, and I live in Chicago, so like the Blackhawks have won it 3 times in this decade, and I barely even watched that. But so I'm definitely not going to watch it with other teams being involved. You still like the 360 more than the Wii U? Interesting. That's an interesting question because I haven't really put much thought into that. The Wii U is definitely more fun to collect for because it's realistic, and it's definitely something I'm more passionate about. But the 360, I can't deny that, frankly, it just has a bigger game library that I get more excitement out of just due to sheer volume. But to say it's necessarily better, that's tough. I'd have to really think about that one. I'm not ready to answer that, I guess. Um, I'm coming to your city, Philly. Yes, I will be in Philadelphia for Too Many Games, a convention. I will have at least 2 panels there. So if you guys are anywhere on the East Coast, like in that particular, in like the New York, New Jersey, or Pennsylvania, or that part of Pennsylvania, please come on out. I'd love to talk to you guys. I have multiple panels. One on Saturday, one on Sunday. The one on Saturday says Q&A with me, and then the one on Sunday is like a Sega specific one. So again, please come out. That would be great. We just got a super chat from Ada Hat, SEK 1000. I'm sorry, I don't know that currency. That's not the Norwegian kroner. What is that? Can anybody tell me what that is? Thank you for the super chat, but you didn't leave a message, man. I'm very curious what that amount is. I know it's kind of rude, but he says, "Hey, love your videos." Well, thank you very much. That's very nice of you. Rob Janos also just super chat. He says, "Ever watch the old tech TV/G4 shows like X Play?" I did watch in the early days of G4. I did watch some of it, but I never really caught on to me. And it's unfortunate that doesn't exist anymore. But I guess it kind of was destroyed by YouTube because like everyone's doing video game related shows now. Like hell, I'm doing one right now. Thank you for the super chat as well. Thoughts on the Alien movies? I have not seen the new one, Alien Covenant, but I've seen all the others. So, as I recall, my impression of the first Alien, I like it. It's good. Thank you. That's about all my reaction to the first Alien was. I think I saw it at a strange point in my life. Like I saw it when I was too old to be scared by it, but I was too young to appreciate it as like a piece of artwork. Some people are saying that's $10, and some people are saying that's $100. Some people are saying it's $114. I'm genuinely confused, but regardless, thank you very much. If anyone wants to confirm that, I'd love to know, but thank you. It's Swedish money. Okay, what's the name of the Swedish currency? You're one of the... It's not the Danish kroner. I'm sorry, I'm trying to learn. I try to be an American that actually learns more about the world. I try. You guys are one of the EU holdouts that don't use the euro. SEK is Swedish crowns. It's about 120 USD. Well, thank you very much. That's an incredibly generous amount of money. Thank you. You really didn't have to do that. So if you have any other like questions, dude, let me know. But thank you very much for that. Sorry, what was I talking about before that? We got kind of sidetracked. If somebody remind me, we'll talk about it. Otherwise, I'll just move on to another subject. Do you think Yakuza is good as Shenmue? No, but I do love Yakuza. I think that shit is fucking amazing. We've been playing it a lot on my other channel, Game Society again. We do one of the funniest fucking shows you've never seen. Yakuza 0 for Pimps. It is fucking hysterical. I highly recommend it. It is a lot of fun, and it is a game. Like my buddies on that channel have never really cared about Sega stuff like ever, and that was the first time when I got them to play that they finally saw wait, there's somebody makes games like this. This is really insane. I'm like, that's what Sega was. They were nuts. Alien films. Thank you, Nathan. I was talking about Alien films. So the first Alien movie, like I said, I was too young to be afraid by it, but I wasn't old enough to appreciate it. If I watched it again, I probably might get more out of it. But then again, I know the film too well at this point. Aliens by James Cameron, easily my favorite. That one was just fucking awesome. I loved it so much. Yeah, Ed says he's going to think of a question. Yes, please do. Then there was Alien 3, which to this day I still think is the worst of all Alien films. It is a complete fucking pile of garbage, that movie. And I know it was largely because the studio completely fucked with it. Yeah, I really hated that film. Alien Resurrection is like dumb but harmless. Like it's just stupid, and you knew that. It was already broken by that point. You weren't gonna fix it. Alien versus Predator, I remember kind of hating, but also kind of liking, and that's kind of where I've always sat with it. Alien versus Predator Requiem, I haven't got much of a thought on it. I saw it once, and I thought it was like meh, and that was it. And then Prometheus, I liked, even though, as everyone kind of says, the conclusion I came to was like, why did this have to be part of the Alien universe? And then of course maybe they'll make a sequel that'll explain that. And I think that's what Alien Covenant is. But I haven't seen Alien Covenant, so I can't really talk about that. Shenmue 3 delayed. Yes, I already talked about it. Long story short, it was going to happen. I've been saying it's going to happen, and I honestly believe it's for the best. Does YouTube take a cut of super chats? Yes, they do. So I don't, super chat's completely voluntary. That's why I don't even include things like PayPal information or anything like that. But PayPal is better in that sense if you're really just curious for the sake of curiosity. PayPal is better because they don't really take a percentage of it, whereas YouTube does. But like I said, you're just helping to support the channel, and I appreciate that. But again, it's a voluntary thing. Think of it as like a tip jar. And of course to help me offset the adpocalypse bullshit, which again, seriously, now that apparently, I didn't know the currency, so I didn't know what the value of that was, but apparently you donated like $120, which is, thank you. That's really, really nice of you. Do you think the Cavs can come back? No. And I don't want them to. Fuck them. I don't like, you have to understand, I hate the NBA right now because it's had 3 years of the most predictable possible outcome of basketball, except for the surprise that Cleveland actually pulled it off last year. I honestly didn't see that one coming. I do not like the Golden State Warriors and I don't like the Cleveland Cavaliers, both of which in their current makeup, because I feel like they're two teams designed to cheat their way to the end, which is like, who the fuck who follows the NBA did not know that was going to be our finals matchup? Why did we even have a season? I miss the 90s. God, I miss the 90s. Not just because my Chicago Bulls were actually winning, but because fucking any team could win. And that's what made Jordan so fucking amazing, is that every team was championship caliber, and that dude was still better. People are saying now it was more like $141, not $120. Well, damn, thank you even more. That's insane. Yeah, seriously, Addy, come up with a question, man. Did I watch The Wiggles? I'm not sure what that is. Do I play board games? The only time of the year I'm ever really captivated to play board games is around Christmas for some reason, and I don't know why. I just always kind of want to, but that's about it. I actually do work on a show called Beer and Board Games, so you'd think I'd be more interested in it, but maybe that's why I'm not, because I'm so exposed to board games on a regular basis that, nah. What Dreamcast hardware do you wish came out but didn't? The DVD player. I really wish that thing had come out. I wish there had been a refresh of the Dreamcast with a DVD player built into it. And I wish Sega had held out for another year. Because there was two things that could have saved the Dreamcast, but Peter Moore is the reason that never happened. If Sega had been able to hold out for another year, which they realistically could have, if not for him, they could have refreshed with a DVD player built into the console, which is what everyone was buying a PS2 for at the time. And they eventually would have had Grand Theft Auto 3, not necessarily exclusively, but that game would have existed. And so you combine that too with all the good games they already had. What happened with the PlayStation 2 might have happened with the Dreamcast instead. It could be a different world, a different universe where that exists. Lodmot, hello. He just super chatted $20 and he says, "How's it going, man? Hey, sorry if you answered this already, but what do you think of Sega Forever?" Actually, people did ask that. I'm not even totally sure what that is. I kind of think that's like, isn't that just like another one of these like bullshit Sega's coming back projects, like, or is that like one of those collections of games? I'm starting to ring a bell. Didn't Sega say they want to do some sort of like resurrection of their old IPs and they called it something like that? I honestly don't remember. I don't remember much about it. If that's what you're talking about, unfortunately, give me another question because I know that wasn't a very good answer. And thank you for the super chat. Randall asked, chess or checkers? When I was a kid, checkers. Now chess. Actually, the way I learned chess was very odd. I went to Paris when I was like 9. And while we were there, my mother bought me a Simpsons themed chessboard, game of chess, which I still have. It's in the other room. And I learned chess to play on that, which was really strange because all the instructions are in French, but I still learned it. And I loved playing it, mostly because it was like combining the Simpsons with it. And that's the only real way I've ever played chess. Ade says the 1,000 was for a donation to help fix the jersey in the background. Never. I'll give you the money back. I'm too lazy. I'm not opening that. Dude, that thing was a bitch to put in there, and I know it keeps sinking, and I know I should fix it, but at this point, it's just like something to look at because it's not like this is a visually interesting stream, is it? Are there any Wii games I like? Yeah, Mario Kart Wii I think is a fantastic game, but the reason I like it is because I don't have to use a goddamn stupid ass Wiimote. How far away do I live from the Sears Tower? I don't use that other word because that's heresy. I don't know if I have an exact block countage or mileage. Close, I can see it. I call it Chicago's North Star. Chicago is a grid, so if it's very easy to navigate, but if you ever get lost, use it as your North Star, and once you kind of find it, you'll be able to kind of get your bearings. What's your favorite Zelda game? Now, I know this is, again, heresy. I haven't really played that many Zelda games. I've actually only beaten 2 of them, the 2 on the NES. So between those 2, I'd have to go with the original Legend of Zelda. It's one of those things where it's like always been a goal of mine to sit down and play all those things, but I am so busy, especially at this age, with my work schedule and everything. I don't really have time to dedicate to actually sitting down and playing games in long sessions like I used to, which makes me sad. But you know, it's one of those goals where like I'll be able to retire young, or at least young enough that I'll be able to just like play video games for the rest of my life. That's like up there. Like, you know, like here's how busy I am. Like I'm doing this stream now, and then as soon as this is over, I have to pack up all my shit, and I'm getting ready because I'm flying out to Los Angeles in the morning because I'm going to E3. I can't talk about it, but I got a very nice invitation, all expenses paid, to go to E3. So I will be at E3. Chicago is the Matrix. Actually, funny enough, the Matrix was shot in Chicago, so there you go. You're not entirely wrong. You haven't beaten Breath of the Wild. I haven't started Breath of the Wild. I haven't started Link to the Past, man. Like I want to play them in order, and because I'm anal retentive like that. But yeah, that's, you know, eventually that's my goal. How did I lose so much weight? You look great. No homo. Thank you. Less food. That's pretty much it. Have you seen UK TV game show Go 8-Bit? I can't say I have. I have seen. I'm about to slightly make fun of British game shows. It's not an insult, but I guess it's kind of hard to avoid. So I remember going to the UK a couple of years ago, and I was in my hotel room, and I didn't have much to do, and I'm watching TV, and I see lots of different there was this one channel with just like endless amounts of British game shows, you know, game shows being not a video game show, but like Who Wants to, you know, be a Millionaire, you know, that kind of thing, where somebody goes on and they try to play a game to win money. And these shows were hilarious because they were like Chuck E. Cheese prize type of games. Like there was one where, you know, have you ever played that game where you like take plastic little, you know, discs and you have to like drop them in almost like a pachinko machine? It has to pop down, it has to land a certain spot, and then it would like press it, and then more things would fall, and if enough fell, you win the game. Like they were the dumb levels of games. And the funny thing is the grand prize was always maximum like £5,000, which is like $7,500. And first of all, that's funny to me because that's like the entry level question to Who Wants to Be a Millionaire is you win like $7,000. Not literally, but it's pretty damn close. Second, and this is not an insult to my British friends. I love your country. I've been there multiple times. Hopefully I get to go back next year. But it was funny to me that every single person they asked, they're like, so what's, you know, what are you going to do if you win? You know, like they always ask people like, what are you going to do with the money? Every single fucking contestant's answer was some variation of, I'm going to America for one reason or another. It was, oh, we're all going to Disneyland. Oh, we're all going to Times Square in New York. Oh, we're going to Hollywood, you know, like just, oh, I'm going to go study in the States. It was funny. I'm just like, what is this? And like one person even said it the best. The woman, like, they were like, what are you going to do? She's like, well, I'm going to take the money and I'll have enough to get to New York. I'll see one Broadway show, stay there for a couple days, and then I go back. Because that's all she'll have the money for. I'm like, this is not the best game show. That was all I could think of. But it was funny. Yes, new Bubsy game is apparently going to be a thing. Why? I don't know. I don't know. Like, the only Bubsy game I actually played with any length of time, and I mean length of time being like 20 minutes to a half hour, was the first Bubsy on the Jaguar. And that was a terrible game. So, and I know that franchise is legendarily bad. It's kind of amazing, but it shows you like the power of nostalgia that's in marketing right now. So Bubsy, none of us seem to want it, but we're all talking about it. So there's something to that, and it also means we've kind of scraped the bottom of the barrel of the IPs, I guess. We'll see. Ad finally asks this question. Am I pronouncing your name correctly? Is that Ad? Odd? I apologize. It says, question, what is your thought on GoldenEye 64 game and all the people still playing it, like speedrunners? Do you like the N64 in general? GoldenEye is one of my favorite N64 games. I actually absolutely love that game. And it's one of those games where whenever I have some downtime to play a game, but I don't feel like diving into a new title, I just kind of want to play something I'm familiar with. I always like GoldenEye. I won't say always, but like it's one of my go-tos. It's one of my solid. Like I'm just gonna pop this in and just bust through GoldenEye in a couple of hours and just have a good time with it. And the N64 in general, like I said, it wouldn't be in my top 5, but it would definitely be in my top 10 favorite game consoles of all time. And GoldenEye would definitely be a large part of the reason. And I know people think it's heresy. Again, I don't know why I keep saying the word heresy, but it is definitely personally one of my favorite first-person shooters of all time. Even though I know it's out of date and all that shit, but I fucking love it. The only first-person shooter I've ever played that I think actually surpassed it was Call of Duty 2. And we've gotten to a point where Call of Duty is such like a punchline now that I feel weird even saying it, but I swear Call of Duty 2 was actually a legitimately really good game. And yeah, people are saying GoldenEye has aged so badly. I love that game. I don't care, man. That game was fucking amazing. And I never have a problem going back to it. I instantly get into the controls and I just have a really good time with it. So that, to me, that game stood the test of time, but I know to a lot of people it really didn't. Where does the Wii U rank in your favorite consoles? Like I said, probably in top 10, but I'm not entirely sure where. Like I said, the first 5 I know, like off the top of my head, but the next 5 I would have to really kind of think about where to rank them. It gets progressively harder. If you try to rank all your ranked consoles, you'll find that happens. You'll probably be able to answer like the first or second like easily, and then you'll have to start to really think about the later ones. I mean, assuming you want to give it like a fair shake. Ad A is pronounced Ad A. Ad eh? Or A as in like Canadian A, you know. Ad A? Perfect Dark was a better made game. I never got into Perfect Dark, personally. I probably should have. Probably could now, too. I probably would enjoy playing it on the rare replay on Xbox One, but I don't know. I just never really did. I also never really got into that. Well, I wouldn't because it's on PC, but that new GoldenEye live thing, whatever that is, that multiplayer thing they completely remade. I'd be much more interested in playing the single player version of that, and on a console, but that'll obviously never happen. Have I ever watched Naruto? I have not because I do not like anime. Sorry, but like I said in my previous live stream, not liking anime and going to Japan, that's a valuable thing to have because anime is fucking everywhere. And if you're immune to that shit, you're like, none of this even affects me. I'll just walk around. I don't even care that I'm seeing a girl fucking octopus. Doesn't mean anything to me. It's funny. It's not fat material like it is to everybody else. What's my opinion on the Game Ranks video? What ultimately killed the Dreamcast? I'm not sure I've ever seen it. I know I've been in a couple of Game Ranks videos. The thing about Game Ranks is they don't really ask you for permission. They just kind of use your footage. And sometimes they credit you, sometimes they don't. I think Game Ranks actually stole footage of... They did a video on the OG Xbox, and they used footage of my teardown of it when I was cleaning it. They never credited me with it. Somebody pointed it out to me. And I just left a comment saying something like, hey, I pointed out the time code, and I said, like, hey, crediting me would have been nice. And it started this, I think it's actually the top comment on that video now. It's got like 1,000 thumbs up or some shit. And a bunch of people were either on my side, where they thought I was like, yeah, take down the videos, flag them, whatever, which I was never going to do. And then there was a bunch of people like, fuck you, whiny bitch. Like, who do you care? Fuck your footage. Like, it's just footage. Anybody could film it. I'm like, yeah, but the point is I did. And all I wanted was a credit, which they did do eventually. And they actually responded and said as much. So, like, there was never even a conflict there. It was just like an acknowledgement. Like, hey, it would have been nice if you'd credited me with the footage you took from my channel without my permission. That's all I wanted. And they did it, and the issue was settled. But every once in a while, I still get a message about that. on that video, either like, dude, I'm sorry that all these people above you are idiots, or people are against me who are saying like, yeah, fuck you and your footage, bitch. And it's like, whatever. Uh, this is a funny comment. It's stupid as shit, but that's why I'm gonna read it. Mr. Pinkman says, "Super chat. How long is this Q&A going?" First of all, that's stupid because obviously you didn't super chat. Saying the word super chat doesn't equate a super chat. Do you think I'm retarded? Do you think I think, oh, you super chat, I think that super chat? That's not how that works, buddy. Second, how long is it gonna go? I have no specific time right now. Like I said, I have to catch a flight to Los Angeles in the morning. My flight's at like 6:30 in the morning, so I got to be at O'Hare, which is the airport, the big airport here. Probably at around like 4:30. So I'm gonna bail. I don't know, what time is it now? It's 5 now. Ideally, the longest I would possibly go is to like 8 p.m. But I don't know if I want to do that. So that's another like 3 hours. We'll see. So your question itself wasn't stupid, but the presentation of it was. I'm sorry. Ade says, how is the YouTube income this day? Can people still make a living? Is the golden days over? Golden days are definitely over. So the way that the YouTube ad system is currently, the problem it's going through right now is that basically a bunch of companies like Walmart, Coca-Cola, and also all these other people basically bailed on YouTube, saying they don't want to have their ads in front of videos anymore because they can't control what the content of the video is. And so a lot of them left, which meant that there was much less competition and much less money in the system to go to basically go to people. And that's a problem when you're divvying it up amongst so many other people. So YouTube's efforts to fight this, they've been trying to basically group channels into different sections to give more confidence to advertisers. So there's 3 groups. There's the good boy group, which is basically all the people who always comply with all the rules. They never get strikes. They never seem to draw any negative attention. They don't do anything that the system deems negative. Then there's the other extreme all the way at the other end, which is all they do is cause drama and they talk about controversial things, or they have controversial things, etc. Those guys are pretty much completely destroyed. And then there's the middle, which is unknown. So I don't know. I think my channel is somewhere in the middle because I don't do anything that like angers the system, but at the same time I don't exactly draw a bunch of views, so I'm not really valuable to them. But then I know Game Society, my other channel, is definitely in that like you're completely fucked group. Like I follow our analytics, I'm responsible for it, and our ad revenue on that channel has fallen like something like 80%. Like it's fucking ridiculous. Like we put out a video on Yakuza, incidentally, like I said, and that video got like 10,000 views. It's been out for a week. It's earned about $4.50. So it's, you know, it's getting bad. And so again, things like Super Chat make it possible that I can keep doing this because this is my job. I know I get that question a lot. Like, what's your job? It's like, dude, I work on multiple channels. I work on 4 channels in total and I work 7 days a week on that shit. And people think like, oh, you must have a shit ton of money because you're always flying all these places. Like, no, dude, I get invited to things like E3. Like, my flight's paid for, my hotel's paid for, my meals are paid for, transportation, like all that shit's paid for. Like if I had to pay for it, I would not be going. I could not afford it. So, you know, the Super Chat makes it possible to be able to offset all the damages of things like that because the money is definitely drying up there. And I feel bad for anyone who wants to start a channel now because those days are over. You have to have a pre-established fan base at this point because now they have new policies against starting new channels. Pretty much, like you cannot monetize a channel anymore until it collectively reaches about 10,000 views. For me, who has just over 91,000 subs, I could put out a video and get 10,000 views, you know, within a day. Like it's not that hard. My average daily view count is definitely over 10,000 views. But for a brand new channel, that's fucking impossible. You can't do that anymore, and you can't monetize. So until you reach that, and it can literally take you years unless you're successful. Now the reason they do that is they want to try and stop bot channels and spam channels and all these other things that they don't think are going to be successful. But yeah, I feel bad for anybody who wants to start up. It's just too late. Planet Central, how do you super chat? There's a dollar symbol in the chat right there. You can click that. You can put any amount you want if you want to do it. It's completely voluntary. Don't get the wrong idea here. Like I'm not I'm not saying you have to do that. It's a completely voluntary thing to help fund the channel, because at one time, super chats, PayPal donations, Patreon, I have a Patreon, all that stuff was voluntary to help essentially support the channel if you wanted to. It wasn't necessary. Now, I, like everyone else, am going through adpocalypse problems, and so it's more of essential than it ever was. It's basically offsetting the damages until YouTube figures that shit out. But I don't ask it of any of you. I don't expect that from you. I don't expect it from anyone. It's my job. It's not your problem. So I'm just explaining it to you. You do whatever the fuck you want with that information, completely objectively. Hey Adam, just making some coffee. Hi from Sydney. Sydney was a fun city, man. Like I was in Sydney when I was like 10, 11, something like that. That shit was pretty cool. How long do you think you'll keep doing this YouTube thing? That entirely depends on the revenue. Like I said, it's my job. So as long as I can pay my rent and like live, I'll keep doing it, because that's how I do that. If I can't, then I have to stop and look for other things, and then I will not have the kind of time to put into YouTube that I used to, if you want to put it that way. I feel sorry for people who were just making a living. Yeah, there was a lot of us. Like I'm still here. I know a lot of YouTubers have bailed, and I can't blame them. Yeah, it's shitty times. How many games do you own that you've never played? Fuck if I know. The vast majority. I never have time for that shit, man. Especially like I get a lot of games that are super fucking cheap, and so they just kind of amass. And like I said a minute ago, I work 7 days a week on YouTube. It never stops. It never goes away. And so it's the odds of having time to sit down and just be like, I'm gonna play fucking, I don't know, like what fuck would I even say? I don't know, like Blood Rain or something on the OG Xbox. Like I'd love to play it, but that time doesn't exist. Re-Res and the All controller. Your thoughts? I'm not sure. I saw Shane's video on that. Somebody said something about E3. Yes, I'll be at E3. I'm going there tomorrow. Anime says, who's the person that donated $1,000? That's not $1,000. That's the Swedish. I'm sorry, I already forgot the name of the currency. It's Swedish. It's the equivalent of about $140, which is still insanely generous. But that's Ade, and I still haven't got a complete understanding of the pronunciation of that name. But thank you, Ade, for doing that. If I couldn't make money at YouTube, would I get a job at GameStop? No, I have respect. No, in all seriousness, the people who work at GameStop are fine. The employees are fine. There's nothing against them. But I would never want to work for that company. I don't know exactly what my fallback plan would be. I don't know, because I can't say I didn't expect it at some point, but I haven't tried to plan for failure. It's more like I'm just going to try to keep making it work. Yes, I saw EA's E3 conference. That's how this video opened. I just talked about it the whole time. It's the Swedish crowns. We keep getting varying opinions of what the amount was. Some people say it was like 140, some people 114, some people 110, some people 100, some people 120. I haven't looked it up myself. I don't know what the exchange rate is to USD. And that's not the point. It's not important. What's my channel where we play games? Game Society, youtube.com/Game Society Pimps. The pimps part is essential. Hey Adam, I know I am so late to the party, but I played Watch Dogs for the first time. Seeing as you live in Chicago, what do you think of the game? I'm even later to the party. I haven't played the first Watch Dogs. I played a bunch of Watch Dogs 2, but I haven't really played much of Watch Dogs 1. So unfortunately, I can't really help you with that. I've been told by other people that the landscape was actually pretty accurate, but I really should sit down and play it, shouldn't I? What am I looking forward to at E3? Is it worth paying the $200 for a pass? Well, first of all, I've never been to E3, so I can't tell you. Second, I'm not paying for the pass. Like I said, my E3 experience is covered by other reasons that I cannot disclose. But I will be there. So I couldn't possibly tell you from a financial perspective if it's worth it or not. Maybe next year, after having gone once, I could tell you if in theory it would be worth it, but... Have I cleaned my SG-1000 yet? In the sense that I filmed a video of like a proper restoration? No, I haven't done that. The console works, I know that. Can I stream the Atari event at E3 for me? What? First of all right, so I'm going to try and do my post E3 videos like I have been doing for the last couple of years, but it'll be different. Rather than, having the benefit of editing, I'm going to basically watch the conferences, which I don't think I'm actually going to be able to get into any of them. There's only, was there like 5 big ones, right? There's EA's, which already happened, Ubisoft, Nintendo, Microsoft, and Sony. You need like special passes to get into any of them. I don't think I'm going to be able to get into any of them. But I will be able to probably watch them on monitors or something, and then I'll do my best to just kind of like stick the camera in my face and be like, hey guys, like this is what I thought about this. So I won't have the benefit of editing where I can like stop in between thoughts, I guess. But there you go. I'll try. If I see you at E3, can we hang out? Well, you're certainly welcome to come up and say hey, but like I have an actual schedule, so I have to like go to certain meetings. Like my goal at E3 is to basically get into as many developers conferences as I possibly can and see like who's willing to work with us over on Game Society. I don't get to do these things for fun, guys. Like I don't get to go over there and just like hang out and chill and just play a bunch of games. I wish I could. That would be great. That's not how it works. My job is in, at least in that context, is a lot of basically PR. So I have to go over there and see who's willing to work with us, and how we can get early access to games, and how we can get codes for this and all that kind of stuff, so that we can make video content. But that said, if you see me wandering around, feel free to say hey. That's totally fine. Thoughts on the Time Splitter series? I don't think I've ever actually sat down and played them all, or even any of them. I remember them being kind of cool. I remember playing the first one a little bit like years ago. And I know that they went on to make Second Sight, which is one of my favorite games of all time that no one's ever played. Will Sony announce PS5 for 2018 to steal some of Scorpio's Steam this E3? If they do, they are fucking idiots. I talked about this in my podcast, which Patreon backers currently have access to, and I guess it'll be public here later this month. But the long and the short of it is, I hope they're not that dumb. I really hope they're not that dumb. Give it maybe another year, fine, if you absolutely have to, but don't do it now. Am I doing a meetup in LA? Not really. I'm not gonna have the time. Like I said, if you're wandering around the convention center, sure, we can hang out for a bit and we can talk. But like, I'm not going out scheduling stuff. Like, I don't have it. Like, I've already got my E3 schedule and it's pretty fucking packed. The only hangout I'm doing is I know I'll be at a couple of parties on Wednesday night. I got invited to some YouTuber parties. Now, I don't know how public those are. I don't know how easy those are going to be to get into if you're not a YouTuber, if that makes any sense. I'll be at some indie game developer thing for a couple hours, and then over at the Machinima party for a while. So if we're there, you can hang out with me there. Those kind of parties are always weird for me because I don't drink. So I usually just wander around like, what do I do? I don't know. Have I ever met the GameSack guys? No, I've never met them. I know that they shit-talked me once on at a convention because somebody sent me footage of it, and I was like, motherfucker, I don't even know you. What the hell? But no, I got nothing against them, but no, I've never met them either. It says the podcast is awesome, and I wish that Chip, you wish it was weekly, and the Chip is legend. Yeah, Chip's pretty cool, dude. And I can't do the podcast weekly, like just there's not time for that, so I do it once a month. But yeah, Chip's a really cool guy. Although, I mean, this is kind of spoilers, I guess, but he's going to be off the podcast for a little while. But more information, you'll get all that in the video itself. Sony has a history of announcing consoles and games years before they're actually ready, so I'm not surprised they would announce a PS5. God, I really hope they're not dumb enough. I think if they were to actually announce PS5 now, they would probably intend to release it this year. And if that's the case, then they are just fucking retarded. You have to give the PS4 Pro at least another year. You can't jump into PS5 yet, because PS5 would not be a real PS5. It would be essentially a marketing ploy, where it really should be PS4 Ultimate or some shit. Am I scared of flying? When I talked to Pat Contry, he said he is praying the whole flight. First of all, I know Pat. Pat and I guess you would loosely call us friends. I mean, he's called me a friend. We hung out at a couple of conventions. I'll be seeing him in Philly at Too Many Games. I talked to him every once in a while on like Twitter, but I would consider us more acquaintances, even though he called me a friend. I know it makes me sound like an asshole. It's just I think he meant it more colloquially than socially. But that doesn't answer your question, does it? The question is, am I scared of flying? No, I do it way too often. Like to me, it's just you're in a flying bus. Like it's nothing. I'm completely indifferent to it. Here's a little fun fact for you guys. If you have a fear of flying that I wish someone had told me when I was younger, a plane cannot crash from turbulence. Mind blown, right? Doesn't matter how fucking shaky and shit it gets up there. It's not scientifically possible for turbulence to bring down a plane. There's many other things that can bring down a plane, but turbulence ain't one of them. So really, don't worry about it. Are Chip and I feuding? No, Chip and I are great. But it's like I said, he tells the whole story in the video. Like there's no bad blood. He just wants a break from it for different reasons. But he'll be back most likely. How do I feel about Bernie Stolar? Well, he was an idiot who ran the Saturn into the ground. He did a very good job setting up the Dreamcast, only to have Peter Moore fuck that up completely. Sega has a history of since Tom Kalinske, they really didn't have any good heads, did they? Would I consider wearing a fedora, for a visual gag? Sure, but as a general thing, no. No, Chip is not dead. It would be hard for him to tell you the story if he was dead. Right now, he's probably working or something. With a beard like Adam's, it's not him that's scared of flying. It's everyone else. Dude, this is barely a beard. I got this trimmed the other day. This is nothing. This is bullshit. Do I know Metal Jesus Rocks? Not personally. I've never met him. I know of him. I know that he got in a lot of hot water when Shenmue 3 was announced because he made a video kind of unintentionally denouncing it, and he gave a lot of piss poor misinformation to the point where he actually got rid of the video and did a video basically apologizing for it because he had spread out a lot of bullshit by accident. That's the thing I kind of unfortunately associate him with. I know he lives in the Seattle area. I know he had access to the American N64 DD. I know he had access to the American Orange Xbox. But beyond that, I've never talked to the guy now. I should make a Dreamcast game before I die. I have no coding skills. Development has never been something I was interested in. Will you be getting a consoleized Game Gear by Bahar Bros? Okay, so that's funny. If you guys don't know that, the Bahar Bros are these guys in Turkey who make a lot of Dreamcast peripherals, really high-grade VGA boxes, and they made the Akura, which is an HDMI box for the Dreamcast. Oddly, they decided to make a Game Gear, a consoleized Game Gear. Now, I've actually talked to them about that. It's a possibility. But the thing is, I don't, based on what I was talking to them about, it's unlikely because it seems like they were doing a very, very brief production run. And it's just kind of a test thing just to see if there's enough interest out there. But they made it sound like they don't expect it to be wildly successful. So there may not be ever that many made. But to answer your question, I would love to have one. I'd love to do a video on it and all that stuff. But I don't really expect that. I think that a lot of their interest and attention is focused on the Akura right now. Because that thing ended up being way more successful than I think they expected it to be. What's behind the white door in your videos? This room. This is my office. I've been watching a pilot vlogger and it made me want to learn to fly despite my flight anxiety. Well, good. I wish you the best on that. Flying is something that people are generally uncomfortable with. But I never understood that. I flew a lot, and I remember it, too. You just feel uneasy because, you're in the air. You have no control over anything. So I get that. But once you, like I said, once you learn that you can't crash from, that shit, then you're like, fuck it. Plus, I just do it so often now. I'm on a plane, every 2 weeks. 2 weeks ago, I was in Winnipeg. 2 weeks before that, I was in New York. 2 weeks before that, I was in Japan. 2 weeks before that, I was flying to Japan. You see my point? And, tomorrow I'm flying to Los Angeles. A week later I'm going to Philadelphia. And 2 weeks after that I'm going to Europe again. So it's I'm all over the fucking place. I can't be afraid to fly at this point. You just can't. Did someone really donate $1,000? No, that's Swedish crowns. It's about $112. We're still obviously incredibly generous. And Ade, again, thank you for doing that. But no, it's not $1,000. People are like, dude, you're like famous now because everyone thinks you donated $1,000. Congratulations. Let's all give him a round of applause. Would I ever sell my North American Dreamcast library? Why the fuck would I do that? Like, I guess if I absolutely needed the money, sure. But if I'm at that point, I probably quit YouTube a long time ago, and I'm probably, like, doing something else. Would you buy every single Dreamcast in existence if you could afford to? No. A, because of storage. That's insane. B, because then you're depriving everyone of having the console. The only Dreamcasts I buy anymore these days are, like, ones that I see in thrift stores where they're clearly going to be, like, destroyed. And so I just salvage them and save them. But I only do that when they're, like, cheap. TSA is the worst part of flying. I have TSA pre-check. In and out. No big deal. It's like, why the fuck wouldn't you do that? If you're an American, highly recommended. Am I at Gamescom? I am not at Gamescom. I'm at home. In Chicago. People keep bringing up the Atari box thing. I don't know enough about it, so I can't really talk much about it. I'm assuming it's just another one of these, like, fucking clone box things. If that's the case, no. The Spirit of Speed on Dreamcast as bad as people say. I hated it. It's bad enough that they put LJN's name on it, even though LJN had been dead for like 10 years at that point. What is PreCheck? TSA PreCheck is a program you can sign up for. You register with the U.S. government. You have to be an American, so this is not eligible for anybody else. You basically sign up for it. You fill out a bunch of paperwork. If you meet the initial qualifications, then you basically get set up for a meeting that you have to attend. They take your fingerprints. They do all this stuff. They do a lot of background checks on you. And then if you pass, they give you they basically tell you, like, okay, you're cleared to fly. So you go through a special line at airports where you really just go through the metal detector, and they scan your bag, and that's it. You don't have to take your shoes off, your belt off, or any of that stuff, and the lines are always shorter. It's kind of like a first class system. It's very nice because you basically pay $85 and then you're good for like 5 years. Ade just donated more crowns. He donated 500 crowns, which I assume is about $58, something like that. Says, damn, I am so broke now. Have to sleep in my Rolls Royce tonight. Sad face. Just kidding. Can I ask another question now? Yeah, of course. What you could have asked it right there, man. What's the question? Thank you for the super chat. Really, seriously, appreciate it. Adam, it's nice to meet you, and I never had a problem with the Dreamcast controller ports, even if I unplug and plug in controller with it still on. That's because they haven't popped yet. They will eventually. You shouldn't do that. You're overloading the circuit board. The fuse will pop if you keep doing that. Am I going to be at Gamescom? No, I am not. Not that I'm aware of. That is not why I'm going to Berlin. First of all, it's not in Berlin. It's in Cologne. So no, I'm not going to be there. Unless something random happens and I get an invite to go right back to Germany after I came back from there, which I'm not expecting. He just took out a loan for super chat donations. I hope not. He said he was kidding. Thoughts on Half-Life on the Dreamcast. So apparently there's two versions of that. There's the one that's out that everyone's played or has had access to for years. But apparently there is a further along build of the game that most people have never had. I don't have it. That apparently the load times on that are greatly reduced. It would be nice to see that version and then run that version through like the GDMU or something, because then I imagine load times would be even better. Just got another super chat from Radix Hots. He says, will you buy the new Xbox? Your show is great. Well, first of all, thank you for that, for the super chat and for the compliment. New Xbox, by that I assume you mean the Scorpio. We'll probably find out a lot more about the Scorpio tomorrow, because that's when Microsoft's conference is. And I imagine very logically they will reveal everything about it tomorrow. What it looks like, the price point, all that stuff. That is what my answer will be contingent on. I want one, but I don't own a 4K TV, so like the benefit I'll get out of it is minimal. So I don't know. But most likely, yeah, I would want it. But if it's like $600, I might wait on that shit, because again, I don't know how much benefit I'll be getting out of it. But Microsoft's usually pretty good at, here, I'm gonna give you a pro tip right now. If Microsoft releases this thing for like $600 in like mid-November, just wait a month till Christmas is coming around. I fucking guarantee you will see Xbox bundles for at least $50 to $100 cheaper, because Microsoft has a really, really good habit of doing that, of making Christmas bundles that are just like much, much cheaper. That would be my suggestion to you. RGT85 said it's a new home console. Well, first of all, I didn't see Sean's video. I apologize. I'm actually going to be on a panel with Sean in like 2 weeks at Too Many Games on that Sunday about Sega stuff, so maybe we'll have to brush up on that. But I hadn't seen Sean's video, so I'm very curious, but I can't imagine is Atari, who is not really a company in existence anymore, is going to start going head to head with Sony, Microsoft, and Nintendo. I can't see that being the case. People have a tendency to spread a lot of misinformation about shit like this. Like, there's a new Sega Genesis clone console coming out, and a lot of people think, oh, this is Sega's answer to the Nintendo NES Classic. It's like, no, it's not. This is At Games Firecore licensed bullshit that plays like crap. This is the same garbage that they've been pumping out forever. You just think it's similar because you remember the NES Classic. I don't know what the Atari box is, so I admit I'm discussing this from a standpoint of ignorance. But the idea that Atari would be making a brand new competitive console to me is absurd. So I just can't see that being the case. Is the first generation recap going to happen? I guess it could. I mean, it would consist of like, it would be one video. That's all it could be. And it would be every clone console. Guess what I've got in the mind. It would be every Pong console I've got, basically all in one video. The only console to me that's interesting in the first generation is the Magnavox Odyssey, which I don't own. I've seen one. I've seen it a couple times. My buddy Toy Rat up in Milton, Ontario, speaking of which, Scott the Canadian, welcome. He has one, but that's it. Like, if I go back to Toronto anytime soon, which currently I have no plans to, sorry Scott, then maybe I could film something with that up there. Last time I was there, I got some footage of it, but nothing I could like make a whole video out of. So we'll see. Adam, Michael Jordan is well known in Chicago since I live in Quincy. Spoilers, Michael Jordan's well known everywhere on this planet. But yes, he's well known here. He has a statue. Have I ever been tempted to make a RetroPie in an NES cartridge? I have not. My girlfriend or Laura Croft? Obviously, I'm going to pick my girlfriend because she's real. Scott just called me a jerk. Fuck off, Scott. You slut. Will I ever do a recap on British microcomputers? No, I don't own any. I really would not be the right guy for that. You'd have to. Someone in the UK would be much better suited for something like that. First of all, you have them, you have experiences with them, you know what they are. Like I would, everything I would get out of that would be very, very secondhand, and would be from the perspective of someone who never really interacted with them or even really knew much about them. So you might as well just give me a script at that point, like have me say whatever if it's just my voice you want to hear, just you got to tell me what to say about it because I don't know shit about it. I got a big flat in Poland. Feel invited for holidays. We go hunt rare games for $1. I will actually, as part of this thing in Germany, I will briefly be in Poland as well. But I probably won't be able to do much game hunting there. Game hunting in Poland I've done a couple of times. It's not really the same animal. It's cheaper, but the most of the stuff you're gonna find there is PlayStation 2 games. Anything before that is like impossible, and anything after that is kind of pointless because it's stuff that's not that hard to find everywhere else. So I found that cheap PS2 games like Euro exclusives that's great in Poland, but beyond that I couldn't really find any worthwhile stuff to pick up there. But that's from the perspective of someone who actually occasionally gets to pop in and out of other countries. We got a question in Polish, which I can't read because I'm assuming it's asking if I'm Polish. I am not. My last name apparently is Polish, but I'm not. It's like a Ellis Island translation error. I'm actually half British, half Italian, and all American. How often do you get consoles die often? What? I assume you're asking like how often my consoles die. The answer is not really ever. It's very rare. Hey, Lucas, what's up? You guys, this guy Lucas the Chin that you see in there, he says, what's most excited to see at E3? He will be going to E3 with me. Spoilers. I'm I don't know, Lucas. We'll find out together. It's hard to say at this point, but I'm just excited in general, mostly because I've never been to E3, so that whole experience will just be fucking cool. Do I think in 100 years game consoles will be so obsolete that everyone will have forgotten about them? It's entirely possible. I mean, it's, there's a lot of dead technology that people don't ever really realize was a thing, and that could be chief among them. Ever played Boogerman on Genesis? I played it on the Super Nintendo years ago, but I don't remember it particularly well. Eddie, did you ever come up with another question? If so, did I miss it? Do you ever see the black apple Pippin? Was it the black one or the gray one? There was a guy, I think he was in Germany, who sent me a message a couple of years ago, and he showed me pictures of an apple Pippin. I think it was either gray or black, and he said something, like he was thinking about giving it to me, and then I was like, dude, you have no idea what that thing is. Like, I told him, like, it's like this really rare thing, blah blah blah. And then he was like, and then he looked it up and he was like, oh my god, I hope you're not upset, but I've decided to keep it. And I'm like, yeah, no, I'm not. Keep it, dude. That's just, you should. But I've never seen one in person, if that's your question. I've only ever seen the white one, which I have. Do I like the new DLC for Shovel Knight? I can't say I've played it. Thoughts on the 3DS family future? I think you're gonna get that new 2DS, and then that's kind of it. Like, you'll get some more games out of it. They're just kind of milking that while they can. Nintendo has a history of doing this, and I never know why anybody's surprised by it. Like, every time they have a successful platform, they re-release it even after their next version of that their platform is out. So in this case, the Switch is out, but of course they're going to release a new 2DS because the 2DS, 3DS was successful. They released the Wii Mini after the Wii U was out. Like, that's what they do. And they only do it with their consoles and platforms that were successful. They never do it with the ones that weren't, at least successful enough. Like, there's a reason you never saw a Slim N64, even after the GameCube was out. There's a reason you never saw another version of the GameCube after the Wii was out, even though the Wii kind of was a GameCube. This is not new information. With that said, if you follow that historical trend, you'll probably see, I would say, 2DS content for another 6 months, but the amount of worthwhile content you'll see is going to be very limited. Favorite Resident Evil 2, hands down. Did you play Small Soldiers on the PS1? It's so terrible. No, I did pick that up in Texas, actually with Chip. We went game hunting and I found it down there. And I did buy it, but I never got around to playing it. Do I think the moon landing was fake? No, I don't. I have coffee, but you guys, this time I'm prepared. I think I told you this already, but I have 2 coffees. You guys, I showed you this earlier, but for those who didn't see it, this is in a Warner Brothers bottle. Warner Brothers actually sent this to me. They sent me like a gift bag full of just cool shit because like 2 months ago, I was in Los Angeles filming some stuff on the Warner Brothers lot, and so they just sent me promo stuff. The promo stuff got kind of divided amongst me and my team, and I ended up with the water bottle and a couple other things. Uncharted or Indiana Jones? Well, that's kind of a weird comparison. If we're talking about video games, Uncharted wins because Indiana Jones has not had a good history of that. If we're talking about movies, Indiana Jones wins because Uncharted doesn't even have movies. And if we're talking about characters, well, Uncharted's not a character, Drake is. So what's the question? What are we comparing? What am I doing at 100,000 subs? Honestly, I don't really have a plan. What I would want to do is do like a live show, but that's what we're doing right now. So like, I kind of suck with those anniversary type of videos and those milestone videos. I used to do like, back in the older fucking days, man. Like every 1,000 subs, I would, do a video like there was an AMA, and then I would just go in the comments and anything you asked, I would answer it. That just became infeasible because I was starting to get too many subs too quickly, and like it became almost routine that like every 2 weeks I was gonna have to do one of those videos, so I stopped doing that. So I guess I would just kind of do that, a live show again, but it would be basically exactly what we're doing right now. I don't have any other special plans, to be honest with you, but honestly, at the rate I'm going now, because I do not get subs the way I used to, like I'm lucky if I get like 30 a day, so my guess is it'll take at least another year before that happens. Have I played the Friday the 13th game? I have not. What's my least favorite Dreamcast game of all time? That's kind of a mix. Like, it's gonna be some Japanese game. It's like a date sim that I can't play. So that, I know it's not a very good answer, but those are what I would have to say because they're all unplayable shit to me. Um, have I ever considered upgrading the screen in my Divers 2000 CX1? Fuck no. I'm not. Why would you do that to that thing? Just leave it alone. It's a collector's piece, man. You don't actually try to use it. If my TV doesn't have an S video port, how should I play the GBA games on the GameCube player, assuming I can't buy the component cables? If you have a PAL unit, you could use RGB. If you're in North America and you don't have the capacity to use S video and you don't have the willingness to get the component cables, you are stuck with composite, which, sorry. All I can say is sorry. Although you could look into the GameCube HDMI mod that's kind of bubbling up now. That'll still cost you some money, but that'll have its benefits. What are my favorite Mario games? My all-time favorite is Super Mario World. And then the remake of Super Mario 3 that existed on the Super Mario All-Stars collection. Then if we're talking about like main series stuff, not like Mario Kart and all those type of spin-offs, then I'd probably go with Super Mario 64. I think those would be like my top 3. Worst North American Dreamcast game is probably Spirit of Speed. It just comes off like a tech demo. Am I going to do any game pickups tomorrow? Why would I do that tomorrow specifically? Tomorrow I'm on a flight to Los Angeles for E3. I don't think I'm going to have time to do a video of pickups randomly. SCART mod on GameCube. If you have a PAL unit, it doesn't require a mod. Those naturally have RGB built into them. What do I think about Pokemon Go and its effect on video games in the future? I couldn't have cared any less because I don't really like mobile games and I don't like Pokemon, so the whole thing was not appealing to me. What was appealing to me was the amount of people that were playing it. There was a day there where 7% of the American population played that game in one day, which is insane. But then that shit just completely fell off the radar, didn't it? But I mean, like, how could it stay that way? That was unsustainable. What effect that'll have is still kind of unknown, but I know we're seeing... I know Nintendo tried, Mario Go and all these other things. So we'll see what comes of that. But I haven't seen anybody else captivate the mobile market that way. At least not since. Why the All-Stars version of Super Mario 3? That's the version I grew up with. Ultimately, it's a better looking version. It's like a 16-bit rendition. Nothing against the NES version, but like when you just play them back to back, I guess I prefer the remake. Do I have every PAL Wii U game? No, but I do have every PAL Wii U exclusive, as far as I know, which was not easy because the PAL Wii U exclusives are oddly spaced out. Like there's some of them that only came out in the UK, some that only came out in Germany, some that only came out in Italy, some that only came out in France, as opposed to like all of the EU or Europe. I'm sorry, Europe, not the EU specifically. But so yeah, but I think I have them all. I think there's something like 12. There's not that many. Where in Los Angeles am I staying? I'm not 100% sure. I think it's near the convention center. I have it written down somewhere. I didn't memorize it. I'm not familiar enough with the area. I mean, I've been to Los Angeles multiple times, but I never, I didn't memorize that shit. We just got another super chat from Chris Simey. Well, thank you again. I'll grab the 2 Scribblenauts games. What happened with the tweets from Renee from DB Electronics and Voltaire regarding the engine block AV? I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry. But thank you for the super chat. If you want to clarify that, I could possibly answer that. Ade just donated again. He donated 20 crowns. That's right. I got it this time. Swedish crowns. Thank you again. Can you come to Sweden? And then he just gave me his email address for cash. Tell you what, you want to buy me a plane ticket and a hotel in Sweden? I'll come visit you. How about that? Don't actually do that. But that's the only other. I've never been to Sweden. Nothing has ever been like, hey, do you want to come to this thing in Sweden? So I have no current plans to go to Sweden. That's the extent of what I can say about that, I guess. But thank you again. You seem to be like you mentioned a Rolls Royce. Sell it and buy me a flight. I'll come on over. How about that? Don't do it. Tell me what games you need on the Wii U and I'll find the PAL versions of them for cheap. Well, like I said, I don't need any of the other PAL exclusives. I have no reason to get. There's a few North American games I'm missing, but there's no reason for me to get the PAL versions of those games because they do exist here. So I'll just find those instead. But thank you for the offer. What do I think PlayStation will bring to E3, and which do you prefer, Xbox or PS4? I think Sony, if they're smart, they'll just focus on a really strong game lineup. I imagine that they'll have something. They have to have some sort of big announcement. People speculating it's PS5, and I really hope they're not that dumb. I really hope they're not that dumb. But it is possible. I hope it's something smarter than that, but I have no idea what it would be. As for so I hope that they just focus on the games. As for the other question about like which I prefer, there was a long time there in this generation I was really just team PS4. I thought the Xbox One had so many flaws in it that I couldn't stand until eventually I gave up on them on the PlayStation 4 because Microsoft started doing everything right, and the PlayStation 4 was still not doing the one thing I wanted it to do the most, which was external storage, which they've now done. So now I'm like right there in the middle where I don't know who the fuck to be on which side of. So like when a game comes out, like it's almost indifferent. I'm almost indifferent to which platform I pick it up for. Maybe that's also part of being older. I'm 30. I don't really care about fanboyism or console wars or any of that. You know, the newer versions of it, if you will. I like it. I appreciate it from like a historical standpoint and understanding it. But like, no, my plastic box is better than your plastic box. Like I grew up out of that shit a long time ago. I go for the one that has more benefit. The funny thing is now neither one of them necessarily has that much more of a benefit. So I guess what I'm kind of doing is holding out for more information on the Scorpio. So that might be what is a decider for me. Either way, it's not like I wouldn't stop buying PS4 stuff. I just might decide in general to get Xbox brand stuff instead. New Sony handheld to compete with the Switch. There's a lot of people speculating that that's actually true. Like there's these prototype mock-ups and stuff of what looks like the equivalent of a PS Vita with like Switch like handles and stuff that come on and off. I have no idea if that's true. I really hope it's not. But whatever. Am I gonna play Super Mario Odyssey? I really want to. That game really captivated me when I first saw it at Nintendo's press conference back in like January or whatever it was. And now they're gonna have like a whole show of it at E3. So I'm excited to see more of it. It actually looks really cool. I tried to attend an event in Chicago actually where you could play it, but Nintendo really fucked up the nature of that event, so I never got to play it. Do you recommend the Neo Geo X Gold? No, I do not. That is I own an Apple Pippin. I own 2 Philips CDIs. I own a Tiger R Zone. The Neo Geo X is the only platform I regret getting, which should tell you something. Not to be confused with the Neo Geo AES. That's an amazing machine. Neo Geo X is a piece of fucking shit. Any chance Halo 6 gets announced for Scorpio tomorrow? Chance? Yes. Probability? I mean, I'm hoping Microsoft's smart enough to focus more on their own. Like, I mean, that is one of their IPs, but I'm hoping they're smart enough to like try something other than Halo. Because this last year with the Xbox has been very bland. It's been very cannibalistic. Like anything that they get, they're like, oh, it's also on PC, so like, fuck it. Like it's never that exciting because you have to have an incentive for people to buy the Xbox. If every one of their games is available on other devices, there's no fucking reason to buy an Xbox. They got to get the hell out of that mentality. I know that was like supposed to be a big thing for them, where they want to do this cross-platform thing, but it just doesn't give people a reason to buy a fucking Xbox. What's the latest with Shenmue 3? It was delayed until the second half of 2018, which makes perfect fucking sense. What the hell is a Tiger R Zone? It's like a very so there was a time, people, when the Virtual Boy looked like it was going to be the most popular thing in existence, and Sega started working on a prototype of their own thing, which they never released, and then Tiger, the shitty Tiger Electronics company, they made all those like little crappy handheld devices with like the little shitty LED type of, not LED, but like these little crappy screens with like gray and white imagery that would kind of flash. That company decided to go on and make a clone essentially of the Virtual Boy, which is like this headset thing you put on your eye, and you can kind of play a crappy fucking game. I have one. I bought it for like $3. Came with like 5 games. It's terrible, and it's still more interesting to me than the Neo Geo X. Scott the Canadian's heading out. Later, dude. What do you think about Last Gamer, a guy holding the world's the world's largest game collector, Gunnies 1? I've never heard of this person, so congratulations to them, I guess. I guess I don't really have an opinion. Did we ever get an answer about what that question was in regards to that last super chat? I don't remember the question exactly, but it was about the engine block AV or something like that. Do I consider the Nintendo Switch 8th or 9th gen? Honestly, I don't know. I don't think anybody really knows that. People bullshit and claim that they do. Oh no, it's 9th gen because it's new. Fuck you. You don't know what you're talking about. Oh, it's 8th gen because it's old tech. Fuck you. You don't know what you're talking about. You literally don't. Nobody does. None of us know what the fuck that line is yet. Because it's older tech. I won't say it older, but it's inferior technology to what is already considered 8th gen hardware. So it doesn't win on a technical level. So timing wise, it sounds like it would be newer, but at the same time, it's going to come out. It came out before continued 8th gen hardware in the form of Scorpio, which is undoubtedly more advanced. And at the same time, people who will bullshit and say like, "Oh, it's new, so it's 9th," they do not know fuck all about what they're talking about, especially because they don't know shit about history. They don't know, like, it's not unprecedented to have one console manufacturer have 2 consoles in the same generation. It's happened multiple times. Atari did it with the 2600 and the 5200. SNK did it most recently with the Neo Geo AES and the Neo Geo CD. It's not unprecedented. So I think we're just not sure yet where the Switch is. If I had to call it, if you're forcing me to call it, I'd still say it's 8th gen tech. It's an 8th gen console, and Nintendo is the latest in the line of people who have had 2 consoles in one generation. That's where I would stand. But I don't make those rules. Adam, surely we won't see a PS5 until at least 2020. I think that's pushing it. People, man, I assume, Jay, that you're younger. There was a time where new console cycles came out every 5 years. You have to remember the PS4 launched 4 years ago. So next year under the old model would actually not be unreasonable to bring out the PS5. Problem is the 7th gen was so long and so many people grew up with thinking that generations are supposed to be that freakishly long that they're not willing to accept you are supposed to have updated generations more often. But now we're in this weird like half cycle refresh model with the PS4 Pro and the Scorpio where we might be getting new consoles every like 3 years instead, which is the exact opposite of what the 7th gen achieved. So it's going to be weird, man. It's going to be really weird. I would be astonished if Sony is stupid enough to announce the PS5 not tomorrow, but the day after. I think it's Monday is their press conference. If they're dumb enough to do that, that'll be amazing. I could see them doing it at E3 the next year, but if they do it in 2 days from now, ugh. Ed A, again, thank you. Just super chat. He says, "Will you upload this to YouTube? I need to sleep soon." Yes, after this stream ends, the video will be processed and it will be available on YouTube publicly. Obviously, it will no longer be live, but it will exist. What do I think about the HoloLens games? Oh, also thank you for the super chat again, Ed A. Seriously, you've been like an MVP tonight. How much have you put down? I think this dude's put down like $200 tonight. That's amazing. Thank you. I just picked up a Sony CDI player. Have you ever seen it? Do you mean the Philips CDI? Or do you mean like the little portable old mini disc players that Sony used to make? HoloLens games. I don't really have any thoughts on that. I've never seen one in person. Is that thing actually like released? I thought that was just like kind of a display thing that Microsoft did that they never actually got around to. Do I think they'll announce Shenmue HD at E3? No. Sega is not even having like a real conference. They're going to have a booth, I guess, that's going to have mostly Yakuza stuff and some other things. Games that already exist and have been released in Japan. If I could see Sega announcing Shenmue HD next year, now that we know Shenmue 3 will come out probably after E3 of 2018. it would be perfect time for them to do that, and we give them another year to work on it. That would be my guess, if it happens, of course. We are now. I think we're now in console generation 8.5. Stop with the fucking decimal places. I hate when people do that. That's so. No offense, but that's fucking dumb. That makes no sense. That's not a thing. It's just not a thing. It never was. That's like when people say, "Oh no, the Jaguar isn't really 5th gen. It's 4.5." No, it's a fucking 5th gen platform. Why do we have to deal with decimal places? Like, it's a number. It's a solid number. Even though we don't think of it as the same technical level, it doesn't mean it doesn't count. Add a hat just donated again. Thank you. He says, "You to MVP, son." Thank you. Rock on. Thank you for the super chats, man. Seriously. Tomorrow is E3 2016 remastered. In what sense do you mean that? Do you think we'll ever get a physical release of Yakuza 5? God, I wish. I know they got it in Japan, but we never got it physically over here. So that sucks because I really want to play that one too. But I will not support digital version. I know there was a brief time where Limited Run Games was talking about trying to get to work with Sega and trying to work with Sony to get a physical release of that made. But I think that completely fell through. I don't think Sega has any interest in letting Limited Run Games publish something for them. If it got ported to the PS4, then I could see it, but I don't think it's going to get it all on its own. Sony cell phones are actually pretty good. Do they still make those? I was pretty sure they shut down their cell phone division. Do I have Sonic 4 Episode 1 or Sonic 4 Episode 2? Like those digital ones? I think at some point somebody gifted those to me, but I've never played them. So I have access to them, I guess. I don't have them, but I have access to them. My thoughts on pointless remasters. So I take the uncommon route with remasters. The thing about remasters is you don't have to buy them. They're not making you do that. Generally, remasters are good, man. Like, you get enhanced versions of games with extra content for a cheaper price. And they're introduced to a whole new generation of players that never had access to them originally. It can be annoying because you can be like, I want new content, but like, economics, man, like they have to re-release that shit to stay afloat. And again, you're not under any obligation to buy them. Your older versions of that shit didn't stop working because they released a newer one. Does your birthday fall within the dates of the calendar in Shenmue 2? I was born on June 6, 1987, so I used it to find so I used to find it really cool that it was set then. Actually, my birthday is December 8th, 1986, and I believe that game starts on December 3rd, 1986. So yes, you definitely run into my actual birthday, which I always thought was neat. Thoughts on PSVR? I've only used it once. My other channel, Game Society, we were sent a loaner of that to make a couple of videos, and we used it, and it was fine. I mean, it was nothing I would ever buy, but it was kind of cool to try like once or twice. But the whole VR thing like just really doesn't do anything for me. So I have no interest in like paying anything for a unit. Thoughts on the new Bubsy game? Like I said earlier, I'm just surprised that that's a thing, much like everybody else, and I'm amazed that we're that low on IPs that has to be a thing. Coffee number 1 is finished. Let's put it to the side. Now we got coffee number 2 in the Warner Brothers thing. Although this is cold now, but who cares? Oh, cold coffee. What the fuck's wrong with you? I need the caffeine, buddy. Oh yeah, that's the shit. Lucas is going to go pack. Lucas is going with me to Los Angeles for E3. Have a good packing session, Lucas. You should have done it before the stream like I did. Actually, there's not much to pack, honestly. I travel extremely light. Thoughts on Japan? You go watch the previous live stream. That's pretty much like what half of that show was. But there's still... All right, here's what I will say about Japan. There's still more content coming out from my trip to Japan. I got 2 more Game Store videos. And you guys are going to... If you like pickups... The last of those 2 is gonna be the one you really want to watch. It's like, hang on one second. I'm gonna be sure I get this right. It's 51 minutes and 28 seconds of pickups. Yeah, yeah, I did well. You'll see. That comes out. That doesn't come out for a while though. It comes out on July 7th. Yeah, I'm that organized. We just got another super chat from Chris Simi again. He says, "Are you getting Mega Man Legacy Collection 2 as a physical version of Mega Man 9 and 10?" Yes, I will be getting that. I don't know when or which platform. I think I have the previous one on the Xbox One, so I'll probably just stick with that. Uh, but yeah, no, that's definitely something I would definitely want. And thank you again for the super chat. Uh, Adam, I recently picked up a Game Gear. Any game suggestions? Honestly, the Game Gear library never really wowed me. I mean, I would pick up a lot of the Sonic stuff. I'm sure a lot of people actually could tell you better suggestions than I could because the Game Gear was not something I really grew up with. So a lot of the games I played, like there was this Donald Duck game I really liked on there, but I don't know how well that would hold up now. Um, yeah, I don't know. Was Phantasy Star ever released on there, or would that have not worked? I mean, you guys, somebody give them some more suggestions. I'm not really sure what else to say about that because a lot of the Sonic games on there aren't even that great, but they're okay. Honestly, whenever I think of the Game Gear, I never think of it like its library being all that impressive. I honestly always thought the Game Boy. I mean, I thought the Game Gear was a better machine, but the Game Boy had the better games. I'm just gonna be real with you. Do I watch the co-optional podcast? I've never heard of it. How long's the stream so far? I guess we're closing in on 2 hours at this point. Will you stop buying new games once consoles go all digital? Correct. I have no interest in. I'm never going to support digital content. Like it'll actually, in a weird way, it'll be kind of nice because I won't have to like care about it anymore. But by the time that happens, I'll be. I don't know how old I'll be, obviously, but I'll probably have reached a point where it's like, why the fuck am I doing this? You know, like so who knows? It'll maybe in a sense it'll be kind of relieving. Twisted Metal 2 HD would be awesome. David Jaffe's newest game sucks. Well, I don't know what his newest game is. I know he was like the lead developer of a lot of the older Twisted Metal, the first two, and then like Black, and after that, I know he had nothing to do with 3 or 4. But yeah, Twisted Metal 2 is one of my favorite games of all time, and I would love to see a remake of that shit. That would be amazing. That would be an amazing surprise announcement from Sony. They will not do it, but that would be awesome. It is weird. Like, I mean, that is a PlayStation franchise we are yet to see on the PS4. It's probably because the PS3 Twisted Metal really wasn't very good. I remember like being so excited for Twisted Metal 2012, 5 years ago. Jesus Christ. And that game sucked. That game was bad. Like it was, like as I recall, you could only play as like 3 different characters, and I was like, dude, how did you miss this? Like, the formula for a good Twisted Metal game has been figured out a long time ago. You just do that. Could you attempt a complete PS4 collection? No, Jesus Christ, no. That console already has more games than most consoles ever released. Like it's insane already, and they has a massive amount of regional and very limited exclusives. It's not like all Sony consoles. I actually genuinely pity any game collector who's really into PlayStation stuff because that's what they're gonna want to go after is complete sets of impossible things. Like it's way too hard to get PlayStation content because everything is their libraries are always massive. Is the Bandai Pippin the Japanese version of the Apple Pippin? Yes. Like traditionally, what they would in Japan, what they would do is release American products with Japanese companies' names because they would sell better. They don't really need to do that as much anymore, but that was traditionally what they did. Will I stream at E3? Stream? No. I'm going to try and do post reaction videos, but it'll be very haphazard. I'm basically going to stick my phone's camera in my face and be like, hey guys, this is what I thought. And like, I won't have the benefit of being able to set up in my space and like film it and, edit it and show you pictures and all that kind of stuff. I can't do any of that because I'm going to be on site. So what I'll probably do is, I'll sit there and watch the presentation, run back to my hotel room to use the Wi-Fi and record it and upload it, and that'll be it. That's my plan anyway. We'll see how it goes. Because I don't know entirely I have a schedule, and my schedule should permit me to do that, but I also have no idea what the speed of the internet connection will be. So we'll see. Do I think the Twisted Metal franchise is underrated? In 2017, yes. I mean, at one time it was much more successful because it was much more well known. So now it's underrated because a lot of people don't really remember it, and they should, but they don't. Um, isn't completing PS4 set gonna be hard because of limited run games? Yeah, there's them, and then there's like now there's a bunch of other companies that are also doing all these limited things. Like PlayAsia is doing that now, and there's like it's not limited run games, but there's another one now that's doing that, and it's getting like fucking impossible. So I would never attempt it. Um, will you name your favorite Sonic games? My favorite of all time is Sonic the Hedgehog 2 for Sega Genesis. Second one would probably be Sonic Adventure, Sega Dreamcast. Third, probably Sonic 3 and Knuckles when combined together. Fourth, maybe Sonic Adventure 2. But I absolutely hate all the Rouge and Knuckles parts of those games. Sad fact about Sonic is as awesome as he is and as many cool games as he has, it's actually very limited. Like there's only a couple of games that are actually really, really good. And yeah, after there's a lot more bad Sonic games than there are good Sonic games. At least of like main franchise ones. There's a lot of good spin-off ones too. Like the racing games are pretty good, but those don't really count for the same reason Mario Kart doesn't really count. Signature edition of stuff is limited, right? I'm not sure what you're referring to. It's got another super chat from Radix Hots. He says, to a cool dude, hope you have a great day at E3. Thank you very much. Yeah, like I said, going to Los Angeles tomorrow. I'm going to E3. I can't really talk about the details of this, but I got an all expenses covered basically media invite to E3. So I'll be there for a few days. I'll be in Los Angeles for like 4 days. I'll be back here on Thursday. And that'll be a lot of fun. Rarest OG Xbox game you have? Damon Vector. I've shown this in a video. Damon Vector was a game that the internet did not believe was real until I showed that it was. That's how fucking rare that game. I showed that game existed. That's how people found out it was real. Damon Vector was a weird Xbox OG exclusive. It came out on PC back then and the OG Xbox, but it was only released on the OG Xbox in Singapore and Taiwan. Oddly enough. And it was not even that long of a run. It wasn't around very often. It's not common in those areas either. And I kept seeing like images of it on Google and stuff claiming it was real, but nobody actually could prove it. It was just like generic artwork. And the only place that even had a listing for it was PlayAsia, and it was like sold out with no proof that it ever really was there. It might have been a pre-order listing that never worked out. Anyway, so I was just searching around, and I randomly found this website called like Cartwheel or something like that. And this guy was selling it for like $20, like something like nothing. And I was like, dude, will you ship this to the States? And he was in Singapore, and he was like, I guess. I hadn't really thought anybody in the States would want it. And I was like, well, I'll take it, man. Like, what do I got to do? I'll pay the shipping. I don't care. And he was like, well, he looked into it and he got back to me and he's like, shipping it to the States, it really won't cost all that much. So I'll just do it. It's free shipping, like $20, and it includes the shipping. And I was like, done. And then I got it and I showed it in a video. And I had a bunch of Xbox collectors contact me like, where did you fucking find this? Like, how do you know it's real? Like, is it real? Like, is it actually real? I'm like, here's photos. Like, this fucking game is in my hands. It's real. It works. And so I know that a couple of them ended up finding a couple of copies out of Taiwan. But I've only seen like a handful of people that have it. That said, it's not valuable. It's just rare. There's not really many valuable games on the OG Xbox. Like there's Metal Wolf Chaos, which I have, and there's Jurassic Park Operation Genesis, which I have, and that's it. Like there's rare ones, but not necessarily expensive ones. The other really hard one to find is Zillernet. It's like a music game. Only came out in South Korea. I have it. Again, not valuable, but rare as fuck because it only came out in one country and in a country where you never really think to look for stuff like that. Ed A. Hat just super chatted again. He says, thoughts on Stephen Curry? I hope he beats LeBron tonight. I mean, I was kind of hoping that the Warriors would lose at least one game, but fuck it. Let's let the NBA Finals end in the most predictable way possible. You put Kevin Durant on a team that went 73-9 last year. Why? Why the fuck are we making the Monstars from Space Jam a real team? Why are we doing that? So it's not even interesting to watch. It's like these two fucking super teams that shouldn't exist. I'm not interested in that. I respect Stephen Curry's ability to play. He's obviously very talented. But why the fuck did you have to bring Kevin Durant into that shit too? Thank you again for the super chat. What do I think of emulators and do I use them? No, I don't use them. No, I have no interest in them. I don't use them on PC. I have played them in the past on like consoles just for fun. Like I would, I loaded up like an OG Xbox full of them, and I always thought that was kind of neat. But I'm in a unique position because I obviously I prefer original hardware, and I actually happen to have a lot of the original hardware, so I never really need to bother with it. I got nothing against it. It's just not my thing. Which country do I want to visit? Well, it's interesting you say that because my answer was always Japan. But now that I've done that, unless we include countries I've already been to, which would still be Japan, I'd love to go back. If it's countries I've never been to, that's interesting. I guess either Italy or South Korea. Obviously, that's kind of a strangely divisive answer. Italy would be mostly for the food. I'm a shitty tourist. I'm going to put that out there right now. I'm a shitty tourist. I do not go to see sights. I don't give a fuck about that shit. I go for the food and like the culture, and like sometimes it's fun to just like game hunt, but that's kind of depends on where you are, of course. But mostly to me, it's about the food and just kind of like what it would be like to live in that place for like a week or two, And with Italy, I'm going to be honest, it would be mostly the food. Like, I know the Colosseum's there, Leaning Tower of Pisa and all this other shit. I don't care. I want the food. Whereas South Korea, I think it would be more interesting to see the culture. I don't know if the food would be all that great. But I would go there. And I would probably have more fun, like, doing things like game hunting in South Korea, because South Korea got some really weird video game things, because Japan was never allowed to operate there officially, so all Japanese versions of like Sega stuff, Nintendo stuff, all have like weird goofy names on them. Like Samsung of all companies released the Saturn over there, so the Sega Saturn, which had a very pathetically limited run over there, it also says Samsung on it. It doesn't say Sega anywhere on the box. And I have one of the games that was released for it. It's virtual on, but on the case it doesn't say Sega, it says Samsung. If you guys want me to get it, if you don't mind me getting up for a second, I'll go show it to you. You decide. Peter M. Thank you for the super chat. He says, "Are you learning to speak Portuguese?" A little bit. I'm trying to pick up just a few words here and there because it would just be nice to be able to speak it a little. Problem with Portuguese is it's not a particular. No offense to anybody who speaks Portuguese, but it's not a particularly useful language in North America. So I don't really have that great of a demand for it. If I could learn any language in the world, I would pick Japanese. Second would be Spanish. Spanish is what I have the best understanding of other than English. Portuguese would be nice to know, but is not something I ever really get to practice, if you want to put it that way. Thank you for the super chat. Radix Shots donated, but didn't leave a comment. Radix Shots, hook me up. Let me know if you have a question or anything. Thank you for the super chat. People are saying yes, get it. Okay, I'm going to disappear from the camera for a second, all right? Just hang on one second. If I can find it. Okay, here it is. All right, I'm back. Let me see here, make sure I got the framing is still okay. Okay, there it is. See that? It says Samsung right there on the side here. It also says Samsung Saturn. How fucking cool is that shit? Yeah, it doesn't say Sega on there. On the back, it says the same thing. It says Samsung right there. I know it's not really in focus, but you know the logo. Yeah, it's and this is the South Korean version of the game. It says it on the disc. It does say Sega on the disc though, but it still says Samsung Saturn there. And I always thought that was really neat. So that is a lot of the type of content you would get in South Korea, and then I would look for. But at the same time, I'm told it's rare to find stuff like that. That was actually sent to me by a fan a couple of years ago, which is really cool. So I kind of keep it on display just because it's such a weird oddity. There's a question about the IQ player. I'd love to have one of those things. I've held one. Shane Rerez, my buddy in Canada, Toronto area, had one briefly. So I got to kind of hold it, but that's about it. If you know Spanish, you know Portuguese. It's the same, but pronounces differently. I can't say that's true to the individual who said that. I don't know if you're trying... Is that actually true, or are you just trying to be offensive? I don't know if that's actually true, so I stay out of that statement. I am told by my girlfriend who does speak Portuguese, that is essentially true, but it's like she essentially knows Spanish because she knows Portuguese, but she's also not very confident in her Spanish, so I'm not sure that she would say that's actually totally true. But I don't know. I plead ignorance. A lot of you seem to like that. That's cool. You guys see my shirt? I'm wearing my Nintendo New York shirt. I got this at Nintendo World New York, or it's just called Nintendo New York. I was in New York a month ago for one day for a meeting, and I popped in there just to check it out. Which I talked about it in my last episode of Playload, which I got a lot of comments on how it was possible. How is it possible that I made a video over 20 minutes that only had like 4 games in it, and it's a pickups video? I'm good. Yeah, one of the things I picked up was this shirt because that actual store is not that great, but I wanted something just to prove I was there. Can I speak Dutch? No. The only language I can speak fluently is English. Like I said, a distant second is my grasp of Spanish, and then I have just some phrases that I can function with in French and Japanese, and then a couple of words I would know in things like Portuguese. But and then individual words I would know in, say, like Mandarin. Like shishi. Like that's thank you. Like that's all I know. Stuff like that. With your busy schedule, do you think you'll have time to play Shenmue 3 as much as you want? When that actually comes, I'm going to bust my ass to make sure I can space out as much time as possible and set that aside. That would, because I don't want anything fucking with that. Have I seen the China Illinois cartoon? I remember those ads annoying the fuck out of me, but I've never actually watched the show. I remember going to Atlanta this year in January, and while I was there, I was able to kill some time over at Adult Swim's studio, like not inside, just outside of it. And they had a bunch of artwork for that show. My Lucas, who was in here earlier, if you guys saw him, he was talking. He went with me, and he was like geeking out hardcore because I guess he like a lot of the shows there is like stuff he grew up on because he's like 10 years younger than me. And so he was just like, oh my god, this and this and this, and I was like, all right, whatever. So I guess China Illinois would be one of them. Do you think the Sega Saturn is the most underrated console ever, or the Wii U? They're both very similar in that regard, man. Like, they are both very much unappreciated. Saturn is finally getting some recognition after all this time, which is why Sega Saturn collecting is fucking impossible now, because everything's way too expensive. But the Wii U, I think, is going to go through that too. A lot of people argue that the kryptonite of the Wii U, as far as collections go, is that it lacks RPGs. It really only has, like, 2 of them. Whereas the Saturn had a bunch and people didn't know. RPGs, even though I never liked them, I never played them, they are what's apparently keeps a retro console expensive, or can. Adahat just super chatted again, thank you. Can you tell me when you hit 1,747 kroners or 200 USD? I feel like you deserve at least 200 USD tonight. Love your channel. Thank you. Well, first of all, you don't have to do that. But second of all, I have no way of calculating that. I don't have that information in front of me. In fact, YouTube won't tell me that until like a couple days from now when the analytics catch up. So I haven't been keeping track. I'm sorry. Adam, next time you go to New York, will you do a video of the Nintendo store? I did, dude. It's inside the Playload video. You can watch that. There's a bunch of footage of Nintendo New York in there. What's the scariest PSA I've ever seen? I can't say I've actually cataloged them in my mind. Radio Shocks. Okay, or Radio Shocks. Is that your question? Do I like Rick and Morty? First of all, thank you for the super chats as well, even though that one in particular wasn't. Yes, I love Rick and Morty. I think it's a fantastic show. Justin Roiland and Dan Harmon, the guys who make that show, I know that my buddy Aaron Yonda over on Game Society and Blame Society, they used to work with Dan Harmon. Dan Harmon was, I wouldn't say a member of that team, but he would appear in a lot of videos. And then, of course, he went out and he was successful in Hollywood. But, yeah, so they have a connection there. I know what we could do with that information, I don't know. But he's a buddy of theirs. And so, in theory, if something happens and we for some reason are in LA doing a bunch of projects all the time, who knows, maybe we could work with Rick and Morty people. Wouldn't that be fun? But for now, if you're just asking me as a fan, yes, I fucking love that show. It's fantastic. Do I like math? I don't hate math. I don't know how else to put it. The only time that math ever entertained me, I remember I sit in a film class where we had to do nothing but watch silent films from like the 20s. And I still think the point of that was to make you appreciate what sound can do, because I've never really enjoyed silent film. If it's not Charlie Chaplin or Buster Keaton, then it's not interesting silent film. I'm sorry, but there was a time where I was so bored by this like 3-hour movie that we had to watch that I just sat there. I was like, what can I do to kill time? I literally whipped out my notebook and I started solving algebra problems that I would just make up. I would just write down like, what do you think this would equal? And that's what I would do, because I was so fucked. Like, I needed my mind to not die. How were you in school? I was not the best student. I never gave a fuck about school, and I would say I learned way more outside of school than I did in it, through documentaries. I always had a penchant for learning, and I wanted to research stuff, but I never found the school structure particularly good for that. Like, obviously you get basic information out of it, but yeah, I don't know. That was never the best environment. That was never a great crucible of learning for me. Adahat just super chatted again. He says, thanks. You're welcome. I think I'm supposed to thank you. Thank you for the super chat. I forgot Police Knots. What did I forget about it? Have you ever lost games to disc rot or bought a pre-owned game with the same issue? I'm yet to discover a game I own with disc rot. In fact, I attempted to test that exact problem like a couple of years ago. What I did was I took every disc-based game I have, regardless of platform. The one exception being the Wii U, because I can't. But everything else, I could find a way to rip the data. And if you can successfully rip the data, then nothing's wrong with it. And doing so, I found a couple discs that didn't work, but it wasn't because of disc rot. It was usually like scratches I had never noticed. It took an eternity, especially the Dreamcast. That shit is hard to rip, very time consuming. But because of that, I found out that I have no games with disc rot, just a couple of defective ones. Now, that said, that was a couple of years ago. In theory, you would want to do that like every few years, but it's such a hell of a process. The Wii U is the only one I couldn't do because I didn't have a way to rip it. Although now, if you firmware hack a Wii U, you can do that, but it would take a really long time. And I don't have a firmware hacked Wii U anyway. Will there be a Shenmue 4? I know that Yu Suzuki intends on there being one. What does that mean? It will translate into its existence? That's hard to say. What he maintained last time he was asked about that was that originally Shenmue was supposed to be like 7 games. And in the years since Shenmue was no longer in existence or being worked on, he found places he could cut, and he was like, I can get this down to 5 games, maybe 4 if the 3 and 4 were like fucking huge games. But his ideal number is 5. So Shenmue 3 will happen. Thankfully, that will happen. But Shenmue 3 will end in some sort of cliffhanger. Let's all accept that right now. That will be a thing. And then we will be going through this problem with Shenmue 4. Now, will Shenmue 4 just go into existence? I don't know. My guess is they're smart enough to know that whatever assets they're building currently for Shenmue 3, they can essentially use for Shenmue 4. You could not do that with Shenmue 2. Like you couldn't translate those assets, not all of them anyway. You can use some of them like music and things like that, but you can't continue to use that same engine, whereas you can do that with Shenmue 3 to Shenmue 4. So in theory it'll be cheaper, but how they would go about funding it is, I don't know. Do you go through the Kickstarter route again? Do you think the game itself will fund itself? Do you think somebody will step up to the plate and be willing to back it? Questions to be answered at another time. Do I buy Hatsune Miku games? I have the one on PS4, I believe, and I have the 2 on PS3. But beyond that, no. The only reason I picked them up was because Sega made them. And that used to be more of a thing where I was like, oh, Sega made this, I should pick this up. And then, you start just running out of interest. And of course, if you tried to do that in Japan, you'd kill yourself, because the amount of Sega shit that exists over there that we never got, why even try? Sega's a publisher over there for games you would never expect. Like, Sega publishes the Lego games over there. Just because they want to put a Japanese developer on American stuff because it helps it sell better. Is Bleemcast available for all PSX games on Dreamcast or just a limited amount of games? Dude, I wish it was available for all of them. Only 3 of them were ever released. Tekken 3, Metal Gear Solid, and Gran Turismo 2. 2 others were finished but never released: WWF SmackDown and Final Fantasy VII, but they were never released. The original plan with Bleemcast was to do 100 game packs, which is they would release these 4 packs. Each one would support 100 titles, so it would have given you 400 games total, which is why there's this infamous ad about next summer we will bring 400 new games to the Dreamcast. The idea was they were going to release all 4 of those discs at the same time, and you'd have suddenly these games that all 4 of these discs that would support up to 400 titles. But they found that that was too imperfect, that a lot of the games were buggy, dysfunctional, and while they realized PC gamers, especially back then, were more willing to put up with bugs and deal with that kind of thing, console gamers in general are not. Especially then, they were more into wanting perfection because there's no such thing as patches and all that stuff, so there's no way to fix it later. So that project did not work out. The remnants of that project is basically the Bleemcast beta that exists online, which is unfortunate because a lot of people believe that that's what Bleemcast is that buggy, unfinished beta, which is about 35% of what they intended it to be. So it'll run some games, and some games will actually look really, really good with it, but a lot of basic features aren't there. Like you can't save with it, FMVs don't work, stuff like that. There's a lot of texture and rendering issues. Some games will look amazing. Like if you play Silent Hill 1 with the Bleemcast beta, especially the nighttime sequences, you'll be blown away by how good it looks. But you'll also get unintended errors like sound clipping and all this other stuff. And a lot of games just straight up don't work. It's too bad they couldn't get that project completed. That would have been really good. The Bleemcast story is an absolutely fascinating tale. Thoughts on E3? Anything look interesting? I'm going to E3 tomorrow. I'm flying out to Los Angeles tomorrow. My flight's at like 6:30, so I'll tell you when I'm there. Other than the EA stuff, which I opened this whole stream by talking about EA. Is my knee bothering you guys? Is this okay that I keep this up here, or is this like weird looking to you? Do you see Super Famicom games coming down in price or continuing to increase? When I was in Japan, it was very apparent that Super Famicom games are worthless, with just some exceptions. So it's hard to say because when you do when you're essentially buying online, you have to understand you're going through a filter. You're going through the filter of a guy who's trying to sell it to a North American, knowing full well that you can't get it because you're not there. When you're actually there, you realize how worthless that shit is. Another super chat from Ed a Hat. Dude, wow, you're out of control. He says, let me recommend 2 movies for you and chat. Carlito's Way, 1993, and M, 1931. Have I told you I like your channel? Thanks. Okay, so I've never seen Carlito's Way. I apologize. I have seen M, and you're not going to like what I'm about to tell you. M was, I think, remember I mentioned earlier in this stream that I was doing math problems because I was bored out of my mind? I think the movie we were watching was M. It kind of sounds familiar. I'm sorry. But it is kind of funny that we came full circle. Like, who the fuck thought that conversation was going to come full circle on anything? Thank you for the super chat, which is probably now the last one ever because of my distaste for that movie. Granted, I was, dude, that's not the kind of movie you show to a film student who's like hungry to learn, because that's not going to teach me anything other than like I really don't want to be in this room. That's not how you teach stuff other than like this is how not to do things. M is a well-constructed film for its time. There's a lot of things to admire about it, but it simply fails the test of time, in my opinion. Have I ever been to the video game museum down in Frisco, Texas? If I have, what have I thought of it? No, I haven't, but I actually know one of the guys, Sean Kelly. He runs a game store up here. He's one of the 3 guys who founded it, but that's kind of the extent of my connection with it. I've never been there, so I've never checked it out. I know that somebody messaged me asking me to donate my Divers 2000 to that museum, and I was like, no. Like, why would I do that? You're claiming you know someone that did the testing for Bleemcast. That's pretty cool. How close am I to a complete Xbox collection? Not really any closer. I haven't really worked on OG Xbox in a while. Probably because I haven't been to any like swaps or anything like that lately. I haven't really been doing, if you guys saw the last playload, I really wasn't collecting much in the last couple of months. Because I was in Japan, so that's where I was focused. And then this last month, I just kind of didn't want to do anything. Ed Hat's not happy with my position on the movie M. I'm sorry. Um, how much would I pay for a copy of Shenmue complete on the Dreamcast? Nothing. I have multiple copies of it. I have a signed copy of it by Yu Suzuki and Corey Marshall. I met Corey Marshall. I hung out with him in Los Angeles a few years ago. We did a video together. You can see a video of Corey Marshall and I hanging out. We actually are laying in a bed together and promoting the Shenmue Kickstarter, or the Slackerbacker campaign specifically. And after that was all over, he signed my copy of Shenmue, which was already at that point signed by Yu Suzuki. Hey Adam, I know you like to travel, so where do you plan to go for your next trips? Well, here's the thing. It's funny how you say I like to travel. It's more like travel is presented to me. I do a lot of representation of myself, but my other channels and all these other things. And I'm also the one who's the most compatible with traveling because my girlfriend lives in another country. I live alone. I live near an airport. I live in Chicago, so like O'Hare is a big airport. They get direct flights anywhere. I don't live in a small town that requires me to change planes a lot. And I'm fully independent as far as like working goes. So what that essentially means is that I'm the most travel compatible on my team, and I can just go anywhere and it's whatever. I have a passport too, which like half my team doesn't have. So I just kind of like whenever there's offers for things, I'm always the one that gets sent. Plus, I have the best business sense of anybody on our team, really. So like there's one guy in particular, we would never trust him with going to business meetings. But so for in this case, that's why I'm going to E3 is like we were offered an opportunity to go to E3 to go make contacts, talk to people, and see which developers are willing to let us like check out their stuff and let us capture footage if anybody ever will, and get early access to stuff like things. It's all business. I'm not going there for fun. I mean, it'll be fun, but it's work. So because of that, I'm going to Los Angeles in the morning, and I put out a video about this a couple days ago. But my summer schedule, as far as I know, Los Angeles, and then like a week later, I'm going to Philadelphia for Too Many Games, which is a convention where I'm representing myself. See my point? And so I'll be a guest there, and you can meet me if you're coming out there. I'll have panels and everything. Then I'll be sent off to Berlin, Germany, for something I can't talk about. And I'll be there for a little while. I'm trying to arrange a fan meetup of some kind. If you're in Germany or close enough that you want to drive out to Berlin, whatever, that's an opportunity. I'm thinking like some sort of dinner or something. Once I get back in August, I'll be at the Missouri Game Con in St. Louis. Then in September, I know I'm going to Parsippany, New Jersey for AVGC. And then I'm sure I'll pop in and out of San Francisco a bunch of times for different PR and media events. And that's just kind of what I know right now. I have no idea what else might pop up. You'd be surprised how many weird emails I get where it's like, hey, we're doing a thing in the thing. Do you want to come to the thing? And it's like, sure. Because they're paying for it. So why wouldn't I? So that's how I, that's why, but like, it's very rare for me to actually be like, I'm going to go to a place because I want to go and I'm going to put down money to go to this place. With Japan, that's kind of how it was, but I was also able to get away with a lot because I had, a bunch of like built up mileage and like gift cards from all these flights and stuff. So it really didn't cost me much of anything to go there, which was very nice. Come to Melbourne. I'd love to go back to Australia. I haven't been there since I was like 10 or 11 or something like that. Maybe I was 9. I don't know. It was around that era. How close am I to a full Wii U collection? I don't remember exactly. I still have a few North American titles to go. Do you hate people who say everything was better back in the day? I don't hate them, but I think that position stems from nostalgia and ignorance generally without much invasive thought. People don't really think about exactly what they're saying. They just kind of remember something good in the past and they go, yeah, it was always like that. After all these months, how's the Patreon working out for you? It's going okay. I mean, it's more essential than it used to be, which is unfortunate. But it's going all right, I guess. It used to be just a tip jar. It used to be a thing where it's like, look, there's going to be people, as you've seen tonight with Super Chats, there's going to be people who just want to support you. And there was a phase there where there were some people, or at least one person, who was pretending to be me for the sake of trying to scam people. And when I found out about that, I felt really bad. So I was like, look, I'm going to open up a Patreon page and I'm just going to say like, here's a safe place if you want to give me money. You don't have to, it's not a requirement. Just like it's not in the super chat, it's not a requirement. And if you want to do it, it's there. There's a safe place if you're that person who wants to do that. Because I certainly don't want you getting ripped off by somebody pretending to be me. That's infinitely worse. And that was all it was until Adpocalypse hit, and now unfortunately it's more essential than it used to be because ad revenue is cut down by like mine was cut down by like 50%. My other channels was cut down by like 80%. So it's not good times right now, to be honest with you. So Patreon, I'm glad it's there. Cars 3 will have a physical release for the Wii U. Yes, I know. I ordered that from Best Buy. Gamers Club Unlocked, $10 off. Hell yeah. Just got another super chat again from Adahat. Thank you, dude. Hottest actress, best actor, best director. Like all time, Selma Hayek, I think. I think Selma Hayek wins. Or maybe like Scarlett Johansson. I don't know. Probably one of those two. Best actor of all time. Kind of an oldie answer, but I think I'm going to go with like Clark Gable. Like that dude was fucking great in everything. Best director of all time. I'm going to go Alfred Hitchcock. I think that's my route there. I think I'm going to go Selma Hayek, Clark Gable, Alfred Hitchcock. Chaos Rabbit says, holy shit, 80%? Yeah, dude. All right. So Chaos Rabbit, I don't know if you were here part of this, but I was talking about this a little bit earlier. For example, my other channel, we do a series called Yakuza 0 for Pimps, which is based on Yakuza 0. Fucking amazing show. Hilarious. The views on it have never been that great, which is whatever, but we did an episode that came out like 2 weeks ago. It's got like 10,000 views, and it's earned about $4.50. Ad revenue shaved off by 80%. It's just what's happening now because of Adpocalypse. So you kind of need to, unfortunately, offset it with fan funding to keep going. It sucks. Because believe me, it sucks having to be like, here's my situation. Because you feel like a fucking pathetic asshole. And you feel like a whore for mentioning it. You think I like bringing this shit up? I don't. I just like to explain to you guys. Because if I never talk about this, I never explain it to you, and I suddenly am like, because of pride or whatever, and then I just fucking vanish, you'll be like, why did you go away? Where are you making? It's like, I had to stop because I had to go I had to go get a job. I couldn't do this anymore. This is my job. This is how I make a living. But if I can't do that, I have to use my time in other places, because currently working 7 days a week on this shit. If you can't pay the rent, then you can't keep doing this shit. We just got a super chat from the importer. He says, here, Adam, go get yourself a good lunch at E3 on me. Well, thank you very much for that. I really do appreciate it. That's very nice of you. Do you have any questions, dude? Other than the one that I guess was about Patreon? Can you get me into E3 tomorrow? I live near LA. I can carry your shit for you. I appreciate that, but I have no capacity to do that. I got a press pass for myself. That's what I was given. And then I don't have the capacity. I don't know anybody who works really that I could possibly accomplish that. Honestly, I'm not even sure how I got the offer. Because in years past, I would get offers for passes to E3. Like, who the fuck sent me? I've been sent offers by a lot of companies for just the actual badges. Nintendo offered once, believe it or not. That really surprised me. Ubisoft has offered me passes. Microsoft has offered me passes. YouTube offered me passes. Machinima offered me passes. And E3 itself offered me passes over the years. Those are as far as I recall. But it's just the badge. I didn't get any offers like that this year, except for one, which I can't disclose. But I got a very nice offer for the entire thing. They're like, oh, you can get passes, and we'll give you the hotel, we'll give you the flight. You have fun. I was like, all right. So I'm going to use the opportunity to try and get as many business connections as I can, because that's part of the job, is that I got to go over there and basically talk to developers and see who's willing to basically let us make videos on their stuff and try to get early access to things. That's what I'm doing, and that's a Game Society thing. That has nothing to do with this channel. This channel's benefit of E3 will be I'll be able to actually be there and be like, hey guys, I'm at E3. Like, this is my reaction to the conference I just saw. So I try to make it work on all these other levels. Try to combine all these advantages, if you can call them that, to try and make video content the best I can in all the areas. I'm gonna have more coffee. Actually, I'm gonna have some fucking water. Stephen McDonald says, still going strong, Fjorbe. Thank you. Actually, that's funny. Fjorbe is my nickname on a show I do called Beer and Board Games. which is actually the reason I was in Winnipeg 2 weeks ago. It was the first time I was ever invited as a convention for that particular show. That's never happened to me before. But yeah, so again, it's just weird examples. Like you have fan bases in for different things. So you get invited to different things for different reasons. So in that case, I was invited to Winnipeg for Fan Quest as Fuhorbe, the character who's, an indifferent asshole who films stuff. And it's funny that you bring that up because tonight there is a beer and board games in Madison, Wisconsin, but I will not be in attendance because I'm going to Los Angeles in the morning. And it didn't occur to me until earlier today that I'll be doing a live stream at the same time they are. In fact, I think they started their stream like a half hour ago. So if you're a fan of beer and board games, you should head over there. Also, this is water. It's got lemons in it because lemons make water better. This is from the Stanford Court Hotel in San Francisco. That was a cool fucking hotel. It was like they give you water bottles in the room and you're like, what is the point of this? And they have like these big water machines downstairs that have like multiple filters, very fancy water. It's got a coconut filter. And you're like, what the hell? And I remember taking the bottle down. I'm like, it says specifically to fill it up at the H2O station. And I remember I filled it up, and then I went to the front desk, and I was like, "So like when I check out, do I just like leave this in the room? Do you guys wash it? Do you reuse them?" He just looked at me like I was an idiot. He's like, "You just take it, dude." I was like, "Oh, so free water bottle." I actually have 2 lemon waters, although I may not need the other one. This is from Con Bravo. We have a collection of cups from around the world here. We've got San Francisco water bottle. We've got Toronto Con Bravo, well, technically Hamilton, Ontario, Canadian water bottle. We've got Los Angeles Warner Brothers water bottle. This was sent to me by Warner Brothers for because I worked on their lot 2 months ago. And then we have fucking Star Wars, probably from Chicago somewhere. My mother got it for me for Christmas a couple years ago. But yeah, so I got coffee in my Warner Brothers bottle. Looking for more questions, sorry. Have I ever been to a fun spot in Lacona, New Hampshire? I've been to New Hampshire. I can't say I was specifically in that city, but I would have been like 12 years old, so I have no specific memory of it. Yeah, unfortunately, that whole area of New England. I only remember a couple of things. I remember getting lost in Boston, having the worst pizza of my life in Boston. I remember lobster. I don't want to call it fishing, but lobster hunting and having some really sweet lobster up in Maine. And I remember eating a lot of ice cream in Vermont at the Ben & Jerry's factory. I actually don't remember a damn thing that happened to me in New Hampshire. I'm sorry, but I know I've been there. Randall Cornick, just super chat, he says, Nintendo should stop bundling the dock to cut costs. If you do that, you eliminate the console nature of the Switch. So I unfortunately disagree with that. Plus, the dock is nothing but basically plastic and a single board. That thing is not costing them much. I don't think this is not like the gamepad or the Wii U tablet all over again. It's an expensive device. Like the dock is essentially just a cheap piece of plastic. I don't think that's really bringing up costs. So unfortunately, I will disagree with you, but I do thank you for the super chat. When am I coming back to Derby, which I can't say it that way or I'll get in trouble. Derby in the UK. Again, no current plans. I might be in the UK in November 2018. There's a convention that tentatively invited me to go if the convention comes into existence. So if it does, I will attend, but that doesn't necessarily mean I'd make it out to Derby. You'd have to come out to wherever that convention ends up being, which unfortunately I don't know where it would be. I know it's not London, but that's all I know. But it would be in England. It would not be in Northern Ireland or Scotland or Wales. That much I know. How do I feel about video game preservation? Watch my channel. It's like half videos about game restoration and preservation. What is the Japanese version of E3? I guess that would be the Tokyo Game Show. Dobby. I'm telling you, man, it sounds like Dobby, the Harry Potter character. I've got bad Wi-Fi at the racetrack, but Adam is on, so it's time to ask questions. So how's it going? I think it's going all right. I'm having a good time. How are you guys doing? Are you guys having fun? Are you enjoying this on what is it, Saturday? Saturday night? Yeah, I'm having a good time. I know at one point there was like 250 people watching. Now we're down to like 187, which is fine. But still, pretty cool. Uh, cheap piece of plastic that they sell for $100 separately. They sell the dock for $100? Really? That I did not know. There's no way that thing is costing them anywhere near that to produce. There's no fucking way. If a Sega console was released, would it be successful? No. That would be like the dumbest move Sega could make. They are done. They are done with console hardware. Refurbished Wii U's are now $175 in Nintendo's online store. That's a pretty good deal. I bought a refurbished one for $200, and I don't regret it. That was a pretty good deal. But for $175, that's even fucking better. The dock is $90. That blows my mind. I had no idea. Now some people are saying $80. Is everything just dropping like a stone? You're making me doubt how I pronounce Derby. Dobby. Stop. No. It's fucking Derby. I don't care that you guys invented the language. You're pronouncing it wrong. Sorry. People saying they're enjoying it. He's watching it while he's cleaning his house. I am very good background noise. Because there's not a visual component to this. So I'm the best background noise. What do I think about the NES Classic Edition? I don't. That was something I had no interest in because it's just a fucking emulator box. Like, I don't care. Like, I could see why people might want it for nostalgic reasons. Like, I get that it appealed to people who don't collect consoles and they just kind of, oh, an NES, that's cool. But to someone like me who's like into the actual hardware, it's completely meaningless. How different do you think things would be right now if nostalgia never existed? I don't think you can really take that personality trait out of the human race. Society would be very different if the concept of nostalgia didn't exist. It's like asking what would the world be like if human beings lacked the capability to lie. Like, you don't know what that track of history would be. That would be insane. Good day from Australia. Good day from the States. Good day, mate. Sorry, how bad was my accent? I hope that wasn't even like so bad that it was offensive. I'm not trying to be offensive. Australians are really hard to offend. You guys are pretty fucking cool. Do I have the Saturn Rhea or Phoebe? No, I do not. I know what you're talking about. They're basically flash drives, almost like EverDrives designed for the Saturn, but they require a certain level of modification. I have neither. Gotta love the UK place name pronunciation like Southwark and Marylebone. I'm sure I got both of those hilariously wrong. Actually, I've decided that I didn't. I've decided I'm right and you guys are wrong. What's with the accent? Get over it. I'm kidding. Canadian Best Buy has the Switch dock for $120. Don't forget that's $120 Canadian, which is like 75% the value of a US dollar. So you have to chop off 25% of that price to get around what it would cost USD. I mean, unless you are Canadian, then yeah, you're fucked. But no offense to Canadians. Like my buddy Scott, the Canadian, is every day he's messaging me bitching about the value of the CAD. It's like, dude, what do you want from me? I don't live up there. I live down here. It's better down here. Come on down, hang out. At least as far as that part goes, the dollar. Should you sell a Wii U to get a Switch? Me? No, I would never do that. I have 2 Wii U's now. I have 1 Switch. If you are, all right, look, I never tell people like, cause I'm not in, everybody's economic position is different. Whatever you can do is what you can do. But I never advise people when they ask me like, hey, should I sell my previous gen tech to get the new gen tech? My general advice to that is no. That's a really stupid fucking idea. And I know a lot of people do it because they're like, oh, I'm bored with it now and I need the money to get this thing. Like, it seems logical. But what you're essentially doing is you're trading in something when it has the least amount of value for something when it's at its maximum value. It's not a smart move. Like, Wii U's right now are not worth much. So you're trading that in when it's at its lowest value to get the Switch when it's at its absolute prime. Why would you do that? You're getting the worst end of that deal. That's GameStop exists off of people who think that does make sense. Don't do that shit. If you value your wallet, don't do it. I'll tell you right now, I promise you, in a couple of years, Wii U's will be so valuable. Switches probably not, because so far the Switch is doing okay. They're probably gonna flood. They're gonna flood with a lot of different Switches. I don't see that logic in that. Adahat just super chatting again. He said this should make total 200 USD. Good night, love. Well, dude, thank you. That's insane that you did all that. I really appreciate it. You didn't have to. Sleep tight. Thank you again. Have a good one. Where all of you traveled to? What's your favorite place? Oh, dude, I don't. Jesus Christ. Are you talking about my entire life? I'll give you a sense of how many places I've been to. By the time I was 13, I'm 30 now. By the time I was 13, I had been to all 50 U.S. states, plus Washington, D.C. I've been around. As far as countries, I've been to like 15 countries. I've obviously been to the U.S. That's where I am right now. I've been to Canada, Mexico, Costa Rica, Australia, Japan, the Republic of Ireland, the United Kingdom, France, Portugal, Germany, Poland, Austria, Hungary, Slovakia. Did I say Australia? I've been to Australia. I think it's 15 countries off the top of my head. And I've been to different parts of those countries, you know? So like just recently, for the first time ever, I went up to Manitoba in Canada. I'd never been to Winnipeg. I'd never been to the province of Manitoba, but I've been to like the Yukon. I believe it or not, I've been to the fucking Yukon in Canada. I was in Alaska, and at the time when I was 13, like this was all very pre 9/11. The U.S. and Canada we always got along, but the border security is nowhere near what it is now. And so you could be on the Alaskan side, and there was on the Canadian side to let you know you were getting to Canada. I swear to you, there was this wooden booth, and there was a Mountie in it. Like the stereotypical Mountie was just standing there, and he had there was like an arm, like a fucking like at a toll booth type of thing, and it was just up. It was always up, and I just walked over, and I was just like, so that's Canada right there. Like I'm in the U.S. and that's Canada. Like I remember saying this to a Mountie, and he's like, yeah, this is Canada on this side, and I said, can I come over? Or do I, because I didn't have a passport. I was 13, you know, like, I mean, I had one, but I didn't have it with me because there wasn't going to need that. And he's like, yeah, come on over. And then on the American side, there was nothing. There was no security of any, like that Mountie's job was to be in charge of both sides, even though he was Canadian. That's how different it was back then. And so I stood in the Yukon for a couple minutes. I'm like, I'm in Canada. And then he was like, and then I was like, all right, I'm going to go. He's like, all right. Then I just left because nobody gave a fuck at the time. So I've been to the Yukon in Canada, and I've been to Alaska. Chris says, damn, I've only been to 5 states. So I'm 19 now. I've been to more states than that this year. I was in that many states in just January of this year. January of this year, by the time January was over, I had been to Illinois, Wisconsin, Indiana, Georgia, and California. I get around. I'm a fucking whore. What can I say? But like I said, man, I get invited to a lot of events and conventions where all that stuff is paid for. So it's like I have to go, and I have to go to represent myself or represent other channels and all that stuff. So you end up in a lot of fucking places for a lot of different reasons. You know, the last time I was in Los Angeles, I was there because of Machinima / Warner Brothers. It's, like I said, that's why I have this thing. And so that's one event for one reason. Was up in Winnipeg, and I was there because I was representing my other, Blame Society with beer and board games. That's a different entire entity. Going out to Philadelphia next week, and I'll be there to represent myself. I was in New York last month. I was there to represent Game Society, because Ubisoft brought us out to New York. So it's like different companies send you to different places for totally different fucking reasons. So as a result, I just end up in a lot of places, and it's always fucking weird. Ever been to South Bend, Indiana? Yes, but I've driven through it. Let's put it that way. What was the worst year you ever lived? I don't know if I really kept track of like a bad year, to be honest with you. Do I make money off those channels, or I do it for fun? Dude, I wish I had the kind of income to be able to do that shit for fun. I work 7 days a week on 4 different channels, not for the entertainment. That's my job. Like I have to make a living off it. If I couldn't, and it's unfortunately getting worse because of Adpocalypse, which I'm trying not to talk about, but people keep bringing it up. Because of that, like you bust your ass, and it's fucking hard. It's really hard. It's got fringe benefits. Don't get me wrong. I am going on an all expenses paid trip to E3, which sounds like that's a lot of fun. You're just gonna have fun and hang out. It sounds like it, but really, it's gonna be work. Like I gotta interact with a lot of people. I gotta try and coordinate business meetings. I don't get to sit there and just play fucking video games, dude. Like that shit doesn't. That is a fantasy. That is a fucking fantasy. Um. Just got here. Is he going on a flight soon or just doing it? I'm going on a flight tomorrow morning, Los Angeles. That's becoming like a weird habit. I think I mentioned this earlier in the stream that the timing of my streams always seems to be like the night before I fly somewhere. I fly a lot. Like there are streams that happen, like there's flights that happen where I don't bother with streams. Like going to Los Angeles tomorrow morning. Last month when I did like my monthly stream, I was going to New York the next morning. The time before that, I was going to Japan the next morning. Like it's all over the place. But in between those, I've been to like Winnipeg and other places. So it's like, what do you want, man? Speaking of E3, didn't EA have a conference day? They did. At the beginning of this video, I did my entire breakdown of E3's conference. Robert says, "What is up, man? What a legend. Sub since 2012. Well, I appreciate that. Aren't you a Patreon backer too? I'm pretty sure you're a Patreon backer. Thank you, by the way. Recently watched your console generation videos. Couldn't stop laughing when you yelled McDonald's from the Sega Genesis video. Yeah, man, that story's true. Like I bought the McDonald's game by Treasure, which is a fucking awesome game, but you'd never expect it. But that wasn't why I bought it. I bought it at the time because I was a fat kid, and I was like, this will somehow lead to food. That's how it went. What time is it where I am? It is 6:46, which means I've been doing this for almost 3 hours. I hope you guys are still having fun with it. I can keep going for a little while. I got coffee and I got water here still. Have I ever been to Italy? No. As asked before, which countries I would most like to go to, it would either be Italy or South Korea. There is a very small chance that this July, when I'm in Germany, that I might be able to hop down to like what is technically Italy, like on the Italian side of the border, and maybe I'd get to go to a single restaurant or something. But my guess is that won't happen. Have I ever been to Las Vegas? No. That's actually the one major American city I've never been to. And I know that sounds like insane because there's a lot of cities in the US, but I've been to a lot of fucking places. But Las Vegas, I've never been to. And the funny part about that, I was born in Nevada. I was born in Reno, but I've never been to Las Vegas. Will the next playload be better than the last one? I don't know. Like, are you talking about in terms of amount of content picked up? Hope so. You're going to get trust me, if you're looking for your pickup fix, you're going to get that this month. You're going to get it with, let me see here. I still have 2 Japanese pickup videos left. One of them will come out, I'm looking at the uploads right now. One of them will come out on June 25th. That one's pretty good. But July 7th, you guys are going to see probably the most insane pickup video I have ever made. Book it now. July 7th, 2 p.m. U.S. Central Standard Time. You will see a ridiculous pickup video that is 51 minutes and 28 seconds. Oh, yes. That one will be good. Do I own a Sega Mega Jet, and does it support RGB? I do not own one. I have seen one once at one of the Super Potatoes in Osaka, Japan. But aside from that, no. Jimmy Fallon or James Corden? In what context? Like, who do I want to kill? I want Jimmy Fallon dead. Jimmy Fallon is like a toxic cancer on the human race. So if the question is who do I want to die, Jimmy Fallon. If the question is like which one do you like better, literally anyone over Jimmy Fallon. So Jimmy Fallon's disease. Does that answer your question? Did I fix my hard drive issue? No. I told this story earlier, but I'm going to do a very short version of it. I updated my editing software, and the editing software cares about 2 folders, one full of work assets and one full of rendered assets. They're supposed to be separate. My editing software, as a quirk of the update, put them in the same folder and then decided to flush all the render assets, which actually included all the real assets. It was completely unrecoverable. I tried. It corrupted. What it did was it corrupted all the data before it deleted it all. So I was able to recover everything, but it was all corrupted and unusable. So I lost everything, which really sucked because a lot of the original footage and assets for things like these store videos and all that were completely gone. Thankfully, I'm anal retentive, so what I did was I had actually finished all the videos and uploaded them first. So they're safe on YouTube, but they're pretty much gone to history after that. Why do I hate Jimmy Fallon? Because he's ruined everything he's ever in. Motherfucker cannot stop laughing, and he's not funny. Did you watch anything with him on SNL ever? He's annoying as shit. Like, I remember when Will Ferrell was leaving, they had this big finale Will Ferrell show where they were talking about every single cast member was like what it was like working with Will, and then they showed Jimmy Fallon, and his whole thing was, oh man, I can't tell you, he's such a funny guy. Like I can't tell you how many sketches we did together where I would just laugh and completely ruin the sketch. I couldn't stop doing it. It was always funny. I didn't even care. I was laughing and ruining the sketch. I didn't care. I'm like, yeah, way to be professional. Like Will Ferrell had to carry your ass in every fucking sketch you ever in. That dude had no business having a Hollywood career. He's fucking talentless. He does not belong there. He just must be like the nicest guy ever, or he must give incredible head, because I have no idea what he's doing in that fucking industry. And he shows up in things and fucking ruins them now. It's like I'm watching Jurassic World and then I have to watch a clip of Jimmy Fallon explaining something. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing in this movie? Or I remember going to Los Angeles like 4 or 5 years ago. I was on the Universal tour, right? The one where they show you like the backlots and everything, and then like Jimmy Fallon comes on. I'm like, don't be here. You're annoying. I fucking hate Jimmy Fallon. Is it dollars or bucks? I've used both terms. I guess more commonly I would refer to it as dollars. How long will this live stream be? I don't have a current plan. Probably I'm going to stop in like a little over an hour at most. I was not planning to go that long, but I'm okay. You guys are enjoying it. I'll keep going. But I'm going to try and wrap it up a little bit earlier than usual because I have to finish packing and then head out and then get some sleep. And then, you know, my flight's at like 6:30 in the morning, so I'm going to have to be at O'Hare by like 4:30. Maybe 5 if I feel like being lazy. Robert says he likes the new intro. He heard it on the podcast. Yeah, I mentioned earlier that unfortunately as a consequence of that, the original audio is fucking gone. The original line that I say is lost to the ages. So there will be some videos that come out where they still have that audio because I finished those videos already. And then there'll be newer videos like the one I just put out about Meet Me this summer, where it has the new audio because it's gone. Like the original audio file's gone. I recovered everything I possibly could, but that particular file I could not get back. Hey Adam, did you ever see that the Sega Mark III that is hidden in the room in Shenmue 2 in the Yellowhead building? Amazing, still finding things that in that amazing game years later. Actually, I did not know that. I did not know there was a Sega Mark III hidden in there somewhere. I mean, really, like I can't believe I didn't know that. That's pretty cool though. Coke or Pepsi depends on the version. If we're going with the gross American version of sodas, would they use high fructose corn syrup? Pepsi. If we're going with real sugar versions, Coca-Cola. And if we're going with best soda of all time, German Coca-Cola, which I am going to drink a fuck ton of that in Berlin. I'll tell you that right now. I'm heading to Canada in a couple of weeks this summer. Ontario. Any recommendations on what to do? Yes, Toronto is fucking fun, dude. It depends on what you want. If you want to go game hunting, you're in either the best or second best spot in North America. Seattle's the only competition. So there's a lot of really good game stores out there. I've done videos on a bunch of them. Feel free to check them out. I don't know what else you're into, so I can't really say. If you're into like sightseeing and stuff like that, you know, Toronto's a good looking place. It's nice. But I'm sure there's other Canadians in here who could really recommend it. I often just go there and hang out. Food wise, I would say try variations of things. Try a lot of the Canadian versions of candy bars. You'll find that the chocolate is better made, things like Kit Kats and stuff. Go to a Swiss Chalet and get some roasted rotisserie chicken. It's fucking great. Don't eat hamburgers up there. They're not very good. I'm sorry, Canadians, your hamburgers are fucking gross. Like Harvey's. Ugh, Jesus. I don't know. I'd say focus more. Like the food stuff is always what interests me the most. And be very aware of how the currency exchange works currently. Check it on a daily basis because it does change every day. But generally, currently, the Canadian dollar is worth about 75% of a US dollar. So basic math says if you see something that's cost $10 Canadian, that's costing about $7.50 US. Family Guy versus The Simpsons. Simpsons. I do love that crossover episode, that 2-part episode they did. That thing was fucking hysterical. Um, am I working on a console recap for the one someone gave you before going to Japan? Forgot the name. You're talking about the SG-1000. I'm not currently working on that particular video, but I will do it just whenever I have time. Like, I mean, I have a schedule that is completely full up until about mid-August for this channel. Videos that are either done or mostly done or at least planned. And that's not on that list, so it would not come until after that. I would bet, I don't know, September, October, November. Like I don't fucking know. I saw a Yelp review of Toy Rat where someone says the owner tried to rip you off. How true is this? Toy Rat is a hell of a nice guy. That dude is not someone who would try to rip you off. You'll find that at a lot of retro game stores, people bitch a lot because they don't understand basic economics. I remember being in a store in the UK, a store that no longer exists, unfortunately. But a guy came in with a Super Nintendo, and he came in with a bunch of games, and he was basically like, "Hey man, can I get like, let's just say it was like 170 pounds for this whole thing?" And the guy's like, "I really can't offer you that much. I can give you like 50." And the guy's like, "Yeah, but I can get 170 on eBay." It's like, well, go to eBay, because if that's what it's selling for, I have no incentive to pay you that amount just to try and sell the same amount. Like, retro game stores have to be in the weird position of offering you less than you theoretically could get, and people don't always understand that. That's why GameStop, I don't know why people give them a pass, but with retro game stores, you're I don't know, it's a different thing, but people tend to bitch about that type of thing. But Toy Rat in general, man, like, he is really very fair. Like, not even just to me, but like to a lot of people, he's really a legit dude. And he will sit there, he'll talk to you, and you'll come up with an agreement. But you have, a lot of people go in and like look at price tags and just kind of walk out thinking that that's what they'll have to pay. Toy Rat will usually combine all your items and give you a nice discount even without you asking for it. Sometimes he'll give you like 10% off just for mentioning me. Sometimes he does that. Hey, is the stream still working? It just froze on my screen. Oh, there, it's back. Okay. So yeah, Toy Rat's a hell of a nice guy. I can't imagine that he would ever actually intentionally do something like that. Do I like Conan O'Brien? I used to watch him all the time. He got really shafted in that whole like debacle with late night stuff. Have I tried the Milka Oreo chocolate candy bar? Yes, I have. The great thing about Milka now being owned by Kraft is a American company based here in Chicago, actually. It's really funny. Milka bars for a long time were not sold in the States. And then they were bought out by Kraft, but still not being sold here other than in like small quantities. And I always thought that was amazing because they were making them fucking 20 minutes from here and then shipping them to Europe. And then when I was in Europe, I'd have to buy them and bring them back. You know what I mean? It was fucking annoying. But now that Kraft owns them, they're trying to venture into doing more weird things. Like they're making brownies now, and they're making more Oreo stuff that they're putting here. Like the States is now getting more Milka stuff that Europe isn't getting, which is very strange. But I guess not so strange because, again, now it's owned by an American company. Am I a Bears fan? No. I do not give a fuck about football. I never have. I never will. In my lifetime, every Chicago sports team of the major five has either won a title or at least been to the final game in which they could. The Bears are the only team that have not won a title in my lifetime. The last time they won was 1985. I was born in '86, but they did make it to the Super Bowl in 2006. And I still could not make myself give enough of a fuck to tune in for even a second to check the scores. I detest football. I find it unbearably boring. No pun intended. But it's so fucking brutally awful. Like, my fellow nerds, which I'm sure all of us are, somebody figured out that some nerd figured out that the average football game has less than 7 minutes of actual gameplay. Most of it is people standing around. And while the clock just goes down. And it's like, dude, this isn't a fucking interesting sport to me at all. It's supposed to be strategy based, but it's like, I don't fucking care about this. I just don't care. I love the NBA. That shit I'll watch. The NHL, distant second, I can watch that, especially if the Blackhawks are doing all right. Baseball, I don't really enjoy, but again, I can watch if a Chicago team is doing well, like when the Cubs won last year, or in 2005 when the White Sox won. I watched those games. But fucking the football. Not that the Bears will ever get there. The Bears are terrible, but even if they did, I still could not possibly sit through it. It's too fucking awful. I'd rather watch golf, and golf is a miserably boring thing to try and watch. Do I play any sports? I used to play a lot of soccer when I was a kid. I used to play a lot of basketball, but now, no. Are there any game collecting groups you don't like? Any particular console group? Do you mean like what, like forums or Facebook groups or something? Or do you actually mean like a console set of groups? I'm not entirely sure what you mean by that question. Futurama, what about it? I love that show. What do you think of UK foods? You guys have to get over Cadbury. Cadbury's good, but it is not Milka. You guys got to get over that one. That's another one of those like weird things that the UK tries to make itself seem like it's not part of Europe. Is like, no, we'll all have Milka. We'll have Cadbury. Like, Cadbury's fine. It's the UK version of it is definitely better than the absolute dog shit version of Cadbury that we have. That said, Milka's still a lot better. I've had some really good pastries in the UK. I really like a lot of the hash browns and that fatback bacon you guys have, and like when the standard English breakfast, that shit's really good. The best Indian food I've ever had in my life, I had in, of all places, Nottingham, in the UK. There's this is gonna be very obscure because I'm not sure too many people are gonna be able to get around to this, but there's a part of Nottingham near the city center. There's a hotel called the Mercure. And next to it, there's a video game museum, funny enough. Around the corner from that, there's this Indian restaurant, just the next street over, that's essentially parallel with the Mercure. It doesn't come off like an Indian restaurant. It looks like a Hawaiian restaurant, and I'm not even kidding, run by Polish people. But it's an Indian restaurant. And I swear to you, it is the best Indian food I have ever had in my entire life. Once I discovered it, my girlfriend and I were just like, fuck it. We're just eating at this place every single day. We have to enjoy this while we can. And we did. It was amazing. And it was like the saddest part about having to go was not being able to eat at that Indian restaurant anymore. Who's my favorite player on the Bulls right now? Either Jimmy Butler or Dwayne Wade, but I don't know how much longer Dwayne Wade's going to be a Bull. He has the option to stay for another year, but he's very likely going to opt out of his contract. I would hope he stays and does a better job of trying to recruit people, but I don't know if he cares enough. Cadbury is better than Hershey's. What the fuck isn't better than Hershey's? Hershey's is awful. The only American chocolate, although technically Milka is American now, but if we'll give it to the Germans because they made it. The only American chocolate that's worth a damn is Ghirardelli's. Based out of San Francisco, but you can find it anywhere in the States. I got a lot of friends in other countries, and my girlfriend lives in another country, and so the rest of the world, to my fellow Americans, knows how to do chocolate infinitely fucking better than we do. We poison our chocolate with absolute shit. We completely ruin our candy. So every time I remember buddy Stefan lives in Germany. He asked me at one point to send him a Hershey bar, and which I was happy to do because he had sent me all these Sega Saturn games. He had done me a bunch of favors and all that. And I was like, I'm absolutely happy to do it. So I sent him a Hershey bar. He said he bit into it and he had to throw it away immediately. He's like, that was the worst chocolate I've ever had in my life. And he's absolutely right. It's terrible. But that said, Ghirardelli's is the only American chocolate I've ever given to people from other countries, with the exception of Canada, where they actually go, okay, that one I liked. Send me more of that. So if you're an American and you like chocolate, just eat Ghirardelli's. It's the only good one. Hershey's is fucking gross. And if you like Hershey's, it's because you've never had anything better. And once you do, you'll never go back. Do I listen to rap or hip hop? I don't really listen to music much in general. I don't really enjoy music all that much. I consider it background noise. And when I do that, it's typically classical, or it's stuff that I associate with something else, like movies, where it's like, oh, I liked that scene in a movie, and this is the song they were playing at the time, so I like the song for that reason. What the song is about, or anything like that, or who it's by, meaningless to me. How much do I think my video game collection is worth? I have no idea. It's not something I really think about. Do I like Maltesers? I can't remember the last time I've had one of those. They were kind of like milk dots or whatever the fuck those things were. I kind of remember them being good, but like nothing I ever really look into. I could have bought some when I was in Winnipeg. They're very common up in Canada. Yes, I know Adam West died. That's unfortunate. I talked about it earlier. Don Sims, welcome. I don't see you in here very often. Have I tried watching rugby? Not really. Do you like Malcolm in the Middle? Yes. So I have that full series on DVD in like the weirdest way possible. They released the first season of it on DVD, and then they released all the rest of the seasons on Netflix. So I watched them on Netflix and I copied them, not necessarily legally, whatever. Copied them and made my own DVDs out of it because I like physical media, and that was the only real way you could do it because they've never bothered to give me official releases. You make the official release, I'll fucking buy it, but since you haven't done that, that's what I got to do. Um, do I like Rick and Morty? Yes, I do. We talked about that earlier, actually, but short answer, yes, I do. Robert Yusuf says, "Hey, Adam, greetings from the UK. Greetings from the States. I'm glad you could make it." Robert Yusuf is a new Patreon backer. He's at the $20 tier, so he gets a shout out in the podcast every month. Hope you're liking that. I make up stuff about him because he doesn't give me much information, so I described him as the worst golfer of all time, which I don't know if it's true, but it's totally true. If I ever tried a Cadbury cream egg, I have. That's very popular around Easter here. However, I will concede that the American version of a Cadbury cream egg is going to be much different than the UK version because of the way the chocolate is constructed. I know you guys think maybe I'm like just bullshitting or whatever, but seriously, get a Cadbury bar from the UK, get one from Canada, get one from the States, and look at the ingredients on the back. They are in a different order because they're made differently. And the American version is the fucking worst. It's gross. If you tried the other, and there's a reason for that. Hershey has like a weird dominance thing here. So they have I don't remember exactly how they pulled this off, but they did have a way of trying to basically force other companies to adhere to their shitty standard as opposed to allowing people to make better candy bars. How Ghirardelli got away with making good chocolate here is amazing. But that might be changing now that Milka or Kraft is kind of like taking over with Milka. Who knows? What's my favorite animated television show of all time or like currently? I don't really watch much stuff that's active on TV. All time is very difficult because there's so many good ones. Like off the top of my head, be things like Simpsons, South Park, Family Guy, Star Wars, Clone Wars, Beast Wars was great, Transformers, stuff like that. Hard to say. Lint is good, although I don't see I don't like Lind as much as I think I probably should. I've had it a few times. I've had the European version of it too, and I'm still like, eh. The ones I really like are those Belgian chocolates. Those things are fucking amazing, but yeah. Those like multicolored ones. Why can't Americans not put preservatives and GMOs in their chocolate? I don't know if it's preservatives and GMOs specifically that is causing that problem, but we have a tendency to kind of poison our own food for the sake of keeping it cheap. We don't have to do that, but we tend to because it's what we do. What episode of Family Guy do you like? I don't know if there's any episodes of that show I particularly hate. I've seen most of them. I guess if you had to pinpoint a favorite, it's probably that Simpsons Family Guy crossover. Favorite Simpsons episode or line? I again don't know. Well, there's so many more Simpsons episodes than there are Family Guy. Simpsons, I don't know. I'd have to really think about it. I haven't watched The Simpsons in a long time because I want to do a big marathon of it. But unfortunately, that kind of got fucked because they stopped making DVD sets. And then the digital distribution of that is terrible. Like the Fox Now app is awful. So I don't know exactly what I'm gonna do to tackle that problem. Have I ever played a musical instrument? I'm going to tell you guys a story from when I was a kid. So, when I was a kid, my mother was absolutely adamant that I learn how to play the piano. She was like, you got to learn it. It's very important, which it's fucking not. And she's like, you got to be able to do this. I do this. Your sister does this. You got to be able to play the piano. It's someone's going to come up at family parties. I'm going to want you to be on the keyboard. You're going to play the fucking piano. And I was like, God damn it. Because I really didn't want to do that because I had no interest. I never had interest in music. And so this one day, she was like, all right, you're enrolled in this thing and you got to go. And I said, like, what do I have to do to not be in this? Like, I was really upset because I really didn't want to do this because it was also something I would have to do after school on certain days. And it's like, I just didn't want to do that. Like, I hated going to school. I hated going to piano. I hated doing like anything that I was required to do like that. So this was just awful, especially for something I literally had no interest in. And so she basically told me, she's like, look, you do it for a year, and if after a year you still don't like it, then you don't have to do it anymore. Thinking that I would either eventually like it or that I would just kind of forget that she ever said that. So anyway, literally a calendar year goes by, And I come down the stairs and I'm all like excited. And I'm like, it's about to go to school and everything. She's like, you're never happy before school. Why are you so happy? And I'm like, and I pointed at the calendar and I was like, it's been a year. I don't ever have to go back to the fucking piano class ever again. Like, I swore. She didn't care. She was like, fuck. she instantly realized that she had to actually make that deal and I never had to go back. So there's my story. I fucking hate playing the piano. But that's what I was told I had to do at some point. And I was terrible at it. I was never good at it. It was nothing I was interested in. Have I ever had a damn bar? Yes, but well, sort of. I've had like the Milka damn bars, the ones where they fuse them together. Um, we also had to play those stupid like flute recorder things that I think every person on the planet is required to play at some point. Can you suggest any alternative to the GDMU? There's the GD USB or the USB GD. I've done videos on both of them. Feel free to judge them for yourself. What are my thoughts on the 4K Ultra HD Blu-ray discs? Do I have any? I do not, because I don't own a 4K television. I do have the Xbox One S, so I could play them. I just wouldn't be able to take advantage of it because I lack the television. So I've never bothered. I don't own any as a result. Do you think Phantasy Star Online 2... What do you think of Phantasy Star Online 2, and would you want to see it in the West? I wouldn't personally play it, but I think they should bring it over. I don't know why they haven't, to be honest with you. Dawn says, I hear your phone. It's probably Aaron calling. There's no phone ringing here. I actually disconnect my phone and mute my cell phone at the same time for these things. How many siblings do you have? I have a sister. I'm keeping all my questions for you when he's in Berlin, but hey, Adam, if you want to know anything ahead of the trip, feel free to ask. Here's what I want you to do. All right, I'm going to Berlin this summer for a little while. And I can't talk about why, but what I can say is I'll probably have July 19th as a free day to do something. What I'm thinking is if anybody wants to meet up and like have some sort of dinner or something, we could coordinate some sort of dinner. So what I'm asking you to do, if you want, is there's other people who have commented on the Meet Me This Summer video that are German that are saying like, hey, let's organize something. Feel free to do that, be involved in that, and come up with some sort of plan, because I've never been to Berlin. I have no idea what I'm going or what I'm going for in that sense. And so my only request would be, can you guys find, this is going to sound retarded to you, but if you could find some sort of like authentic German restaurant, that would be awesome. Just hang out and eat like, all that type of shit, as opposed to like, do you want to go get Mexican? Because I remember a couple of years ago, I was at Gamescom, and I tried to coordinate the same thing. And a bunch of people were like, yeah, let's go out and get Mexican. I was like, dude, I border Mexico. I don't want to go to a fucking Mexican restaurant, especially in Germany. Like, it doesn't make sense to me. So if that's cool with you, if you guys are all willing to take the hit and eat the thing that's like stereotypically associated with your country, that would be awesome. But I'll leave it to you guys to figure that out. Have I ever had the stomach flu? Probably. I don't know. Dude, I'm 30. Probably. Which video did you make about the rare Xbox game? It was some old episode of Playload, probably from last year. I couldn't tell you which. Did I put the GD menu on your GDMU? I did eventually in like a firmware update well after the video was made. Do I collect any retro electronics that are not video game related? Not particularly. I have some old computers, but that's just because I wanted a Windows XP computer around for various purposes, because sometimes you can do things with XP that you can't do with later machines, especially when you're talking about like backing up older games and stuff. But no, in general, not really. Best Ghirardelli flavor, mine would be the caramel, possibly the salted sea salt caramel. That one's pretty fucking good. What's cool about Ghirardelli, man, is they have I don't know all the cities they do this, but they have stores. So like here in Chicago, there is a Ghirardelli store. You walk in there, not only do they sell like a billion different versions of the chocolate that they don't usually sell at like grocery stores, but they also, you walk in and they hand you just a piece of chocolate. And inside, once you go there, there's always like an ice cream parlor and stuff, and made with all sorts. This is like fucking. It's literally a kid in a candy store. It's fucking crazy. But just to go in, they just hand you some chocolate, and it's good. It's good. Here in Chicago, it's funny actually because there's a Ghirardelli store across the street from the Hershey store, and I always go like, the Hershey store, just give it up, man, give it up. Hershey sucks. It sucks. Your candy sucks. Like they have iconic candy, but it tastes like shit. It didn't used to. Problem with Hershey is that they did what everyone did, is they started poisoning their own food by putting crap ingredients in it. It's like if you went back to making it the way it probably was made in like the 50s, then it would probably be good, but you don't do that, so your candy sucks. It's on you. Ugh. Have I ever watched the Top Hat Gaming Man? Never heard of it. Have you purchased any games from Amazon Japan? Yes, I have. You're not a fan of caramel. You are a monster. No, I'm just kidding. Chicago hot dogs are fucked up. I agree with you. That's kind of funny because that was like a weird source of conflict between my girlfriend and me. She came to Chicago and I took her to this like stereotypical Chicago-y place with a lot of roast beef and all that kind of stuff. And I was like, yeah, we can get like a roast beef thing. And she's like, I want the Chicago dog. I'm like, no, it's what? Like you look at it, it's got like fucking, jalapenos and all sort of crap on there. Ketchup is considered a sin on it. It's one aspect of my city I've never understood was the obsession with making a hot dog incorrectly. But she wanted that and she loved it. And I was like, whatever, you're wrong. Ugh. Which characters from the Sonic universe do you think Sega needs to get rid of? Probably a lot of those like Chaotix teams and all that shit. Like, did anybody ever really care about that? I'm surprised that shit survived beyond the 32X game. Like, why are we still talking about them? Cream the Rabbit? That's a horrible name. Why does that exist? Silver? Nope. Do you ever look into hoaxes even if you say nothing? I'm not sure what you mean. What, like moon landing bullshit? Did I ever buy games with Bitcoin? No. Did I watch Cartoon Network growing up? Have you ever heard of Cartoon Theater? I remember the cartoons with like Freakazoid and no, Freakazoid wasn't part of that. Cartoons was like Dexter's Laboratory and Johnny Bravo. A lot of those shows I would really like to have on DVD, but it's really weird actually. Some shows like Johnny Bravo, to Australians, if there's any of you watching currently, you guys got the best deal, oddly enough, on Johnny Bravo. It's a cartoon that I really liked as a kid. They made like 5 seasons of it. The first season came out on DVD here in North America and I believe in Europe as well. Australia was the only place where they got all 5 seasons, and it's very hard to find. If I went to Australia, it would definitely be on my I have to fucking look for this list. Even though it's region coded, that's no problem. You can take care of that. But yeah, that would be fucking cool. As there's a bunch of other shows though that never got finished. Like Dexter's Laboratory was never finished, and I don't know why. They probably sold poorly. That's likely what did it. But yeah, it'd be nice to get those. Do you like mayo with your French fries? I'm not Canadian, so no. Yeah, what the fuck is with that, by the way? The mayo and the French fries thing. It's like you guys all in Canada, you do the ketchup flavored chips, which are gross too. So you obviously know they go together, but you're doing it wrong. Do you notice the difference between Blu-ray and DVD? Of course. Unless you're using it on a standard definition TV, of course you're going to notice. If Phil Spencer approached you to design a new IP for Xbox, what kind of game would you make? I'd probably ask him if he was like really drunk, because I'm like, dude, I'm not a game developer. That's not how that works, man. Do you wish Ren and Stimpy was still on? I do. I remember when Spike TV brought it back very briefly. I didn't really like the resurrected version, and I know I'm not alone. Like Billy West, the guy who voiced those characters originally, even didn't like it, so he didn't even do the voices in the revamp. So it's like, nah. Do I like roller coasters? No, I do not. Which always suck because in Chicago there's not really much for theme parks because it's like snowing half the year. So we had Disney Quest, which was great, although that doesn't exist anymore. And then we had Six Flags Great America, which is open like, for most of the spring and through the fall. But because I hate roller coasters, that place was always like pointless to me. So the best theme park experiences are always, the standard ones: Universal Studios, Disneyland, the stuff in LA and Orlando. Did I like Two Stupid Dogs on Cartoon Network? I vaguely recall that, although I think that one came about a little after my time. Um, Thoughts on microtransactions, DLC, and modern gaming? Is it ruining the gaming community? You have to understand, dude. You support that, they'll keep doing it. That's why it happens. They need the money, or they want the money, and if people support it, and they obviously do, that's why it continues to exist. So I wouldn't say it's ruining the gaming community. It's just ruining games, but we're to blame because we keep fucking paying for it. Beavis and Butthead was awesome. Yes, it was. Have you ever been interested in lost media, lost films, music, etc.? It's not something I've ever pursued. If you're talking about like unreleased content, I find it more fascinating the story behind it than actually the project itself. Like for example, there's this. I don't know much about it. I know that there was this movie that Orson Welles did, like back in like I think it was like the '60s, where a Saudi prince at the time wanted him to make his movie, and he filmed some movie in Saudi Arabia, and it was never finished. It was never released, nothing. And then the guy only made, it apparently became public information like a few years ago that like there was this completely unfinished, unproduced, unresolved Orson Welles movie that's just sitting in a vault somewhere in Saudi Arabia. And it's like, I find that interesting. There's another movie I don't know much about, again, because it's all like you only get bits and pieces because these things are never really made public. But there's this other movie that's been in production, some animated film by this guy. He's been working on it for years. And the reason this movie, if it ever gets made, is going to be successful is that he has been getting voice actors in it that a lot of them, that's their last role ever. So, for example, this movie, he got Marlon Brando to record something for it before he died. Like literally on his deathbed, he was recording voices for this movie that doesn't exist. And that same movie has audio from John Candy. And there's apparently like more people he's pursued or he's going to try and get. And it's only because of how fucking long this movie's been in production that theoretically could come out this movie that it's a cartoon that has nothing but the voices of dead actors in it, which would be fucking insane. That's what I've heard multiple times. I don't have a name for it or anything like that. It's just like, that's fucking bananas. Have I played any spin-off Mario games? Aside from like Mario Kart, not really. And Smash Brothers, I guess. What's the worst hotel chain you've ever stayed in? I don't know if I can think of a chain of hotels that I've ever thought that sucked. That's not really that much of a thing. Usually the shitty ones are like, to be honest with you, are like the mom and pop ones where they aren't a chain, and they're just like, oh, we don't have a TV and we don't have internet here, but don't worry because there's nothing to do. Like those places are the fucking worst. They're like just a bed. I've never stayed in a hostel. That's not my thing. Like I'd rather not go on the trip if I had to go stay in a hostel. But a hotel chain, I think if you're forcing me to answer, it's funny. The fancier hotels are usually worse because they charge for everything, whereas the cheaper ones don't. Like cheap ones will have free Wi-Fi and like some free water bottles and stuff like that. Whereas and like free complimentary continental breakfast. It's not the best breakfast, whatever, but it's there. Whereas the expensive ones will be like, oh, you walked through the door, that's an additional $5. Wi-Fi, well, that'll be $15 an hour. Oh, the breakfast is complimentary as long as you're willing to pay $30 for it. Like, fuck that place. Like, there's a lot of hotels like that. And it's weird because I've been in both of them. I've been in many varying hotels for different reasons. Sometimes a convention will put you up in like a shitty hotel. Sometimes they'll spring for a nice one. Media events, same deal. So I've stayed in like super posh hotels in like ritzy rooms, and everything was like super expensive and intimidating, and at the same time I've stayed in shitholes, and it's like, dude, as long as the bed's fine, I'll be fine. What host of Family Feud do you like? I'm not even sure I could name more than one. I'm not even sure I can name one. Lodmod, welcome back from dinner. I hope it was well. Do I ever play basketball or just watch? I played it a lot more when I was a kid, not anymore. Do I plan to come down to Australia ever? I've been to Australia, but not in a long time. If there was a convention or event or something that wanted me in Australia and they were willing to bring me, then yeah, I'd go. But there's no current plans to. Trophies or achievements? It used to be achievements. Now I just don't give a fuck. Do I watch anything on Cartoon Network anymore? No, I don't care. I mean, I said other than Rick and Morty, but I don't actually watch that live. Like, I'll wait until it's all done every season. Adam, you're awesome. Thank you, Casey. You're not too bad yourself. What's with these 4 to 7-year-old comments on a professional page? YouTube. Seriously. Oh, and we got a break from racing. I'm not sure what you're talking about. What made you do YouTube? Short answer, I guess, is that I was doing film projects and I simply wanted a place to host them. But nobody goes out and watches short films on YouTube. So I was like, well, I'll try and build a little more of an audience with what I know about, which was video games. Then eventually just evolved into a video game specific channel. How did you make it into voice acting? Did I? I didn't know I was in voice acting. Where's my paycheck for that? What did I voice? I can do impressions, but I've never, nobody's ever like been like, hey man, we want your Mickey Mouse and here's a paycheck for it. Like Disney's never contacted me about that shit. Okay, maybe one question since you're in Chicago right now, aren't you? I am in Chicago at the moment. I go to Los Angeles in the morning. What's the gaming community like in China? I don't know. I've never been there. What's your favorite ice cream for a milkshake? Dude, I have not had an ice cream milkshake in, God, maybe like 15 years. It's just something you're not supposed to do to yourself, so I don't do that. Already talked about Shenmue 3 delay. Short answer is it's a good thing, and I was not surprised at all. I've been saying for a while that I thought that was going to happen. This is just me reading this, okay? This is not my statement. Why is PewDiePie so successful? Your content is better. Well, thank you, Randall. That's very nice of you. I couldn't possibly tell you why he's as successful as he is because I don't think anybody, including him, really knows. I think he gamed the system in a good way, and he's good at it. He's good at what he does. I personally don't find him entertaining, but that doesn't mean I like hate the motherfucker or anything. If film and YouTube wasn't your career, what would you do for a living? Would it still involve the video game industry? Dude, I have no idea. Like, take a massive event of your life and completely change it, and then ask, wonder where you would be. It's hard to say. Oh, Chris says, I returned here, got a bit of time to talk, is what I meant. And then some guy said, Adam sucked my balls. Oh, he's talking about like 4 to 7 year old. Yeah, dude, you get junk comments like that all the time. I have no real issue with it. I mostly just pity people for being fucking stupid. Um, you look hangry, bro. I assume you're suggesting I'm hungry. No, I'm fine, man. I actually had pizza this morning, so I'm all good. I rode that. That's what I'm riding right now. Actually, after the stream, I still have some left over. I'll probably eat that after the stream's over. Someone order you a pizza. No, like I said, I got myself one. It's in the other room, but it's cold now. I'll have to reheat it, but it's in there. At the moment, I've got coffee still in my Warner Brothers mug or thermos. This is like the 4th time I've shown this to you guys. I still think it's cool though. Like in case you missed it, I worked on the Warner Brothers lot like 2 months ago, and after that was over, they randomly sent us like a big gift bag full of all sorts of like swag with Warner Brothers logo all over it, and we kind of divvied it up. And this is one of the things I got to keep was the Warner Brothers water bottle, which currently has cold coffee in it. I eat pizza every day. You won't live much longer then, buddy. Give me a bro fist. There, that's for all of you. Enjoy. Pizza in the morning, living the life. Yeah, I guess. So I'm too lazy to cook, dude. So like I always just kind of get takeout. Giordano's or Lumalnati's? It was Lumalnati's. If you're asking my favorite, Lumalnati's. That's what's in the other room right now. Crispy tacos or soft tacos? Soft. One thing I want to do when I'm in LA, though I'm not sure I'm gonna have time to do this. I want to go to Paco's Tacos and get myself a wet burrito. Oh my god, I fucking love wet burritos. Those things are amazing. And Paco's Tacos knows what the fuck they are doing with that shit. Problem is, I think it's like an hour away from drive from the convention center, so I may not realistically be able to do it because my schedule is pretty tight, and I don't know if I really want to pay for an Uber and shit to go out there. So, Adam, Chicago, Pokemon. You're into that or the mobile games as a no go for you? I don't give a flying fuck about Pokemon Go. Sorry. McDonald's or Burger King? I don't eat either of them. I haven't had either of them in a long fucking time. I would go McDonald's simply because I'll give it to the hometown team. They're based in Chicago, so fuck it, give it to them. I think that Burger King burgers are typically more filling, but McDonald's stuff was always tastier, if that answers that question. I live in LA. You should check out Porto's Bakery. It's rated #1 restaurant in USA. Dude, you are not the first person to tell me about that. Last time I was in LA, I was in Burbank, again near the Warner Brothers lot, and so people were like, "Oh, we should all go to Porto's." That's what everybody kept saying. The fucking potato balls, they're like crack. That's what everybody kept telling me. And I was like, "Fuck, I'd love to go," but the time just never happened. I'd love to go out there, but I'm not going to be in Burbank. I'm going to be in, I think, downtown LA. How does Pizza Hut and Domino's survive in Chicago? This is going to sound like really awful what I'm about to say, but it is the sad truth. Poor people and stoners. That's the only reason. Because those pizzas are cheap and people get fucking high and they want to buy cheap pizza. Oddly, Little Caesars doesn't really survive here. It's in some of the suburbs, but it's not really in the city. Although I'll tell you right now, I don't know if I could even find a Domino's or a Pizza Hut downtown Chicago. In the suburbs, yes, but I can't honestly think of one in the city anywhere. I'm sure I'm wrong about that, but do I like White Castle? I like the taste of it. I don't like the effects of it. Do I live near an airport or a train station? Both. Well, it depends on how you define nearby. Like there's literally train stops like right outside where I live. In fact, in my videos, when you hear there's like this background rushing of noise every once in a while, that's a fucking train. Um, but the airport is not that far from where I live, which is another reason I'm the most compatible of my entire team to travel places because O'Hare, it's in the middle of a super city in Chicago, and so like direct flights exist everywhere. And whereas a good part of my team live in like smaller town cities like Madison or Pittsburgh or something like that, and so for them to get anywhere, it's just a fucking pain in the ass. Mm-hmm. Sorry, I'm just reading. Do I prefer physical or digital games? Physical, of course. What's the most expensive restaurant you've ever eaten at? Okay, that one I have a good answer for. Um, so a few years ago, my cousin had a bachelor party at a casino. I think it's Four Winds Casino in like Michigan, which is on technically on an Indian reservation, right? And so my I went up there, and we had this like big fucking dinner, right? And I'm looking at the menu. The cheapest fucking thing on the menu was an $85 buffalo steak. Now it was really good. I didn't want to do it. At that point, I was like on a Subway kick, so I was like, I like spending $6 a day on a Subway. Like that's all I want. I didn't want a fucking $85 steak, and it was really annoying because it was assumed that everybody that the shall we say my cousin would be paying for everybody's food because it was part of his party or whatever. That's what the assumption was for most of us. But still, I didn't feel good about that, so I got that steak because it was, again, the cheapest thing, which you wouldn't expect a steak to be the cheapest thing, especially from a strange source like buffalo. But that's what we had. And then, so at the end, instead of doing it the way I assumed they were going to do it, they ended up divvying up the bill like completely evenly. So I ended up paying like $120 or some shit for this steak, including paying for parts of other people's shit, which I wouldn't have normally done. I probably would have thrown a shit fit, but it's like, fuck it. You know, like, it's my cousin's wedding. Enough of this idiot. I am banning that retarded motherfucker. Tired of his bullshit. You won $2,000 at a casino. Congratulations. Which team do I hate the most in the NBA? The Miami Heat. I'll never forgive them for basically creating a culture of cheating that has never gone away. I have nothing against the players. Like, Dwayne Wade's a bull. Like, I got nothing against him. I don't even have anything against LeBron James, although it was mostly his fault for being the one who kind of did that. But the Miami Heat organization in general for creating a supervillain environment in the NBA was annoying as hell. And that hasn't changed. Like, that ruined the environment of the NBA now, because like that's like the fucking Golden State Warriors followed that model, the Cleveland Cavaliers followed that model. Fuck it. Why don't you just collect North American release games? Because that's fucking easy and boring. I want to do something more exciting. Like, to me, I think it's bullshit when someone's like, oh, my collection's complete, I have every game. Well, all right, you got all the Dreamcast games? Yeah, I got all the American ones. Well, what about the European ones? Oh, those don't count. Why the fuck don't those count? Of course they count. You're being lazy. Fuck that. So, no, you gotta, in my opinion, you're going for a full set. Go big or go home. Hershey Bar or the Neo Geo X? Hershey Bar, it's cheaper, and I can throw it away without feeling guilty. Yeah, if you guys are wondering, I banned that guy. He was annoying me, but he was also being a dick in general. Like, I don't care. You can insult me, whatever. But it's just like, there comes a point where it's like, okay, now you're just annoying other people. Get the fuck out of here. No, I only banned that one dude. I don't know. Kyle did not get banned. Kyle, like, if we're talking about the same Kyle, he just asked me about like Barney and Friends. The answer is no. I did when I was a little kid. Why don't you have a Turbo Duo? Just cost. I had the opportunity to get one in Japan for much cheaper, but it was still like, it boils down to space. You guys are gonna see. Like, I got 2 more of these Japanese pickup videos that are coming, and you'll see some shit. Just want to say you gave me the balls to take things apart and clean them up, and I'm only 15. Well, congratulations. Don't break anything. Cavs or Warriors? This series, I'm going to go... Well, the Warriors are going to win it, and I'll go with them because I'd rather they start a new trilogy as opposed to the Cavs repeating. But really, both of those teams, fuck them. Why do I hate the Neo Geo X? I answered that earlier. Do you ever plan on going to a convention or having a fan meetup in Chicago? Now, that's funny, man, because if there was a convention in Chicago that invited me, I could go, and it would cost them nothing, like, other than a pass, but I've never been invited, funny enough. Like, C2E2's never invited me or anything like that, which they could, and I would go, and it wouldn't cost them shit, but they've never invited me. Whereas a fan meetup I've considered doing, but I've just never coordinated it. What I've kind of considered doing is having some sort of fan meetup at People Play Games, which is a gaming store on the north side of the city. And I would probably get a couple other YouTubers like D-Dave to join me, and we just have like a big kind of event there. But I have to coordinate that with them. I have to coordinate that with the store, and it's just a matter of like the time to do it. So I never really think about it that much, to be honest with you. Do I think Jimmy Butler will get traded? God, I hope not. But Bulls management is incompetent. They are notoriously stupid. So it wouldn't surprise me if they give him away for peanuts. That's what they have a tendency to do. Shenmue stays stuck on loading screens on my Dreamcast. You might need another Dreamcast. Thanks for the Framemeister Club. I didn't make it. Do you believe in ghosts or aliens? Ghosts, no. Aliens must exist. It's not even possible to assume that there is not life on other planets somewhere. In the vastness that is the universe, the arrogance of man to assume that this is the single and only planet that has any form of life is absurd. Now, the conditions for life are admittedly rare. The things you need that you would not usually know you need a moon of comparable and abnormal size by human, or by what we consider carbon-based life forms, which what we all are. We understand a lot about how the proximity of the sun versus the environment that we happen to live in, the fragileness of trying to formulate life in that environment. You need things like a moon that is freakishly too big, that controls things like the tides. You need basically a satellite protector planet like Jupiter to basically offset all of the potential damage that can come to the Earth. For example, meteorites, asteroids, all that kind of stuff. A lot of them should logically impact the Earth, but Jupiter actually creates a magnetism system that prevents most of them from getting to us, which is another one of those conditions for how life can continue to function here. Despite the rarities that are all these things, including the Earth being within the what's called the Goldilocks zone, where it's warm enough but not too warm, proximity to the sun to allow life to create. The odds that has not been recreated anywhere else enough to even generate bacteria is absurd, especially since we already have samples of at least deceased bacteria that once existed on Mars, and that's the next door neighbor. The idea that there's nowhere in the universe with something like that, bizarre. That's fucking bullshit. It's impossible. Anyway, that's my position. Lodmod just donated. Wow, thank you. Yo, brah, what do you think about the old gaming companies and IPs becoming relevant again? You got the Atari box and Sega Forever, and Microsoft and Sony are like scratching their heads in confusion. So I'm not going to lie to you, dude. First of all, thank you for the super chat. It's amazing. But I want you to ask something else. Not that I'm unwilling to answer your question, but because I don't have that much information on it. The Atari box and the Sega Forever are both very limited in my understanding because I have not done sufficient research on them. In both cases, I believe they're simply like clone consoles. But beyond that, I really know nothing else about them. So I think Sega Forever is more like Sega's attempt to resurrect some IPs. This is the same kind of bullshit speech Sega makes every once in a while. But I don't see that doing much for them. Atari box, I think it literally is a clone console. So if you want to ask another question, please do so. And I've been told it's not magnetism, it's gravity. I didn't mean literally magnetism. I meant it acts like a magnet keeping shit away from us. Yes, obviously the central force of the universe is gravity. I mean, gravity is, that's another thing. The amount of gravity comparable to our environment is also another reason we can survive. I mean, you may not, this may be something you never think about. There is a planet 10 billion light years away that has like a fucking little pebble on it somewhere. That little pebble is having some sort of gravitational impact on the Earth right now. It's just insignificant, but you add all of that up and it has a massive effect on the state of our planet and the galaxy and everything. And that kind of sensitivity is what keeps things functional or dysfunctional. So the universe is fucking complex. It really is. And again, the arrogance to assume that life can't exist elsewhere. Impossible. Now, ghosts, that's bullshit. Meteorites are called meteoroids when in space. Only in ground they're called meteorites. I know. They're protecting us from meteorites because meteorites would be when they impact. They impact on Jupiter for the most part. Laudmott, seriously, man, you got to ask me another question, especially for the amount you just donated. You got to do another. Thank you for that. How much of a shit show do you think E3 will be? Do you have a drinking game planned? Well, first of all, I'm going to E3 in the morning, so no. Second, I hope it's not a shit show. It'd be kind of fun if it's good. That would be ideal. I don't think it's going to be like the 2015 Sony press conference, which was probably the greatest press conference of all time. Not only because Shenmue 3 was announced, but because it was just like one surprise hit after another. I don't think we'll ever see that kind of thing again. But that said, I still think we're going to see a pretty good show out of the four remaining. Well, I'm going to say three. Nintendo's show is going to suck because it's just going to be Super Mario Odyssey, which will be good. Admittedly, the game will be good, I'm sure. But their presentation is like I'm sure it'll suck. I Whereas Sony will probably have a really good game lineup and probably some sort of surprise, but I have no idea what it is. Microsoft, they'll probably show us Scorpio and hopefully a good lineup of games. And then there's Ubisoft, who is going to do probably a big lineup of games, but it's all games I think that we all kind of know about already, so we're just going to see more of them. And I don't think, and EA went today, and I don't think anybody else does like major shows anymore. I think those are just the only 5 that do. So hopefully it's good. And I don't drink, so my drinking game will be to drink coffee, and I will fucking drink it because I always do. I've already had one full thing of it on this show, and I'm already going through almost completing my second here. And Lodmont, you asked another question. All right. What do you think about the Atari coming out with a modern game system to compete with the PS4? That is essentially what the Atari box is, apparently. I'm going to need way more information on that, because that concept kind of blows my mind. The idea that that's actually true. I don't have enough information. Assuming the ghost of Atari is legitimately trying to go up head to head with Sony, Microsoft, and Nintendo, just dig your own grave right now. Like, why are you even trying this? That's, the fucking the Coleco Chameleon had a better chance. Like, that's just insane. So if that's actually true, I'll be fucking surprised. So thank you again for the super chat. In fact, you can ask another one, because that was, again, something I'm not that informed on. Sega's E3 surprise. I'd be surprised if they had a surprise. Sega doesn't really try to do that anymore. I remember a couple of years ago, the Tokyo Game Show, they kept talking about, oh, we have this big surprise, make sure to tune in. Like, everybody tuned in, especially the Shenmue fan base. We're all like, oh my god, what is it? What are we going to see here? And their big surprise was like a new fucking soccer game. And we're like, what the fuck are you doing? So I don't see it. I think that they're getting smarter. At least they're at least introducing IPs people care about. Like, more of the Yakuza games are finally getting over there, which is nice. Yeah, beyond that, I don't expect much else out of them. When I'm in Los Angeles, will we be using an Uber, that or a Lyft, or because I don't think I'd have to contact the people that are bringing me there, but I don't think I'm getting any sort of special ride from LAX to the hotel. How much longer will the stream be on? It's been on for 4 hours. Wow, it has. I was planning to wrap this up at around 8 p.m. my time, which is in about 14 minutes. So I'm still okay, but I do have to stop, probably, eat the rest of that pizza, and then I'm going to pack up and get ready to go. Because, again, my flight's at 6:30 in the morning, so we'll see. Are you guys having fun still? Should I keep doing this? Are you okay? Do you want me to keep going for a little while? What do you want? What's better, Sleeping Dogs or Yakuza? I can only say Yakuza because I've never really played Sleeping Dogs. You should do a 24-hour long live stream marathon sometime. I would die. I mean, you guys notice I don't even really get up for like bathroom breaks. I just sit here and talk to you. The only time I got up was when you guys really wanted to see that Samsung Saturn game. What's the best place to buy Wii U games for the cheap? Best Buy 2 years ago. I don't know. Wii U stuff is mostly gone. I would say check out your clearance bins at places like Target and Best Buy if you're in the States. You'll still find some stuff, but for the most part, you're already at the point where there's a lot of really hard games to find for the Wii U. I think I'm past all of them. I think the only ones left for me are Commons, or Commons by Wii U standards. So we'll see how that goes. Is United my favorite airlines? Yes. I will gladly take a punch in the face to not have to fly on American Airlines. I mean, there's no fucking airline that's like amazing. Okay, they all have flaws. My favorite airlines are Alaska Airlines, United Airlines, Lufthansa, and LOT's Polish Airlines. Those are like the best ones I've ever been on. And I live in Chicago, as I keep pointing out. United is based here. In fact, that whole shit with the guy getting punched in the face, that happened at O'Hare. It happened the same day I flew out to New York. No, this is the day I flew out to Japan. And it happened like 5 minutes after I left. In fact, I think I saw that guy walking around the terminal. That said, I would still gladly let them punch me in the face if I didn't have to get on an American Airlines flight. Fuck that shit. Um, I'd rather fly on anyone in the Star Alliance, or if I have to, my second choice is anyone in the One World Club, which is like American Airlines, which I fucking hate, but still anybody in that group. In all honesty, the worst airlines to me are the ones that are not in any of these like special clubs, like Frontier or Spirit. JetBlue is the only exception. JetBlue is like the only cool airline that's not in any club because they know flying sucks. So they try to make it more fun, and they have free Wi-Fi. Nobody else does. So I like them better, I guess. But if you're like giving me a choice, I'm always gonna pick United. If someone sent you a plane ticket for their birthday, would you game with them for a day? Uh, I don't know. that, I'd have to talk more about that. That's too open ended. In theory, yes, but it depends. Do I like Metallica? I I don't know shit about music, dude. So it's not really. I mean, I know they exist, and I know the thing I actually know most about Metallica is that they were the guys who hated Napster and were trying to destroy it. Like I said, more interested in like history than the actual music. Southwest, I fucking hate Southwest Airlines. That retarded policy of like run on the plane and just grab a seat. What the fuck are you doing? They're not in any of these like mileage clubs. Fuck them. Will you shoot any footage at E3 or LA in general? LA probably. E3 probably not too much because I think I remember reading on my press pass thing that actually filming is mostly forbidden, which you wouldn't expect, but apparently it is. Worst airline for you is Emirates. I've never flown on it, so I couldn't say. The worst flight I was on. Uh, Dude, I've flown a lot over the course of my life, so I can't be sure what my worst flight of all time would be. But the one that comes to mind in recent history was actually last year. I was flying to Too Many Games, Philadelphia, and I flew on Frontier Airlines. And because of this, I will never fly on Frontier Airlines again. We were supposed to go from Chicago to Philly, and they landed in Trenton, New Jersey. So already you're off to a really bad start. But the flight itself is in very much a no frills airline where you don't have TSA pre-check, doesn't work for them. You Everything costs money. They don't have drinks. Like nothing. It's you're literally in a flying bus, and it was awful. And the worst moment of that though was there was this. I'm just gonna say it. It's gonna sound awful, but you guys will understand immediately why this was problematic. I was sitting like 2 or 3 rows up and to the right of this guy. He was making a bunch of noise, but nobody was taking him too seriously. And he was, I'm just going to say it, it's going to sound awful, and I don't mean to offend, but there's certain stereotypes where in that moment it's bad. There was this Middle Eastern dude, and the plane's starting to take off, and all of a sudden he starts like screaming and singing at the same time. He's like, "We are about to join God." And I was like, everyone on the plane was like, "Oh my God, what the fuck is about to happen?" Then he just proceeds into this like lullaby, creepy, weird song. He never did anything. He didn't hurt anyone. He wasn't actually a bad person or anything like that. It was just like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? Social contract. You don't do shit like that. It wouldn't matter what his ethnicity was. If anybody says something like that at that moment, you go like, what? Like, it's weird. So that was probably the worst flight I've ever been on. Will I post a picture of my wet burrito on Instagram if I actually get to have one? Adam, you and Norm, the gaming historian, should compete in the history of video games knowledge. He would beat me. Norm is much, much more complete about that kind of thing. Too bad I didn't get to hang out with Luke Morris 1 in Japan. I never reached out to him. My understanding, I know a lot of people have tried to. He's not really that interested in having his YouTube life in any way connected to like his real life. Um, Adam, there is a stereotype in central Illinois that most people are Democrats in Chicago. Is this true? Not trying to be offensive. Well, I don't really like to bring politics up on this channel for any real reason, but as I am a resident of this state, I'll tell you that Cook County is blue, the rest of the state is red, but Cook County outnumbers the rest of the state. So the majority of the state is blue for that reason, just not by landmass. Often in the debate between conservative and liberal philosophies, people look at a map arbitrarily and see, oh, it's mostly red, therefore the blue side must be wrong about everything. But they never bother to go deeper and realize that all the blue sections are where the people actually fucking live. Like, just because Wyoming is solid red doesn't mean shit. 500,000 people live in Wyoming. There are more people living in Washington, D.C. than there are in Wyoming. And it's, for some reason, I don't get that. Like, California has the least valuable vote in the union because of the sheer amount of population you have versus what you get in the electoral college. Whereas Wyoming, ironically, has the most valuable vote in the union. So if you vote in a presidential election and you are a resident of Wyoming, your vote is essentially the equivalent of 4 votes in California. And that's just because of how, like, gerrymandering and the electoral college works. It's the same basic concept with local state politics. So Cook County's blue, and it pretty much defines the state, which I get why everyone, when you look at a map arbitrarily and the rest of the state looks red, why you would see, oh, it's Cook County, that's bad. I can see why. The majority of the human beings in the state live in that county. That's why. Favorite video game cartoon? Probably the Sonic Sat-Am series. To be honest with you, I never really watched that many of them because I didn't really enjoy many of them. Thoughts on the JVC XI? I have one. It's just a weaker version of the Sega Wonder Mega, which is pretty cool, but the Sega CDX was a better machine. For someone that doesn't like talking about politics, it sounds a lot like you know quite a bit about it. I know a lot about a bunch of subjects. I mean, it's just you didn't ask. I try to not talk about politics because I don't want to be divisive in either side. It's just not something I'm interested in creating. I don't like to create drama. I don't like to be involved in drama. The politics are completely irrelevant to the subject of this channel. That said, that doesn't mean I don't know anything about it. There's a lot of subjects I know a lot about that I never bring up. Like, we were just talking about how life can exist on Earth and whether or not it exists on other planets and what the conditions are required for that. Not relevant to a video game channel, but somebody asked, I know about it, let's talk about it. But there's a difference. That doesn't really offend people unless they're like really against the concept of like evolution or something like that, like hardcore creationists or something. But beyond that, most people are going to be more open-minded. Have I seen Wonder Woman? Yes, I did. Who the fuck knew that was going to be the best movie in the DCU? I end up talking about this quite a bit at my upcoming podcast, so I won't bother talking about it here. Why are you so dark as fuck? It's a black shirt. This is not my actual skin. Scale of 1 to 10. How tired are you? You seem out of it. Well, I'm not that tired, but I have been streaming for 4 hours. In 3 minutes, we're going to reach the point where I was originally intending to stop going, so maybe I should. Any tips for retro collecting on a budget? Give up. Don't fucking try. You can't not retro collect on a budget. You can't. The best you can do is try to collect stuff that nobody gives a shit about right now, which would be like the OG Xbox. You can get a shit ton of games for that thing for nothing. But in general, it's not a cheap hobby. So don't assume like, hey, I've decided I want to retro collect, but I also decided I want a bunch of money, but I want to have a massive collection. What's that magical website, like allfreegames.com or something, where I can go to? There's no special store like that. It doesn't exist. It's a fantasy. So you can do like little things here and there to try and get good deals, but in general, if you don't have the money or the willpower to collect, you really shouldn't be trying. Been watching this for 2 hours and I just liked the video. The fuck is wrong with me? Yes, if you could like that video, I would really appreciate it. That's one of the few things you can actually do without money being involved to actually help the video out, because then more people see it. It's recommended to more people. But it's up to you. Did I ever watch G4? Yes, a little bit back in the day. I talked about it earlier. There's not really much to say. Like, I remember, I think the one I remember the best is their whole Dreamcast video, which was actually pretty good. Though they interviewed the guy who was probably the media, the person who worked for the press, the journalist. They interviewed a journalist who I would say is probably the most responsible in the public's eye for the Dreamcast failing. This guy who wrote up an article. God, now I'm remembering all this shit. So there was this guy who had an interview with an employee at Sega at the time, and he was asking, like, what's, the current state of the Dreamcast, and the dude basically told him, like, we're not, currently producing more units because we have enough units ready to go. And the guy wrote it up as Sega to stop producing Dreamcast units, which is a very different message. But that's the story he ran with. And then it came out publicly that they weren't producing new units. And then it just became like, oh, they're going to stop producing units. And then it hurt them a lot. And then eventually, it didn't take long before Sega was like, all right, I guess we really can't keep producing units because now nobody wants the thing because they think it's done. That guy did a lot of damage to the Dreamcast due to essentially what you might call clickbait in the early days of clickbait, which is unfortunate. And they actually have him in the interview, but they don't really approach it that way. It's just something you realize that that's what happened when he did that. Go to a food truck when you're in LA. If they have them near the convention center, I'm sure I will. Do a Cartman voice impression. That was never really a voice I could do all that well. What do you think of Pamela Anderson? I think she was a... Watch my Sega Genesis recap video. You'll get my Pamela Anderson impression. I know that doesn't... Or my opinion. That doesn't sound like a video where you'd see it, but it's in there. Thoughts on the Analog NT? Never used it. It's obviously insanely expensive. It must be good for that kind of money. But what's that one? Like the Retro AVS or something like that? That's supposed to be much better and a better price and all that. I don't remember. I haven't. I've tried one, but I've never had one. What I'd love to actually have is an HDMI modded NES with the blinking light win installed. That would be my ideal way to do it, but it's a lot of things that have to go into that process. Any advice on cleaning up PS2 image quality? Get a PS3 that plays PS2 games. The PS2, the best you can do with it is hook up component cables and kind of clean it up a little. PS2 just looks like shit. There's nothing you can do about it. It just looks like shit. It's not good at like rendering solid image quality. It just can't. The Sega Master System will give you a better image than the fucking PlayStation 2 will. It's just how it is. It's just the way Sony made it. So there's really not much you can do about it, sadly. Which is too bad, because there's a lot of great games on that thing that are basically locked to it, and they're forever stuck in just looking like shit. And just to be clear, so we don't get fucking people who don't know what I'm talking about, I'm not talking about graphics. I'm talking about resolution either. We're literally talking about image quality. It's like the image is fuzzy, and it always will be, because there's no way to undo that. Did you see the episode of South Park where Cartman wants a Sega Dreamcast? Yes, I've seen that many times. Those guys are funny. If you watch, well, obviously they're funny. If you watch the commentary with in South Park, they say repeatedly, anytime there's an episode where there's a character who really wants some sort of video game thing, that's really Matt and Trey being like, I want this and I'm struggling with it right now. And so they're trying to get whatever that video game thing is. So if they said that, it's because they really wanted a Dreamcast or a PSP, or I know they did a Wii at one point. Xbox 360 was in there at some point. I tried out the Akira on my Dreamcast recently. Holy fuck, it is amazing. Yeah, the Dreamcast picture quality is insanely good for something that was released in 1998. That's just insane. The PlayStation 2 sadly did not have that same benefit. No, they're not the Gamecast. I think you're thinking of the Okama Gamosphere. Do you have a modded Wii to play all your games under the sun up to the Dreamcast? Fuck no. I mean, I have modded Wiis, but I would not do it that way. I prefer authentic hardware. Um, in that Dreamcast video, G4 video you're talking about was Stephen L. Kent. I think so. That sounds vaguely familiar. Because I think he's, if I'm right, he was the guy who was interviewing. He gives an interview in the video about interviewing Sega at the time, and then he ran with an article. But his article was very misleading. He doesn't talk about that, but when you actually look up what he was saying versus what they were saying, it wasn't the same message. Possibly through to a translator. I'm not saying he set out to create the downfall of the Dreamcast. It wasn't like his intention, I'm sure. But I think that was unintentionally the result. I know everything about shoes, apparently. No, I don't. I buy like one pair of shoes like every 6 years. Can you improve the video of the Mega Drive? Oh, fuck yeah. You can hook up RGB cables. You can stick it into a FrameMeister. Oh, it looks fucking beautiful when it's connected correctly. Do I still have a PAL SNES? Yes, I do. What do I think of Roger Moore? I was never really into Bond movies, so I associate him more with like the joke of like him being a kind of a suave gay man later in life than I do anything else. Um, that said, I didn't really form much of an opinion of him. I think the most I know about him was like an episode of Family Guy he was on. Would you buy an Ultimate Sega Genesis console or Ultimate Sega console that was able to play all the physical media of Sega games in one unit? That's something I kind of used to dream about as a kid. It's nothing I would think they would ever possibly make now, and if they did, they wouldn't do it correctly. It's not like they're going to make a console with like a that's not some piece of shit clone console that runs all the discs they ever produced as well as all the cartridges. I don't see it. That said, if they somehow did for some stupid fucking reason, then yeah, I would do it. Have I ever seen Beavis and Butthead? Yes, I have the Mike Judge collections of DVDs as well as the Blu-ray of that random season they did a couple of years ago. What pisses me off about that is that Beavis and Butthead will never be completed on DVD because Mike Judge, I guess, there's an intro letter from him in one of the sets where he basically says that he only intended to release 1/3 of all Beavis and Butthead episodes on DVD because he said 1/3 he was proud of, 1/3 he's ashamed of, and 1/3 of it was pointless, something like that. So we got 1/3 of them, and one thing I actually really liked about those DVD sets, and I know I'm in the minority on this, I fucking hated the music video segments. I remember growing up, whenever those would come on, I would change the channel. I was like, I don't want to watch this. I want to watch the fucking cartoon part. So the DVD sets, they couldn't use the music videos because they didn't have the rights to that. So it was great because they were like pre-edited just to be the best parts of the show. But the problem was they didn't finish them. What game has impacted you the most emotionally? Shenmue, obviously. I talk about it all the time. I've become associated with it. I've signed copies of that game even though I had nothing to do with it. It's had a very profound impact on my life somehow. Could you do an Urkel impression or a Stitch and Mickey Mouse mashup? I can't really do an Urkel. Jaleel White was never something I had the skill for, I guess. Stitch and Mickey mashup, I'm not really sure what that means. Like trying to fuse their voices, I'm not really sure how that would work. Do you want to go to North Korea? Everyone wants to go to North Korea in the sense that it would be just cool to be able to say you went to North Korea, but you really should never do that. The only way I would ever consider going to North Korea is through that room that's like on the border. Do you guys know about that? Do you guys want me to talk about that? That's like the way that 99% of people who go to North Korea have ever actually been there is in this one room. Do I play Monster Hunter? I do not. Does the Dreamcast look better via HDMI, the Bahar Bros Akura, or VGA, the Tora without the FrameMeister? So the consensus I had was basically that they look essentially identical. The Akura is more of a convenience thing because it's running through HDMI, which is better for future-proofing. The only flaw of the Akura is that it runs in 480p, and you might have monitor compatibility issues. Whereas anything that takes VGA is going to understand that resolution. But at the same time, VGA is not exactly common anymore, so you would need, most cases, a high-grade VGA to HDMI scaler, which would solve the resolution problem, but those good ones are very, very expensive, and most people buy shitty ones that make the image worse. So I would still recommend the Akura. What would have been nice is if the Akura had just a basic scaler in it, but, or maybe that wasn't feasible. Maybe that made it worse. I'm not sure. Lobmont says he's trying to get into Shenmue. It seems like a very enticing game, but the beginning is confusing for me. Yeah, Shenmue is a game that abso-fucking-lutely demands your patience. And if you get through that, I'm telling you it's worth it. But what it's trying to do is basically get you so engrossed in the reality of that game that you take it much more seriously than you should. And trust me when I say it pays off. But you do have to have patience. It's not a game that's designed to give you quick bursts of entertainment. That's not how that game works. Do I own any ZX? I'm saying it your way. ZX Spectrum stuff? I do not. Fix the Bulls jersey? No. Fun fact, 5,000 Americans travel to North Korea each year, and 99% of them go through that little room. You can get a visa as an American to travel to North Korea. It's just extraordinarily difficult. You basically have to go to Beijing, and then you can apply at the Pyongyang, or the embassy, the North Korean embassy in Beijing to visit Pyongyang. I would never do it. The only way I would ever go to North Korea is through that little room, which is on the demilitarized zone. Adam, do you play your American SNES games on your PAL SNES? I never use the PAL SNES. There's no reason to. It requires a step-down converter. It outputs at a different video frequency. There's no reason to use it. It's purely a display piece. Plus, it's not even compatible with North American titles. So, like, there's literally no reason. I have the DC hooked up to the FrameMeister through RGB SCART, but some games won't even boot up. Anyway, around this, as far as I know, there's a handful of games that, for whatever reason, don't support RGB, and most of them support VGA, so you should probably be doing that instead. VGA in general is what you should be using with the Dreamcast. You really should only be using RGB, ideally, for the Dreamcast games that don't support VGA, which is not common. Am I hyped for the Resident Evil 2 remaster or remake? I don't know. I think it's a remake. I don't think it's technically a remaster. But yeah, no, definitely. I want to check that out. Do I have an email that you could email me about the whole birthday fight / game? Just if you're serious, dude, send me some sort of PM on YouTube. But I don't know. Like, where do you live? Do I have any Pong clone consoles? Do you mean like first gen stuff? If so, yes. Beyond that, no. Wow, I'm still live. Yes, I am. Although I think I'm going to go because I'm already 11 minutes past when I thought I was going to stop. Yeah, we got another fucking retard. I'm going to take care of this. Hang on a second. Okay, bye-bye, Riri. See, I don't have a problem with people making fun of me. When people start trying to annoy the fuck out of you guys, that's kind of annoying. That has to go. So let's do it this way. I think I'll stop really soon, so I'm going to take a last round of questions here. We can either do, what do you guys prefer? You want to do like 2 real questions or like a power round of like 5-6 questions? You guys let me know. I wonder if you can get a 4K TV that still supports 480p so that you can use the Dreamcast through HDMI. I honestly don't know. My last swig of coffee is in there. Let's do this. We're going to do this. Somebody, you guys figure out. You guys decide. 2 real questions. Oh, we just got a donation. Okay. Thank you. From Mitch Norwood, a super chat. We got, hey, Adam, huge fan from Australia. Been watching your channel for about 6 years now. I want to say thank you for putting in all the time and effort into your videos. What is one rare game that you want? Ooh. Oh, fuck. God, that's a good question. Why is nothing coming to mind? Oh, I know. Mega Man X3 PAL Sega Saturn. That's what I want. Because the reason for that is there's 32 exclusive Sega Saturn games that North America never got. I mean, some of them also came out in Japan. So when I say exclusive, I just simply mean that North America didn't get them on the Saturn. I have 31 of them. The one I'm missing, Mega Man X3 for the Sega Saturn. So that would be, and it's an unfortunately very rare and expensive title. That would be my ideal choice. So I hope that answers your question. Thank you very much, Mitch Norwood, for the super chat. So is anybody going to? Actually, I have NCAA College 2K3 for the GameCube. Is anyone going to answer the question? Do you guys want to do 2 real questions or like 5 power round questions? Because if not, I'll just pick and then we'll just go. Somebody make a call. Lodmont, I'm gonna let it be up to you because you super chatted a bunch of money tonight, so you get to choose. Holy shit, you've really been streaming for 4 hours? Dude, this is pretty normal for me. I do this a lot. Whenever my streams happen, it's usually like 4 or 5 hours. This is actually going to be one of the shorter ones. And it's only because, well, again, I have to fly to Los Angeles in the morning, so I got to get out of here. Lodmod has decided 2 really good questions. Okay, so that's what it's going to be. So let's wait for him. So I apologize out there will be some silence while we wait for this. I will answer any additional super chats if they come in, if that's what you guys want to do. So last chance for that, final call. Otherwise, we're just going to do the 2 real questions and then I'm out of here. This doesn't count as one of them, but Lodmod says, I think the other guy gave you like 1,000 something. That was like 1,000 crowns. It's a Swedish currency. It's the equivalent of like 120 bucks. Overall, his goal was to give me the equivalent of $200, which I haven't been able to calculate because I won't know until YouTube calculates that myself, or calculates that in a couple of days. But I would assume he achieved that since he was probably keeping better track of it than I was. That doesn't count, just letting you know. I like this question from Chris. It says, what's the one thing you haven't done yet in your life you absolutely must do before you can't? I really want to make a feature film. It doesn't necessarily have to have a big theatrical run or anything like that. I want to complete a film. That's what I want to do. That's what I've wanted to do for a very long time. And it's still very much a goal of mine. And, you know, I'm a little closer to that goal now. Like I said, we're somewhat working with Warner Brothers now, so at least the foot's in the door. So who knows, man? Like there could be a time down the road, you know, I'm not doing YouTube anymore, and maybe I'm out in fucking LA making, you know, movies and shit. Like who knows? It's possible. That's my big I want to do that type of goal. So that's what's out there right now. So let's go with one other, and then we're out of here. This is just a comment. This doesn't count. I found a copy of Mega Man X3 for $912 on eBay. Exactly my point, sir. Someone get Adam some water. You don't need to. I got 2 bottles of it right here. With lemons, of course. This is a short answer one only because I answered this before. Any countries you really want to visit? It was Japan. I did that. Now the 2 highest are either Italy or South Korea. But I talked about that earlier in the video. So that's why we're just repeating that. Could I make a cinematic universe on Barbie? Short answer, no. I assume you're referencing a previous stream where I explained how Sony was considering doing that for a while. Sorry, I'm going to be very selective here. It's up to you guys, though. I mean, it's your questions. You guys get to choose. Would I write a book on Dreamcast collecting? No, that actually exists. When will Sony be really in financial trouble? They already are. I need something more deep. Have I ever played a video game high on mushrooms? No, I haven't. All right, this doesn't count. It's a super chat. Thank you to Kyrick. Is the Black Sports Dreamcast better, or is it just the same? It's the exact same thing. The only difference is cosmetic. So if you just like the fact that it's black and says Sega Sports on it, then there you go. There's really nothing else different about it. It's North America only got 2 iterations of the Dreamcast, the basic white and then that particular model. For years there's been rumors that EB Games released an exclusive like blue one, but nobody seems to know if that's actually true. And if it was so limited that nobody. It's kind of like that Demon Vector game I was telling you guys about earlier. Nobody's really sure, so it's just cosmetic. Thank you for the super chat. I'm really tempted to answer this one, but it would be cheating. The question is, Adam? You could probably make a better cinematic universe than Universal. The problem with that question is I would want to immediately switch over and talk about the DC universe, which is not that question. So I can't. I'm gonna skip it because I haven't seen the Mummy or anything. So I would be in no position to do it. Although it's interesting that Universal is only just starting that whole creating a cinematic universe thing, and they're not. Apparently, like that first movie sucked. I haven't seen it, so it's kind of a bad place to start. I'm still just mostly angry about DC fucking up their universe so badly. Um, I think I'm gonna go with this one. From Matt says, "Do you think physical games will ever make a big comeback like vinyl?" Well, first of all, physical games aren't gone yet, but I do think, having gone to Japan, I can tell you that over there, physical games are going to last much longer than they are over here. But I think it's different in that vinyl is something that is a universal format. Like record players are not region coded. They're a base technology that has existed for a very long time, whereas video game consoles are very temporary. So the idea that in 20 years somebody's going to get nostalgic and just make full on PS1 games is unlikely. That said, there could always be some sort of retro base that keeps certain consoles alive. Cartridge consoles are much easier now because people have the ability to mass produce their own games. And then certain CD-based consoles are. The Dreamcast notoriously is. A lot of CD-based consoles that you can't do because of the inability to crack them properly. Meaning like a guy can't just make PlayStation games and press them on discs and then sell them because they won't work. You needed Sony's cooperation in that, and you'll never get it. Not without paying them anyway. So I can't see that necessarily working out the same way. Whereas nobody really owns the vinyl record. Anybody can really make content for it. So I think that's unfortunately probably not going to be the case. At some point, physical media for game consoles will stop. But I do think Japan will be like the last real stronghold for it. Because really you only have the 3 major regions. You have North America, you have Europe, and you have Japan. Australia gets kind of oddly lumped into Europe, and then the rest of the world doesn't. No offense to the rest of the world, is not generally considered relevant to those 3 markets. Like nothing against Russia or the Middle East or Africa or anything like that, but it's generally they're not considered that significant when it comes to the video game industry. So I think that Japan, of those primary 3, will be the longest holdout. Europe will probably hold out longer than we will. We'll probably jump to an all digital future first, is my guess. And that'll suck. So you'll start getting more of your imports from Europe because you'll have physical editions that are in English, and then eventually you'll have like physical editions only in Japanese, and that's probably when a lot of people will check out, I would think. But yeah, I guess that's my position on it. So with that, guys, I want to thank you for being here. I've had a lot of fun. I hope you guys enjoyed it. How long did we go for? We went for an hour and 23 minutes, probably about an hour 25 by the time I actually press stop. So, oh no, 4 hours and 17 minutes. I'm looking at the counter. My bad. Obviously, I'm tired. But yeah, so I'm going to go. I'm going to go eat pizza, and I'm going to get packed, and then I'm going to head out because I'm going to Los Angeles in the morning, and I'll see you guys at E3. Stay tuned. I'm going to try really hard to do recap videos on the events of E3. But like I said, they will not have the benefit of editing. It's basically my phone aimed at me being like, hey. So check that out. Also, again, please, I know people hate videos like this, but please go check out that conventions video I did, or the thing, like, if you guys want to meet me this summer, I'm coming to a lot of different places, so go check it out if that's of any interest to you. And to the Germans specifically, to people in Berlin, please try to coordinate something, because if you don't, it'll probably not happen. Like, I don't have a place where we can all meet up. You got to come up with some sort of plan, and then we'll talk. Anyway, guys, thank you very much for watching. I will see you all later.